As the haunting commences, Vergil realizes that he and Cana have become targets of the shade. Forced to leave their homes, they head to a mysterious shelter, Byringen, which harbors secrets. Can they survive the month of isolation? Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comment area. Chapter 1. And that's all the news for today. This is Channel 11's very own, Mel Enriquez, reminding everyone that today marks the start of the haunting. Please make sure that your kids get their photos taken at the end of the day. Until next time, goodbye. It's that time of the year again, Mom said with a shaky voice. My parents are of age. They've had me in their late 20s, so now that I'm 16, the signs of aging are getting more pronounced. My mom made it clear that her flabby arms and the crow's feet around the corner of her eyes are forbidden subjects. I turned the television off as Mom sits down. Plates of chicken franks, pancakes, and fried eggs cooked sunny side up filled our table. There's also a pastry basket full of round, bread rolls next to a plate of cheese block, sliced to thin pieces. And for dessert, a custard pudding glazed with brown caramel sauce. And a deep pan of chocolate rice porridge. You made champorado, I said with a big grin and making sure the excitement in my voice is pronounced. I went to her side and give her a kiss on her cheek, something I don't normally do, but the occasion calls for it. I love you, Mom. The crease of her forehead tells me that that wasn't enough to take away her worry. I thought I should make your favorite, especially today. By any standard, this is a bit extravagant for an ordinary, everyday breakfast. Except today isn't a normal day. Today is the start of the month every parent with a teenager fears. The haunting is a paranormal phenomenon unique here in Bastille, our small city located between Manila and Quezon. It starts in October of every year. During this month, a creature of living shadow we call shade haunts teenagers at night that often results in their deaths, making us the only city with haunted written as the official cause of death. Mr. Chua, our history teacher, taught us that the shade first appeared 50 years ago, the year after the mass kidnapping of the cult Mr. Chua said no one knows what they were called, as they were all killed during the massacre. However, as we are underage, explicit details about the kidnapping are omitted from the books. You won't find any articles about the cult, their church and belief system anywhere on the internet. Although he did say that the shade was like a floating silhouette of a man, even though he never seen it before himself. Back then, before UV lights were discovered to be an effective countermeasure against the shade, there was no way of stopping the supernatural shadow from latching on to their kids. They've realized how helpless they were, so they did the one thing they could do. Accepting the fact that every morning might be their kids' last, families started preparing lavish breakfast for their loved ones every day or for as long as they would live every October. But that was decades ago. Although no one still knows what the shade is exactly, at least we now have a system to identify who will be haunted. The word became the name for those who had been identified as targets of the shade. Best of all, we have the government shelter responsible for keeping haunteds alive. Anyway, the shelter has been doing a great job ever since. But the tradition sticks though, not that I'm complaining. That's why this year, my sophomore year, I'm not too worried. Maybe a bit curious. I also haven't seen the shade before, or had been identified as haunted before, or know someone who'd been haunted. And neither do my parents and my friends. Don't worry, Mom, I said, loading up my plate with pancakes. I'll be fine. He's right, honey, Dad said. He's the same age as my mom when they met way back in high school. One of those high school sweethearts that lasted forever, I guess. People always told me I looked like Dad. Fair skin, brown eyes, we even have the same straight black hair, only his have mixed of grays in them as if they were highlights. The wrinkles around his mouth and chin became more pronounced whenever he cracked a joke only other dads can appreciate. But when he's talking with Mom, somehow they don't seem so old all of the sudden. His cheeks are a bit chubby, too. He's an IT specialist, so maybe sitting all day does that. But as a dad, he's fun, got a big heart and an even bigger belly. We always joked about it. I would ask when he was due or am I getting a little brother or a sister, to which he would respond, beer, you're getting beer. Dad is of Spanish-Filipino descent, a mestizo. I learned in class that, historically, mestizo is used to describe Filipinos with Spanish blood during the Spanish colonial period, when the Philippines was under the Spanish Empire. but in modern times we use it to describe fair-skinned Filipinos like my dad. That's another unexpected effect the shade had on our city. According to Mr. Chua, for the first years of the news of the shade, it attracted all kinds of people to our city, from professional occult researchers and paranormal experts to thrill seekers, and even amateur vloggers. These people from different country and of different race had flocked to our city, all with different intentions. Some driven by curiosity, some saw an opportunity to boost their careers, some have the genuine desire to study to shade. Eventually, most of them settled here, making Bastille their home. Combine that with the Philippines' history of being colonized by Spaniards, Americans and Japanese, and of Chinese migrating to the country, our city became a mixing pot of race and culture. So mixed race features is really a common sight here. The shelter works, Dad continued. It's been a couple of decades since the last incident, he said, wisely avoiding the word death. He then looked at me and motioned his head towards Mom. I'll be okay, Mom, really, I said, following his cue. I try to sound as reassuring as I can, but I'm paying more attention to the pancakes I'm spreading butter on. Her lips curled upwards a bit, making that half-smile she always does when she tries to hide her worry. So, are we still good this Saturday at Ocean Park? Mom said, changing the subject. I forgot that we had planned the trip this weekend. My parents surprised me with tickets to Ocean Park. The attraction, although fairly old, is quite popular. I'm the only one from our class who haven't gone yet. The main attraction was a transparent glass tunnel under the massive aquarium. My friends said that it was like walking under the seafloor while countless fishes and different marine creatures swim over your head. I hope she got the deal that includes a 10-minute scuba diving inside the aquarium. While my parents talk about our weekend plans, I drizzled maple syrup on my pancakes. Oh, the salty smell of butter mixed with the sweet, fruity scent of maple syrup makes my mouth water and my stomach rumble. I took a slice of the pancake and just inhaled the thing. Oh, it was so good. I forked in a couple of chicken franks, an egg, and took the entire custard pudding for myself. After brushing my teeth, I slung one strap of my backpack over my shoulder, slid inside my black Converse shoes, and was on my way out of the kitchen door. I'll be going now, I said. Take care, Vergil, Mom said, standing in the doorway. We'll see you later, okay? Or not, Dad joked, grinning beside her. Mom then hit him on his chest with the back of her hand. Stop that, she said, glaring at my dad. But Dad just hugged her from behind, still grinning. Thanks, Dad. I smiled, waving them goodbye as I left the house. I live just 3 stations away from school, so my daily trip was a short one. But when I pulled out my phone to check the time, I was 10 minutes away from being late. In my school, Padua High, each year level has its own building. This building I'm in now, Acacia Building, is for the first years. So I had to exit out of the opposite side to get to the second-year building, Nara Building. As soon as I swiped my ID at the scanner, I raced down the hall, weaving through crowds of students, barely managing to avoid bumping into a few. Running inside school premises is not allowed, but during the first day of the haunting, teachers are expected to have each of their students' pictures taken first thing in the morning, so I doubt I would run into one here. The reason being is because once you're identified as haunted, you will immediately be brought to the shelter. I don't understand the need for such urgency because the shade, as we were taught, only appeared after sunset, which is still at least a good 11 hours away. But I did hear rumors from past haunteds about their stay in the shelter. Surviving haunteds never appeared in TV shows or even tweet about their experiences. I don't know why groups of teenagers who live for the likes and internet fame would keep quiet about something like this over the years. So all we've got are rumors which supposedly came from them. Apparently, they were briefed and prepared for their nightly encounter with the shade. And there are only so many hours before the night comes, so I guess they want to make use of every hour they can get. But those are rumors from 10, 15 years ago when the system was fairly new. Things could have changed since then. I came out to the covered walkway connecting this building to the Nara Building. It was a beautiful day outside. The sky was clear and bright. A cool morning breeze was blowing over as I slowed down to a walk, not risking getting caught running any further. And as expected, the large, grassy field where our General Assembly is held daily was empty. I continued walking by an assortment of food kiosks and refreshment stands. I spotted Ms. Garcia, our teacher's assistant, sitting with, I assumed, other student teachers. According to her, if you want to be a teacher, you have to experience teaching for real before you graduate. I thought of saying hi, but seeing their table filled with disposable paper plates with half-eaten meals, their necks hunched down on laptops running Word documents and open textbooks and a bunch of notes, I thought it best not to bother her. I can't even imagine having to work while also preparing for your exams in school at the same time. Which reminded me of something even worse than the shade. Something all student dreads this time of the year: midterm exams. It may be a bit strange that no one gives a second thought to the supernatural monster that will come tonight. But I don't blame them. The shade had never killed other people except haunteds. At least that's what Mr. Chua told us. Then, there's that impeccable track record of the shelter keeping generations of haunteds safe. And I've never seen news or heard from someone about college students being haunted, which is probably why Ms. Garcia and her friends are not too worried. And it's not just them, even my classmates, who are just as caught in the middle of this deadly phenomenon as I am, are more scared of flunking the exam than being haunted. I even saw a documentary once, interviewing citizens of different countries abroad about the shade and the cult. Some say it's a hoax. Some say it's an exaggeration of something that did happen. One claimed that it was simply an urban legend told by students to scare themselves. Another one claimed it was nothing more than a publicity stunt from decades past, arguing that the lack of photographic proof of the shade proves his point. There really isn't any information of the shade and the cult in the internet, so it's no wonder foreigners are skeptical. Maybe the shade was the only headline around the globe 40, 50 years ago, but now that no one's dying and that the public never saw the shade again for years now, everyone moved on with their lives. The shelter and the system we have in place has been doing its job so well that people seem to forget that the whole thing is not normal. Chapter 2. My room was on the second floor, so when I reached the stairs, I bolted straight up. Out on the hallway, there were already long lines of students from different classes. Mr. Torres, Mrs. Misaki, the pale, bony teacher in charge of our class, greeted. "You're late. Again." I check my phone again. It's exactly 7 o'clock, so technically, I'm on time, but I decided not to say that. Mrs. Misaki has a very unique interpretation of tardiness. For her, on time is late, 5 minutes early is on time. And I found it best not to argue with her about punctuality, a lesson I learned the hard way. The first time we argued, she gave an impromptu lecture of the matter, specifically for me, while I stood awkwardly in front of the class. That day still makes me cringe every time. Yes, sorry I'm late. Fall in line, please, she said. Then she went to the front of the line to lead us down. Yes, ma'am, I went to the back of the line as the class filed downstairs. We were heading for the multipurpose hall to have our pictures taken. At least that's where we went last year. Hey man, one of my friends in class, Mark Santos, was also at the back. Hey, I said, nodding back. His black hair was unruly, like he just woke up from bed, put on his uniform and went to school. His brown skin cannot hide the dark, droopy bags under his eyes. You look dead. Yeah, he yawned. I've been catching up. Just last night. I asked. I'd been studying hard for the last 2 weeks, and I'm still not confident about the test. How far have you gotten? As far as Arabasta Arc. I blinked. First, because I thought he meant he was studying last night. Second, he's still at Arabasta Arc, so that means he just started watching One Piece. But hey, better late than never. You weren't cramming or anything. Cramming is for losers, he said while yawning. Seriously, just listen to class. It's a lot easier. Now, that would have been inspiring, but this was coming from someone who binge-watched anime the night before a major exam. When we got inside the multipurpose hall room, a girl was having her picture taken with the white wall as her background. There was a long line of students starting from Class A working down till Class E. The queue was moving fast, at least only half of Class A remained inside. It wasn't long before our class, Class C, was next. When it was my turn, I stood in front of the tripod. The photographer told me to stay still. A flash of light and I'm done. Since I was the last from our class, the next class was called in and I went out on the other side of the room. Outside, I saw Mark and our friends standing in a small group. I went ahead and joined them, We had to wait while our teacher confirms the results with the photographer before going back to class. Digital cameras are used nowadays, so we would know the results instantly, instead of waiting for an hour to develop the film back in the analog days. The idea is that the haunteds would have their pictures altered, their heads would be missing from the pictures. From what I've learned from years of school reminders and the local news, is that the type of camera doesn't matter. So anyone can do this even with just a low-resolution phone camera at home. I know a lot of my classmates had their pictures taken already before coming here. The result is consistent. At least that was what we were told. And if you did try this at home and found that your kid is haunted, you still have to go to the nearest school or city hall, along with those who are homeschooled, out-of-school youth, or those who have no access to a camera, to notify local authorities so they can take your kid to the shelter. So that's additional, unnecessary work if your son or daughter is already attending school. That's why my parents and I figured I'd just have my picture taken here. But there really isn't a need for all of this. We could even have done this ourselves, take a selfie back at class and just report it, in private if you prefer, to your teacher. Some do. But even after seeing their picture with their head intact, a lot would still opt for the school's picture-taking thing. 1, because it's mandatory. The school is responsible for every student they have enrolled, so this system allows the school to have a record that shows every student present today underwent the identification procedure, absolving them of legal consequences. And 2, because having 2 sources confirming that you're not haunted is more assuring than just the selfie you took. When our teacher came out, all the chatter stopped. It was so quiet that the only thing I could hear was Mark taking a deep breath beside me. I'm not worried, though, waiting for what Mrs. Misaki was going to say. There are only 2 things that would happen right now. Either she walked up to the front of the line or she calls out a name. She paused for a bit, straightened her suit and cleared her throat.
Cana Bernardo.
Mrs. Misaki said. She scanned the line. When she found Cana, Mrs. Misaki approached her with quick, small steps. In her most gentle voice, she smiled. Can you come back inside, please? After that, Mrs. Misaki's turned and went back to the room in a hurry. I could have sworn to see her lips quivered. No, Cana whispered. No. The girl bursts down crying. I guess that's the downside of not taking a selfie, checking for yourself if you're haunted. When you actually got identified, well, you're not prepared. Her friends went to comfort her. One friend was hugging her. Another was holding out her handkerchief. When a teacher calls for a student after picture taking during the haunting month, there's usually only one good reason why. So even without Mrs. Misaki saying it, the message was clear to us all. She wanted to talk with Cana inside, where it's private and easier to break the news. Even with the knowledge that it's generally safe staying in the shelter, I guess some people just can't handle it.
Cana Bernardo.
I thought. Petite, olive skin. Her light brown hair falling in waves on her shoulders, a traditional Filipina morena beauty. I have to admit, there were times when I caught myself stealing glances at her. But it never got any further than that. Mrs. Misaki went out again. I thought she was just fetching Cana. The girl didn't move an inch from where she was standing, but instead, she cleared her throat again. She read out another name. Vergil Torres. This time, a smile was plastered across her face, but her eyes were screaming. This is what I like about Mrs. Misaki. She truly cares about us, her students, even though I couldn't care less about being haunted. To be honest, my first thought was how my trip with my parents this weekend will have to wait. Then she asked the class president to go back first. Mark and my friends exchanged some jokes about how lucky I am to skip school for a whole month and how they wish they were haunted in my place. See you, losers, I waved to them as they filed back up to class. Then Cana and I went back inside. Chapter 3. Once inside, Mrs. Misaki immediately told Cana and I were haunteds. Big surprise. She explained that we have to make our way to the clinic for an examination and we will be on our way to the shelter. Shall we? She said, gesturing to the door. But first I asked if I can see the picture. She nodded at the photographer who showed his digital camera to us. First was Cana's. It was like someone photoshopped her head out of the picture. From the base of her collar and up, there was nothing but the clock on the background, which wouldn't be seen if her head was there. Then mine, which was basically the same thing. Okay, seeing your headless body, even in a picture, definitely a bit creepy. But I've seen worse. After that, we walked out of the door. We tailed behind Mrs. Misaki as she escorts us to the clinic. More of a formality than necessary. We passed by classrooms full of students hunched down on test papers. For them, the exams continue. Sucks to be them, I thought. It's not that I didn't want to take the exam. I did study and everything. But if I was given a choice not to, I would take it. We reached the clinic and went inside. It was like any standard school clinic. White beds, divided by blue curtains. A wooden cabinet filled with bottles and boxes of medicine. On the wall was a blackboard with charts of the muscular, skeletal, and a whole lot of other systems of the human body pinned. By the window, there was a long desk with a potted planted and a picture frame facing backward from us. Behind it, sitting was the doctor, examining a folder that must be from the loosely stacked pile on his desk. "Good morning, Dr. Bernardo," Mrs. Misaki greeted. The doctor went around the table to greet us. He had short black hair that was brushed to one side and neatly trimmed mustache. Under his white lab coat was a blue shirt. A stethoscope was hanging around his neck. I've always wondered why doctors do that. Is it mandatory? Was wear your stethoscope around your shoulders at all times part of their job description? Cana leaped to Dr. Bernardo and gave him a bear hug. Dr. Bernardo hugged her tight in return. "Hi, sweetie," he said. When they break away, Cana had the biggest smile. Now, I never made the connection before. There are a lot of Bernardos in this school, so this is a surprise for me. Mrs. Misaki said. "They're here for their physical." Another guy came up to us too. A friendly-looking dude with dark skin and long, springy black hair. He's wearing a standard blue uniform for school nurses. On his left chest, there was a tag that reads Aaron Johnson. "I see," Dr. Bernardo said. He cast his eyes downwards. He pulled Cana in, wrapping his arms around his precious daughter. No words exchanged between them. Seeing Cana here was enough explanation. Mrs. Misaki cleared her throat. "Doctor, please, right?" Dr. Bernardo replied. He told us to store our bags behind his desk and ordered Aaron to get us ready, at which point Mrs. Misaki took her leave. It was all pretty basic stuff. Exactly what you would expect from a physical examination. First was a questionnaire about our medical history. Then they recorded our height and weight. After that, the doctor wrapped a dark fabric that squeezes my arm. Then Cana and I took turns reading a chart with a black plastic spoon covering one of my eyes, and sat still while Dr. Bernardo placed the cold, circular metal of his stethoscope on different points of my chest and back as he directs me when to inhale and exhale. "And we're done," the school nurse, Aaron, said after drawing blood from my arm. He put a ball of cotton to stop the bleeding and fixed it in place with white, transparent tape. Immediately, I felt a bit lightheaded. So when we're asked to stay put, I didn't mind at all. We had to wait in case someone else was identified as haunted, but most, if not everyone, should already have finished taking their pictures while we were having our physical. And since no one else came here, that means that at this school, Cana and I are it. But still, Aaron volunteered to confirm with the other teachers. Cana and Dr. Bernardo sat at one of the beds, talking about their favorite television shows. They were like best friends chatting over a cup of coffee. And by talking, I mean Cana babbles while her dad nods, occasionally giving a short comment or cracking up a joke. They both know that they won't be seeing each other for another month, so they're stretching every second they have to make up for a month worth of bonding. When Aaron came back, he saw the two and just stood in silence beside me. "Are you going to break that up?" I asked him. He just smiled. "Let's give them a minute more. How do you feel?" "Fine," I said. The floating feeling in my head was gone. Dr. Bernardo looked at our direction, and Aaron took the chance to inform the doctor that no one else was coming, implying that we should get going now. Sweetie," Dr. Bernardo said. He turned his attention back to Cana, who gave him one last hug and said goodbye. Dr. Bernardo held Cana at arm's length. "I'll see you soon, okay?" he said. Cana nodded. This time, it was Aaron who chaperoned us to our ride, a yellow van with black stripes. The words, "Padua School Service," were painted on its side. "Take care, guys," Aaron said and turned. Our school driver slid the door open and we climbed inside. After making sure the door is locked, he went to the front and started the car. The engine sputtered to life and we were on our way. I had my elbow on the armrest of the door's panel, propping up my chin as I stared out of the window, watching my school disappear from view. Chapter 4. Since we have to leave our bags in DR. Taylor's clinic, I only have with me my phone, earphones, and my wallet inside my pants. It's a good thing too because I have a feeling that Cana is not in the mood to chat. She wasn't crying anymore, but she's visibly still upset. I tried thinking of what to say to ease the mood a bit, but I don't even know where to start. Obviously, her dad and family are off limits. Talking about school stuff doesn't make sense now. I thought of telling her a horse-related knock-knock joke, but I think that would make her cry again. It also doesn't help that I've never really talked with her before. I mean, not never, but we didn't exactly have the most scintillating of conversations. It was usually her telling me that the teacher was looking for me or reminding me to return this pen she lent me for the millionth time. Not that I had problems talking to other people. It's just that I have my friends and she has hers. And the thought of making friends with her didn't really cross my mind. We never had any real reason to talk. My hand reached for the left breast pocket of my blazer, where Cana's pen still is. I really need to give this back. I thought, okay, the reason I keep forgetting to give it back was because this pen has a hidden knife inside. It's like Percy Jackson's Riptide, except that it's not magical, or made of celestial bronze, and it doesn't actually transform into a sword. But other than that, it's just like Riptide. I should probably say something because the longer this goes on, the more awkward and harder it will be later on. Oh, I can just hear my dad's voice yelling at me to stop overthinking. I turned to face her. Hey, I'm sorry you had to see all that, Cana said. Or she can start. That works too. I thought. You seemed really freaked out. Are you okay? Oh, she said while wiping her tears with her sleeves. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. It's just that I've never been away from home, from my parents. It's all so sudden, you know. She paused, hugging her elbows close to her chest. And now, I'm staying in a creepy place for a month with people I don't know. And there's that literal shadow demon that will try to murder us every night. I added. She glared at me. Not cool. Sorry, I said. But you have nothing to worry about. Byringen's been safe for 20 years. We're safe. You're safe. She looked down at her lap, her hands gripping her skirt. It's just, I've never been all on my own before. I tried for my friendliest smile. How about this? If you want, we could hang out, have lots of fun, and before you know it, the months passed. She lifted her head up and looked at me. The sun was at her back, making her smile even more blinding. Her brown eyes trained on mine. Really? Yeah, it'll be fun. I don't know. She gave a cheeky, playful smile. You keep stealing my pen so. I snorted. You remember, huh? Hard to forget, especially when it's sitting right there. She said, looking down at the chest pocket of my uniform. I took the pen and handed it to her. I swear I had every intention of returning it. She giggled. Keep it. Already bought another. The more we talk, the more I realized that she's cool. She has an older brother, loves strawberries, and doesn't take herself too seriously. But of course, most of our topics come back to something she and her dad had done. And I thought that mentioning her dad was taboo. We're here, our school driver said, which was the only time he spoke during the entire drive. Time really does fly when you're having fun because when we stepped out, we were standing between an unfamiliar place and a military checkpoint. There was a tall, concrete wall with CCTVs and barbed wire on top that encloses the densely forested area behind it. I read unfriendly signs like government property, no trespassing, and personnel are authorized to use deadly force. An armored military vehicle was passing by at the moment, no doubt patrolling the area. A crew was manning the machine gun mounted on top of it. There were other armed soldiers on duty, too. One of them approached our driver. Where are we? Cana asked. I looked back at the city behind us. Tall buildings, antique church, none of which I recognized. No idea. The soldier went up to us, holding a clipboard. He looked at me, flipped through his clipboard, then back at me. When he was satisfied, he turned to Cana and did the same. All right, he said. Then he proceeded to explain what was going to happen. Apparently, our driver can only deliver us here. They will take us the rest of the way. He ushered us into a black SUV and we climbed inside. The metal gates creaked as the soldiers pushed it open. Cana leaned over the driver's seat. "Can you please tell us where we are?" The soldier glanced at us through the rear view mirror. "You're not in Padua High anymore. That's all you need to know." "How did you know where we're from?" I asked. "Why can't our driver take us there?" "Only military personnel are allowed to take you there," he said, his eyes on the road, clearly ignoring my first question. "Besides," our driver continued, glancing up again at the mirror, "your school van isn't built for this terrain." I looked out of the window and saw he was right. There was no road, just dirt and rocks. "But an SUV can." I asked. "Oh, this isn't your mom's SUV that she drives when she picks you up at school," he said. "Oh no, this baby is built for climbing up rocky, uneven mountains. Lifted suspensions, 16 inches wheels wearing Kevlar reinforced, all-terrain tires, thick, skid plates, under the hood, a 5.7 V8 engine." I tuned out at this point. I don't speak car nerd, so I have no idea what he was saying. I looked at Cana. She shook her head. I still have a few questions I want to ask, but he was so excited when he started explaining the off-road turn assistance system installed. So we just let him ramble on as he drives us uphill, showing off what his baby can do. Chapter 5. After half an hour of a bumpy drive on an unmarked trail, zigzagging through the thick maze of identical trees, we finally arrived at our destination, a clearing in the middle of nowhere, which in itself was a miracle. As soon as we got off the SUV, it turned around and drove away, leaving us in front of a 2-story, modern, rectangular building. Street lamps ringed the place. I spotted at least 4 armed soldiers at the rooftop. A glass door was at the center of the building. The door slid open and a guy stepped out. When he saw us, he went straight up to us. "Welcome to Byringen," he greeted with a huge smile. "You're the last to arrive." His friendly demeanor stands in contrast to his intimidating looks. Tall and dark-skinned. His dark hair was shaved crew-cut style. He was wearing beige cargo pants, white sneakers, and a black t-shirt that was way too small for him, or his chest was just way too big for his t-shirt. "Right this way," he said as he ushered us inside the building. He didn't introduce himself or asked our names, which was very weird. And it was a bit awkward at this point to ask for his name, so we just followed behind him towards the glass door in silence. The door slid open automatically as we approach, blasting us with cool air. We slide along the smooth, tiled floor. The place was lightly decorated with huge, black vases, potted plants, some paintings, and furniture. It was like any other dorm I've seen. Inside, there were other teenagers. 5 guys and 4 girls, all wearing uniforms from different schools. Then there's this one girl sitting at the bottom of the steps of the split staircase. She stood out easily in her blue, knee-length, one-piece dress with long sleeves. Her raven black hair braided on one side, creating a fish-like tail that rests over her shoulder. Everything about her is elegant, like she was going to the prom, except for the white running shoes she's wearing. And she's also the only one with her luggage with her. So she's either homeschooled or out of school. Based on her looks, I'm going with homeschooled. "All right, listen up," our buff guide shouted. All of us formed a semicircle around him. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man with graying hair and a balding head. "I am Major Lewis Coleman, and I will be giving you your orientation," he said, smiling. His voice was loud and lively. "For the entire month, you will be living here with your fellow haunteds and with Mr. Marino here." He gestured to the man on his side, isolated from the rest of the city, not only for your safety from the shade, but also to avoid the repeat of the dark year. He then proceeded to give a quick recap of the shade history, all the way to the beginning of the first appearances of the shade to the dark year that led to the construction of the shelter Byringen. Not that we need reminding of the dark year. It was taught in our history class as part of the curriculum of the subject, so almost everyone knows about it. I've seen a documentary about it once. It was when UV lights were first installed inside homes, preventing the deaths of haunteds. But because of that, another problem arose. The shade never seemed to hurt other people, only haunteds. But that didn't stop the general public to blame every misfortune, sudden deaths, and mysterious illnesses to the shade for years. Over the years, the fear of shade then turned into hate for the haunteds. Many of them were ostracized, bullied, and harassed. They feared for their lives on a daily basis. Even their families received death threats. Then the worst year came, the dark year. During this year, paranoia solidified to the mass hysteria of killing innocent kids. The public persecuted the haunteds. The UV lights that once protected them had now painted them targets for scared neighbors. Several stories of mobs invading homes, breaking down barricaded doors and dragging terrified kids, and in some cases, even their family, outside to be executed by a cheering crowd, were all over the evening news for weeks. There was an incident with a school where a crowd had gathered outside the school gates, waiting for the suspected haunted, and ambushed the poor kid with clubs and stones, killing the 16-year-old in front of his classmates. I remembered the most was the poor family of only a single mother and her son, without any other relatives to help them. So when the mob came for her boy, the mother could only watch helplessly on the side as her kid was being butchered in front of her. It was brutal. The most superstitious of the mobs tied haunteds outside at night for the shade to kill, believing that by doing so, the shade would not harm them or their businesses spared from misfortunes. Shootouts between the police and the families protecting their kids against the mobs got so bad that the city was placed under martial law. Once the month had passed, everything returned to normal. The murderous community apologized to the families and their victims. The prisons were overcrowded with the flood of criminals. News of the incident was covered all over the world, dubbing it the modern Salem witch trial. The Vatican offered masses and prayers for all the people of our city. When the killing stopped and people came to their senses, the death toll reached 150, 138 more unnecessary deaths compared to what should have been only 12. To ensure the dark year never happens again, the government established Byringen. Major Coleman ended. After the history lesson, he explained that there are 6 rooms on the first floor. To our left were the dining hall and the storage room. To our right were the arcade and the movie theater. Behind us were the laundry room and the clinic with the split staircase at the center. First things first, Major Coleman said, gesturing to the table near the entrance door. We have our suggestion box here for complaints or requests, should you have any. Then he led us to the dining hall first, which was both the kitchen and the dining area. It's like one of those high-end, luxury kitchen and dining rooms I only see pictures of. To the far left was the kitchen sink with a window view to the trees outside. Electric stoves were installed on the countertop made of granite. I say granite because it's the only stone that I could think of with an exhaust vent hanging above. An oven was built into the wall, next to a refrigerator with double doors and multiple drawers. On our side were 3 square, rustic dining tables with glass vases holding decorative flowers. Each table had 4 chairs padded with soft, silvery cushions. I hope you know how to cook, Major Coleman said, grinning. Oh great, I can't cook a real meal. And I have a feeling Foodpanda doesn't make deliveries here, so ordering Jollibee is probably not an option. But we had home economics class, so I can at least fry eggs and pre-cooked hams, so worst case scenario I'll be eating processed foods for the rest of the month. What about those who can't cook? A girl said with a sheepish grin. Her skin was a golden tan, looks athletic, and her blonde hair was pulled into a simple ponytail. It's not hard to guess that her family are descendants from the foreigners who settled here because of their interest in the shade. Anyone here knows how to cook? Major Coleman said. At least half of us raised their hands. Does cup noodles count? The guy with short, spiky hair with brown skin said. The room burst into laughter. We'll count it, Major Coleman said, still smiling. Well, that's what Mr. Marino is here for. Besides, I'm sure you can find something to eat in the storage room. Major Coleman must have realized it was almost lunch because he instructed Mr. Marino to prepare our meals. We left Mr. Marino behind as the tour continued through the door on the right, connecting this room to the storage room. We made sure to stock on only fresh and new products every October, so you don't have to worry about eating anything from last year. Major Coleman explained. The storage room was like a convenience store minus the counter and ATMs. Rows of different bags of chips, cookies, and an assortment of baking ingredients and canned goods take up most of the space of the room. The walls were lined with large refrigerators with glass doors filled with soft drinks and bottled beverages. Upright freezers kept meat, hot dogs, and other frozen products. And there's also a refrigerator for fruits and vegetables like the ones on display in supermarkets. And of course, everything's free, Major Coleman said. Everyone who, and scattered, disappearing behind the rows of goods. I rushed on to check what kind of candy they have. Sweet. They have gummy bears. A scrawny kid with short, messy hair next to me said, comparing packets of gummy bears he's holding. I say kid because the embroidered emblem on his uniform reads Damien Middle School. I think he's the only middle school student here. When he noticed me, he got up immediately. Oh, hello, he said, extending his hand. A full smile was on his face. I'm Demi Clive. Vergil Torres, I said, shaking his hand. Can you believe this? Free gummy bears. His voice got super high when he said that. You want one? I do love gummy bears, so I took it. Thanks, man. Did you know that the green gummy bears are actually strawberry flavored? He continued. At least for this brand. Major Coleman clapped his hands. All right, that's enough, he said. Despite being a major and all, he was being very patient with us, so he's starting to look less intimidating. Let's continue with the tour. We all gathered and followed him towards another door and were back at the visitors' lounge. We were walking towards the other side of the dorm, which he explained was divided into an arcade and a movie theater. At the door, Major Coleman stopped and faced us. A broad smile spread across his face. You're going to love this one, he said and opened the door. Chapter 6. We rushed inside to the arcade room. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Hooyah! This is awesome. But we don't have our wallets with us. Demi asked Major Coleman. How are we going to play? While Major Coleman explained to him that all the games were rigged with infinite credits, I looked around. The place was like, well, an arcade but with more stuff. There were the usual games. A House of the Dead 4 horror shooting game, Initial D racing game, and a basketball game with a high score of 135 points. That won't be hard to beat. Caprice and Harmony were checking out the Dance Revolution game that's in the center of the room. Unlike the old Dance Revolution game that uses a dance pad, this one is played with motion sensor cameras. There were a dozen desktop computers arranged in a way that users would be sitting across each other. I'm guessing the setup is to prevent cheating during team games. Maybe previous Haunteds complained about it before. On the other side of the room, there were flat-screen televisions attached to the wall, connected to a couple of PlayStation 4 so at least 4 people can play at a time. Why not get PS5s? I asked Major Coleman. Put in a request, Major Coleman said, and we'll make it happen. Why do you have that? Indigo asked Major Coleman, her finger pointed at the Japanese photo booth, Purikura. We're all going to be headless, right? Last year's Haunteds were adventurous, Major Coleman said. They want photos of themselves without their heads. For what? Souvenirs. Indigo said. Weirdos. Sounds fun, actually, Kent said. Wanna take one? Indigo scowled. Pass. I scanned the arcade again. At the far back, there was another room. Hey, wanna check that out? I asked Cana, pointing to the room. Her lips curled up to the sides. Sure. Peering through the large windows, I could see that, inside, it was a karaoke room. There was just one karaoke machine. A sofa set was arranged in AU with a glass table in the middle. I wish they had individual rooms instead, Cana said. Are you shy? You shouldn't be. I've heard you sing with your friends all the time. Your voice doesn't suck. She stared at me in disbelief. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Yeah. What's that face for? She sighed, shaking her head. No wonder you never had a girlfriend. Why, I gasped. It was so unexpected that my brain just froze. Why bring that up all of a sudden? There literally was nothing leading up to that. And how did she know? I mean, it's not really a secret, but I don't broadcast my love life to everyone in class either. Listen, Major Coleman shouted. He had to, otherwise he wouldn't get our attention. And good timing too, because I really don't have a clever comeback. You can come back later anytime you want, but for now, let's move on with the tour. I thought there was another door connecting this room to the movie theater, but instead, we filed out of the room, back to the visitors' lounge. We entered the last exciting room on the first floor, the movie theater. The screen was just an empty wall on one side of the room. On the opposite side, There was a movie projector mounted on its stand. A laptop was connected to it. In between were 2 rows of seats. Each row have 6 single-seat gray couches complete with armrest and cup holders. A square-shaped air conditioner was installed into the ceiling above. Compared to the previous 3, this room is pretty small. The laptop had hundreds of movies you can choose from, Major Coleman said. Of course, don't expect any new ones. How cool is it to have your own movie theater? Best of all, we won't have to sit through trailers. I just hope the drive is not filled with documentaries and inspired by real events movies about the shade. I'm sick of those. Ever since news of the phenomenon spread throughout the world, journalists and filmmakers had been flooding our city, hoping to shoot the next big hit. There are still some groups protesting about them, saying that they are exploiting the deaths of children for profit. But that didn't stop movies from being made. To their defense, it was all about honoring the victims of this terrible phenomenon and most definitely had nothing to do with the millions of dollars that they make. There's even a movie about a love story between the shade and a girl, which was pretty stupid. And of course, it became the blockbuster of last year. Tourism exploded because of that, so it's not all bad. Although, it's been a while since I've heard about a new movie or a documentary about the shade. All right, let's move it along, Major Coleman said. There really isn't much to see here, so nobody complained. We came out of the movie theater and took a quick glance at the last 2 rooms. The laundry room was just like any laundromat. The walls on either side of the room were lined with self-service laundry machines and dryers. At the center was a metal bench with blue, plastic seats arranged back to back. There was a shelf with laundry detergents and fabric softeners at the far end of the room. No one was impressed, and Major Coleman didn't even try hype the place up, so we moved on to the clinic. The room looked exactly what a clinic should look like: the doctor's desk, the cabinet full of medicines, medical equipment. We are equipped to handle the usual fever, cold, minor cuts and injuries. For specialized care, your doctors will notify me and we will provide. You'll meet your doctors tomorrow. They work day and night shifts unless there's a need for them to stay in. The tour continued up to the 2nd floor, which was just a hallway of white doors. Your rooms will be assigned to you later on, Major Coleman explained. The keys are down below. He opened one and we take a look inside. It was a simple, semi-furnished room with cabinets, a single bed, and a white mattress, lamp table with drawer. An AC was installed above the doorway. It was spacious enough for at least 5 people, but with everyone wanting to come in, it was getting too crowded, so I went outside, elbowing people in the ribs on my way out. There were groaning and complaining, but I didn't care. In the hallway, others were tiptoeing behind the doorway and jumping over the backs of the ones in front of him. He probably gave up on entering the room because he's like, super skinny. I imagine that if he forced his way in, his shoulder might pop or something. After a few minutes, Major Coleman ordered everyone to get out. Each room has its bathroom, complete with everything you'll need: soaps, toothpaste, first aid kit, he explained as he closed the room. He didn't show us the rooftop, which was weird, and led us straight back down and had us gather once again at the visitors' lounge, ending the tour. All right, let's establish some house rules, Major Coleman said. He recited some common do's and don'ts like separate the garbage and clean up as you go and all that. Look above, he said. We did. On the ceiling were circular light bulbs, along with sprinklers and smoke detectors. All rooms have the same devices installed, Major Coleman said. He explained that the lights emit regular and UV light. At 5:30 p.m., the UV light switches on automatically and shuts off every morning at 6 o'clock. The differing sunrises and sunsets are already accounted for in the schedule. They also have a backup power source so blackouts wouldn't be a problem. The switches are only for regular lights, so turning it off won't affect the UV lights. The street lamps and wall lights outside also emits UV lights, positioned in a way that it surrounds the building in a circle, leaving no blind spots where the shade could materialize from. Rest assured that you are perfectly safe so long as you stay within the lights, Major Coleman said. His expression turned serious. Now, inside the table in your room, you'll find your handbook. It contains all the information about the shade, what we know about it, and how to deal with it. The cheerful mood earlier was gone now. The room fell silent, waiting for him to continue. Only the humming of the AC could be heard. To read it, you must use the UV lights attached to the cap of the pen found inside, he said. Familiarize yourselves about the shade, and keep the handbook up to date. We kept quiet. Cana and I gave each other a look. What do you mean, keep it up to date? Fish Braids Girl said. I mean that you will be observing the shade tonight, you will monitor its behavior, and you will write down anything you see that isn't in the handbook, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Major Coleman addressed us with a serious look on his face. Every morning I'll come back and we will have a meeting. The topic would be your observations from the night before. Understood. Nobody answered. All the information you'll find in the handbook were studies done by generations of haunteds, he said, picking up on our confusion. There is still a lot we don't know about the shade. No one's still figured out what it is, even after all these years. This is the first time I've heard of studying the shade. How exactly does he expect us to do that? How did the previous haunteds do it? Nobody told me we had to take field notes of the shade. Relax. I'm not asking you to get up close to the shade, he said, as if he can read our minds, or probably just guessed, which is not hard because looking around, most have frightened expressions on their faces. You will just observe the shade from a distance and compare what you see with what we have right now. Mr. Donovan will, of course, supervise you so you have nothing to worry about. Donovan. Don't you mean Mr. Marino? Blonde ponytail girl said. Right, Major Coleman said. Thank you for bringing that up. I apologize, but I forgot to mention. There is another caretaker. Mr. Marino will only be with you until 5:30 p.m. His replacement, Mr. Donovan, works the night shift. He'll supervise your shade study and take care of all your needs during the night. In case of emergencies, Mr. Donovan will let me know. Are we going to spend every night by ourselves? For the entire month? Demi asked, shuffling on his feet. No, Major Coleman said. He began explaining that his men on the rooftop are in rotation every 8 hours. And with Mr. Marino and Mr. Donovan, along with our doctors, so there won't be a time any of you will be all alone. Look, I know you're scared, but there's a reason why there hadn't been any deaths these last decades. The system works. Trust the system. Trust us and we will keep you safe. Major Coleman promised. If he was trying to make us feel better about all this, it didn't work. Why not use CCTVs? I asked. Because I thought that would be the most effective and safest way to do it. Because cameras couldn't see the shade, Major Coleman sighed. Read the handbook. It has all the answers to your questions. There was a long silence as we tried to take it all in. Well, if no one was any more questions, then you are dismissed, Major Coleman said. You are welcome to wait here for your luggage, of course. Oh, and if you haven't eaten yet, Mr. Marino is already preparing lunch. But I don't think any of us had any appetite, not after hearing that news. For the first time, ever since being identified as a haunted, I can't help feeling scared. It's not like I'm not taking any of this seriously. The threat of the shade is real. I get that. I guess it just doesn't feel real. But the secrecy, the isolation, and all these military precautions, it changes my perspective on this whole shade business, and made me realize just how serious the danger we were in. Chapter 7. It was past lunch when my baggage came. Each was labeled with the name of the owner since our parents cannot hand them personally to us, for obvious reasons. Major Coleman assigned us rooms by giving us keys with numbered, wooden, key rings attached to it. Mine was room 6, a room just above the glass sliding door we came in. I was halfway done with unpacking my stuff, which mostly are clothes good for a month, when I remembered about the handbook Major Coleman was talking about. I went to the lamp table and pulled open the drawer. Inside was a simple notebook, the words Haunted's Handbook engraved with white ink, in contrast to the black cover. Same as with the number 6 in the center, the number of my room. I took it out, sat on my bed, and ran my fingers on its cover. It's some sort of fabric. It felt like touching the surface of a sofa. I opened it. There was an extra space where a pen is held by a strap. The first page reads Top Secret. For Byringen personnel and Haunted's eyes only. It described the shade, although Mr. Chua did describe the shade to our class already. The information here is more detailed. Below it was a set of shade rules that we were supposed to familiarize ourselves with if we wanted to survive throughout the month of October. Like how the shade originally kills haunteds. Apparently, according to Shade Rule 1, once a shade latched on a haunted, the haunted will fall into a catatonic state, usually leading to cardiac arrest. Doctors weren't able to do anything once the haunting took place since drugs seemed to have no effect on the body. I kept reading. I already know that the lights protect us from the shade. But what I didn't know is how exactly. Apparently, according to Shade Rule 4, the shade ceased to exist under the light. It went on to explain that the shade doesn't simply disappear from the naked eye, all supernatural traces of it disappear, but will reform again in another place safe from the lights. I bet this rule is based on the theory of Mrs. Roth, the one who discovered the use of the lights. I've read about her on our trip to the Shade Museum for history class. She's got a whole gallery dedicated to her with her monument, self-portraits, everything. She was a hero. I've remembered reading that after her kid died, she took a passionate interest in the shade. That passion eventually led her to conclude that only sunlight can affect the shade because the shade never appears during the day, even in dark places safe from sunlight under the bed, inside the closet, and only appears at night. And apparently she tried everything else. Fire, flashlights, and anything that casts light, because at its base the shade is still a shadow. So she passed on her theory to the government, and the military tested the only thing we have closest to sunlight, the lights. It was a short read, ending in Shade Rule 5. The shade cannot be captured or recorded by any devices. Like Major Coleman said. Not really sure how the last one was going to help. But it does explain why there was never a picture of the shade. I closed the handbook, put it down beside me, and lie on my back. Years of studying, observing the shade, and all they have is this. My mind is having a hard time to believe it. I would have read it again if it weren't for someone knocking at my door. I sat up and jumped off my bed to open the door. It was a girl. "Hey, we're having a karaoke party," she said, smiling. "I was wondering if maybe you wanted to join us." "Sure," I said. "I've been meaning to get to know my dorm mates, so this is just perfect." I extended my hand. "I'm Vergil, by the way." She reached for it. "Harmony," she said. She looked over my shoulder. "You haven't unpacked yet. Do you need help?" "Nah, I'll be okay. But thanks. I'll see you there." "Okay. See you." I put the handbook away and finished unpacking. I grabbed my key and ran downstairs. When I got inside the arcade room, it was surprisingly empty, except for one girl playing Tekken 7 on PlayStation 4. "Hey," I called out. "They're having a party inside. Weren't you invited?" "Oh, I was," Cana said. She trailed off, her eyes fixed on the flat-screen television, doing a 10-hit combo with Asuka. "Man, this girl is good." The in-game voice announced K.O. as the 2 letters flashed on the screen. She rested the controller on her lap and stretched her arms up. "I was waiting for you." "Oh, let's go then." "Yeah, totally," she said. She handed me a controller. "Do you play?" I took the controller. "It's really not that fun beating girls in video games." "Oh, you were so dead." It was a standard best of 3. Let's just say my Brian's seen better days. "You're right," Cana said. "It's no fun beating a girl in video games." I laughed. "How are you so good at this?" "It's Dad's favorite," Cana confessed. "Of course it is," I said. "Well, we should probably go inside. They're waiting for us." "Sure. Let's just casually sing in front of complete strangers. Sounds fun. You don't have to sing, you know." Cana crosses her arms over her chest. "Oh, please. It's karaoke. I'm not a buzzkill." "I don't get it. You literally sang in front of people before. You sang Happy Birthday to Mrs. Misaki in class. That's different. They're our classmates, my friends. Is that why you've been waiting for me out here? You're feeling shy." "I'm not shy. I'm stranger avoidant." "Stranger avoidant," I said, hardly containing the grin spreading over my face. "Look, all I'm saying is that there should be some degree of familiarity. I need to know them first. Otherwise, I might end up sounding like a goat being butchered." I laughed. "Now you make me very curious." She hit my shoulder. "Okay, if it comes to it, we'll sing duet. High school musical style," I said, rubbing my shoulder, still laughing. "So you won't have to do it alone. We'll be like Troy and Gabriella, but less attractive and can't sing." She suddenly got quiet. I thought that was a good joke, but she just kept staring at me. Troy and Gabriella got together, you know, she said. She brushed her hair behind her ear and looked at me. Is that what you're saying? That we should? All the blood in my body rushed to my cheeks when I realized what just happened. Oh, wow. Haha, that's not, I swear I didn't kidding, she said, laughing. You're so easy it's not even fun. You know, I'm starting to regret ever talking to you, I said. She powered down the PlayStation 4 and got up. Come on, Troy. I followed her inside. There were 5 more people already singing and laughing. Everyone was still in their uniforms. There was Demi, Harmony, and 2 of whom had already made an impression back at the dining area, Blonde Ponytail Girl and Spiky Boy. They were sitting on the sofa, singing along with another guy standing next to the karaoke, holding the wireless microphone, belting to Ed Sheeran's Dive. When he saw us, he waved with his free hand. I waved back at him while he continued hitting those high notes, making Spiky Boy and Harmony hoo-hoo. The glass table was filled with a bag of potato chips, paper cups, and a couple of 2L bottles of Mountain Dew. I gave Demi a nod, which he returned. When the guy finished the song, he joined us on the couch. Blonde Ponytail Girl stood up. You guys, let's stop for a bit and have everyone introduce themselves, she said. There you go again, doing things on a whim, Great Pipes guy said. What? Blonde Ponytail said. What's wrong with that? Didn't it occur to you that maybe someone here hates introducing themselves to complete strangers and now you've put them completely on the spot? Great Pipes guy said. I immediately thought of Cana. I turned to my left and saw her chatting it up with Harmony. Despite her stranger-avoidant condition, she's actually doing pretty well. I think it's a great idea, Harmony said, temporarily suspending her chat with Cana. This is the perfect opportunity to get to know each other, considering we'll be staying here for a while. Plus, it makes first meetings less awkward. See, Blonde Ponytail Girl said to Great Pipes guy. I'll start, she continued. My name is Eris Mitchell from Lorenzo High. With him, she said, nodding at him who was sitting by her side. He grabbed Eris' wrist and pulled her down. I'm Leo Garcia, yes, the Leo Garcia, he said, beaming. He looks like he was waiting for us to gush over him for some reason, so I shot Cana a look. You know him? She gave her head a quick shake. Not a clue. He's the lead singer from our school's band, so he thinks he's such a big deal. Eris explained while facepalming herself. I am a big deal, Leo emphasized, leaning on the table. She's just jealous that I'm getting all the attention, he said almost as a whisper, as if Eris cannot hear anything. I'm not as vain as you, so I don't really care, Eris said. But I'll have you know, some guy asked me out for a movie last week. I just told him no because of tennis practice. Leo looked at us and shook his head. Complete lie. How dare you? Eris said, punching Leo on his shoulder. I know you're both from the same school and all, but do you know each other? I asked. Don't be silly, Harmony said to me. They're obviously been dating for a while. Eris just rolled her eyes. Ugh. Here we go again. I could have sworn seeing a ghost of a smile flashed on Leo's face. But he grabbed potato chips by the claw and shoved them in his mouth, so I didn't give it much thought. Our parents are close friends, Leo said. Oh, childhood friends. That sucks, I said. Leo shrugged. Well, what can you do? My parents are childhood friends, Harmony said. Now they have me. Eris made a disgusted face. With this guy? No way. That's like, super weird. It was so funny that it was impossible not to laugh and feel sad for Leo. But Leo looked more annoyed than hurt. Well, I'm not exactly excited being paired with a girl whose idea of fashion is a sweaty tracksuit. I'm the team captain of the tennis club. Of course, I'm gonna get sweaty, genius. You're wearing them every time I come over. Slob. Well, you always come over right after practice, creep. So, Harmony interjected in a loud voice, almost a shout. How about I go next? She sat up straight and brought out a sweet and friendly smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Harmony Adams. My friends call me Harmy, but if you have a better nickname, I'd love to hear them, she said as her attention jumps from person to person. I hope we all get along. Then she gestured at Spiky Boy across her. You want me to? Okay, he said, putting down his cup. I'm Kent. Kent Edwards, same school as Miss Congeniality here. And I mean that literally. It sucks you didn't want the entire thing, by the way. Harmony giggled. Thank you. Wait, What are we talking about? Eris said. She almost won Miss Senior High. Kent said. Oh no. Eris said. What happened? I sort of failed hard during the question and answer portion. Harmony explained. But you'd still won Miss Congeniality, Eris said in awe. That's amazing. I'd say it's well-deserved, Leo said, turning into some fake art expert scrutinizing every detail of a beautiful painting that is Harmony. I stared at Harmony for a bit. She was about my height. Slender figure. She pulled the top of her straight, dark hair up into a bun while letting her sides and back loose. Her chocolate skin accentuates the red shade of lipstick she's wearing. She's pretty all right, and she seemed to be someone cool to hang out with, so can't say I'm crazy about her, though. What? Cana said when she noticed me staring at her. I leaned over to whisper in her ear. You going to be okay? I'm next, you know. I think so. Kent gestured for me, so I introduced myself. Cana went next, who basically just rapped out her name. Then, of course, Demi went last. Kent let out a satisfied ah after drinking soda from his cup. Now that we got that out of the way, can we talk about this place? No school, no homework, and we're practically free to do whatever we want. This place is awesome. Yeah, no phone, no internet, Leo complained. He was busy looking at a square-hand mirror he's holding. He keeps tossing his already hard from wax black hair with ash-gray highlights up into messy waves. Then he pulled a piece down and twirled it into a curl. I thought he was going to return the mirror to Eris. I assumed it's hers, but instead, he slides it into the left breast pocket of his uniform. Dude brings his own mirror. Who does that? How am I supposed to vlog now? To ensure that our location remains hidden, Major confiscated our phones. Also, the dorm has no phone lines, no internet, probably because of haunteds like Leo here, who might just drop a day in the life of a haunted video. Eris rolled her eyes. Will you die if you can't vlog for a month? No, Leo replied. But my channel will if I don't post regularly. He took a sip from his cup. And I just started putting out ads. They don't trust that we'll keep the shade a secret. Kent said. And yet, we're supposed to take notes of this thing. Leo said. Why not do it themselves? Isn't it because of Shade Rule 2? Demi said. Can't be helped. Shade Rule 2. The shade will materialize as close to a haunted as possible. However, the shade must have a direct line of sight of a haunted for it to materialize. I recalled. So if we stayed inside, where the shade can't materialize because of the UV lights, then it will have to materialize outside. But since it won't see any of us inside the dorm, it will not materialize at all. Let's leave all shade talk for tonight, Eris suggested. When Mr. Donovan arrives. Yeah, right now is for this party. Kent cheered. My mom never lets me do whatever I want, so. He grabbed his drink, held it out in front of him and sang Freedom. With vibrato. We all followed suit and matched his voice, laughing. The protagonists experience a chaotic night in the Byringen dormitory, where one of them, Kent, is murdered, and the culprit appears to be the very shade they have been observing. But isn't the shade supposed to lack physical form? As new evidence emerges, the protagonists begin to question everything they know about the shade and realize they might be up against an even more deadly adversary. The crux of this story lies in revealing the true nature of the shade and how the protagonists seek the truth amidst fear. Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comments section. Chapter 8. We've been talking for some time now and noticed no one else came to join us. Is it just us? I asked. I don't think anybody else is coming, Harmony said. Why not? I don't know, she frowned. They didn't open up, so I thought I should just leave them alone. That's probably the best, Kent said. Being forced to live with strangers for a month is not something you can just accept that easily. It's probably why they give us all this. He nodded at the food on our tables. To help ease the transition. Seems like you're doing okay yourself, I said to Kent. He went for another chip. I guess I'm kind of used to these kinds of situations. I can't help but frown at him. How could you be used to this? You know those volunteer doctors who live in remote villages over long periods. You mean like Doctors Without Borders. I know this because of this YouTube channel I subscribe to. They speedrun video games to raise money for charity, usually for Doctors Without Borders. That's my folks, he said with a proud smile. And they bring you along? Leo asked. He nodded. I'm not complaining, though. But this is by far the best one I've been to. The secrecy, the isolation, the creepy shade. It's like something from a horror movie. If you're okay with dying, sure, I said. Oh, come on. We're safe here. As long as we stayed inside. But don't you think security is a little bit too much? Cana said. To ease our minds, Major Coleman explained that if someone managed to sneak past the heavily guarded wall around the mountain, the forest acts as a natural maze and camouflage from eyes on the skies, providing a second layer of defense. And if someone managed to find this place, pressure sensors that can differentiate human and animal footsteps are buried around the perimeter of the forest surrounding our dorm. The trees themselves are equipped with thermal sensors that trigger an alarm that initiates the lockdown protocol in place whenever a human heat signature is registered. And if all that fails, there's always the soldiers positioned at the rooftop authorized to use live ammunition. It's supposed to be protection from the superstitious citizens, to avoid a repeat of another dark year. But I'm sure the walls and the forest are enough for that job. I can't help but wonder if Major Coleman is hiding something. I don't think so, Eris said. What if an escaped psycho found this place at night and we only have Mr. Donovan to protect us? We all stared at her, too stunned to speak. You watch too many Criminal Minds, Leo said, which made us all laugh. Can happen, okay. Eris snapped at Leo, which made us laugh even more. Knock it off, guys, Harmony said, being considerate of Eris, but she was giggling herself, so she wasn't very convincing. Eris checked her wristwatch. Oh, it's almost 5:30. We should start cleaning up. Boo. Kent groaned. Killjoy. Leo said, hiding the word between fake coughs. Eris crossed her arms over her chest and gave them a glare you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of. Did you say something? I'll get the karaoke, Leo said to Kent with a serious expression. You take the plates. All right, Kent said with quivering lips. I could hear the panic in his voice. Hey Vergil, you can't just sit there and do nothing. Here, take these bottles, he said, practically pushing them to me, and dragged me out of the door. I waited till we were outside, in the visitors' lounge, before I burst out laughing. Dude, I said between laughs. You should have seen your face. Kent, using his free hand, wiped his forehead with the sleeves of his uniform. Oh man, I did not expect that at all. When we opened the door to the dining area, we saw Mr. Marino holding a large service tray. A savory aroma of beef broth and vegetables immediately filled my nose. Kent stopped for a bit. What's up, Mr. Marino? He said. Hello, I added, following Kent. Good afternoon, children, Mr. Marino greeted back. He placed the service tray on top of the only empty table and faced us. You're a bit early, as you can see. Oh, we were just cleaning up, I said, holding up the empty 2L bottles. I'm glad to see you kids enjoying yourselves, Mr. Marino said in a slow and measured voice, as if testing our reactions. Considering the circumstances. Kent shrugged. The creepy shade aside, I love this place. A smile appeared on his face. That's good to hear, he said. Then he looked at me. Well, I trust you know what to do with recyclables. I nodded. Mr. Marino went ahead to empty the contents of his service tray. I followed Kent to the kitchen countertop. I pushed the plastic, soda bottles against a swinging door labeled non-biodegradable under the kitchen countertop and dropped them inside. Having done what we came for, Kent and I walked towards Mr. Marino. He just finished setting one of the 3 tables with 4 plates, 4 bowls and silverwares. Each plate was served with a cup of rice. The ceramic bowls hold a generous portion of chunks of beef, potatoes, cabbage leaves and a saba banana, sliced in half, swimming in brown broth. Smells great, Mr. Marino, Kent said. Been a while since I've had niligang baka. You went all out, huh? Wait till you see the dessert, Mr. Marino said. Do you need help? I asked. Well, I just need to take them out of the fridge. Perhaps you can tell the rest to come down instead, Mr. Marino said. And tell them to bring their handbooks with them. He said, pointing at the intercom mounted on the wall. Just press the button and talk. You used one of this before. I asked Kent. No, Kent said. But I'm excited to. He pressed the button. Hello. Kent said, his voice filled the room thanks to the speakers overhead. This is your captain speaking. Nah, this is Kent. Mr. Marino wanted you guys to come down for dinner. And bring your handbooks with you. So, Captain out. Idiot, I said. That means you too. Mr. Marino said, not looking amused at Kent's joke. Off you go. We bumped into the rest of the karaoke group, who were also on their way up. Dinner at 5:30, Leo said. I'm not sure how I'm going to get used to this. When we got back to the dining area, everyone else, including those who didn't come to the party, had already assembled. In front were Mr. Marino and a tall guy with an athletic build who was introducing himself as Mr. Donovan. I didn't expect him to be so young. He looks like he just graduated from college. Kent and I ended up being seated with Cana and Demi. He's the night shift, Mr. Marino said. He'll be looking after you till morning, as was discussed, and that includes supervising your shady study. Don't worry, Mr. Donovan here is very dependable. I'm sure you'll all get along. We started eating while listening to Mr. Marino like a group of good kids as he reminded us of the do's and don'ts. When he asked if we have any more questions, no one answered. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Marino said. Good night, children. We all said good night. How he would find his way out of the forest at night is something he didn't share with us. Now, we'll have a lot of time to get to know each other, Mr. Donovan said. But for now, we need to talk about your shifts and rules during shade study. He took a pile of papers from his shoulder bag and gave it to Demi, who started passing the papers around. What you're holding there is the schedule the previous Haunteds had used. Once everyone got a copy, he continued. You'll see that all 12 Haunteds were split into 3 groups, meaning 4 persons each. They had a rotating schedule, so Group A would take the first night, Group B the second, and Group C the third, resulting in each group having 2 nights off before their next shift. That is a lot of time for rest, especially for those who aren't used to staying up all night. But I suggested you train yourselves to be night owls since pulling an all-nighter every 2 days is bad. How you write your notes is up to you, but we have to be sure to have it done before morning, for our daily report with Major Coleman. I suppose this works, Eris said, stood up from her seat and walked to the center, near Mr. Donovan. Okay guys, let's form 3 groups. Who wants to be on my team? Leo walked up to her. Who put you in charge? Eris just ignored him. Anyone else? The entire room was suddenly immersed in violet light, making us yelped. Nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Donovan said. That's just the UV lights turning on. Which means it's 5:30 p.m. and we should be out there by 6. A warning would have been nice, Kent said. Then he cleared his throat and pretended to be holding a microphone. Ding 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 ding. Attention, Haunteds, this is to announce that the UV lights will be turned in a minute. Thank you for choosing Byringen. We hope you enjoy your stay. Ding 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 ding. We all laughed, even Mr. Donovan. Well, that's your job now, he said, smiling. Now go find a group. Kent saluted Mr. Donovan, got up, and walked towards Harmony's table. The rest started grouping up. I turned my gaze back to our table where my handbook was the UV lights revealing the hidden letters and my room number. Want to team up? I asked Cana, who simply nodded because she was still eating. Can I join you guys? Demi asked. I remembered that Demi was on his own and being the youngest here, I didn't mind him tagging along with us. So I looked at Cana, being stranger avoidant and all. She nodded again. So I guess that's that. You need one more, Kent said as he walked towards us. I thought you'd want to be with Harmony's team. Yeah, well, Kent said, nodding at Harmony's team, who was already complete, including Harmony, Leo, Eris, and a guy we didn't saw back at the party. They already have 4. With dinner done, the dishes at the sink, and the groups complete, we head out to see the shade for the first time. Chapter 9. The UV lamps outside and the wall lights around the dorm are in full effect. Being surrounded by the darkness of the woods, the bluish-violet lights give the place an eerie yet awesome atmosphere. Combine that with the chirping of crickets permeating the cold night, Byringen just put the scariest horror attraction to shame. But the main attraction still hasn't made an appearance. According to Shade Rule 3, the shade appears any time after sunset. The earliest ever recorded was 6 p.m. So we were standing out here for almost 4 hours now, our pens and our handbooks in our hands. I've been hearing some disappointed grumbles, some wanting to go to bed. Tonight's group was supposed to be Eris group, so there's really no need for all of us to be out here. But like Kent said, as if no one would want to see the shade in person, I decided to take one last scan of the woods before going to bed. I focused my attention on the ground just outside the reach of the UV lamps, where the trees cast long shadows under the pale moonlight. I caught movement. At first, I didn't believe my eyes, so I blinked them hard and looked again. This time, I was certain. On the ground, the shadows started moving. Over there, I yelled. I didn't take my eyes off of the moving shadows. Successive gasps and excited chatter followed. Even though it's dark, it's pretty hard to miss a moving shadow, even if it's the same hue as the other shadows. Kent walked up to me and draped his arm over me. Is this cool or what? Remember, write down everything you see and compare it with what we have, Mr. Donovan instructed, reminding us of our duty. We kept watching the shadows, swirling then rising up to the air like a black vortex, till it formed a figure of a person. The creature has arms and its entire body is charcoal black, its face featureless. The trunk tapered to a point, floating a few inches above the ground. Exactly as was described in my handbook. Paranormal events are rarely documented. Most I know are internet hoaxes, bogus articles, photoshopped pictures, or poorly edited videos. There has never been such a paranormal event as consistent as the shade. So seeing the shade for the first time, I can't help but gaze in wonder, maybe feel a bit scared as well. I saw Demi to my right. Being the youngest and coming here alone, I just realized that maybe this was not as fun for him as it is for us. But if he was in any way uncomfortable, he wasn't showing it. He kept watching with great diligence, pen at the ready. Hey, is it supposed to be doing that? Kent said. He slowly brings his arm up, his hand trembling as he points at the woods. Like what? I asked, following where his finger was pointing. The shade was still there, hovering, motionless. But something's happening. Something I didn't notice before. Looking closely now, I saw that its face was shifting. 2 slits opened up, revealing blood-red spheres. Black ink surfaces at the center of each sphere, forming an inner circle. It almost looks like the pupil of the eyes. Eyes. They're eyes. But the shade isn't supposed to have eyes. At least the handbook didn't mention it having eyes. Look, someone shouted. I heard simultaneous gasps, then silence. I don't have to look around to know that we are all confused looking at the same thing now. It's moving. The same guy said. The shade floated behind the trees, hidden from our sight. I dashed up towards Mr. Donovan, my eyes trained on the trees. I'm not sure this is in the handbook. Stay in the lights, Mr. Donovan said. He held out his hand to me, looking at my pen and handbook. So I handed them to him. Then he pulled out his walkie-talkie and made a request to sweep the area where the shade was last spotted. You're going after it? I asked. What's Shade Rule 1? He asked. The shade only attacks haunted. I recited as the soldiers marched past us. And am I one of you haunteds? No, sir. I have to follow it. See if there are any more surprises, Mr. Donovan said. He unclipped a flashlight from his belt and tested it. Bright, white light beamed out in a straight line. You're not using UV lights? I asked. That would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? He said, referring to Shade Rule 4, the shade ceased to exist under UV lights and sunlight. So if he is to go observe the shade using UV lights would not be the way to do so. Mr. Donovan dismissed us when the area was cleared. The 4 soldiers separated and began checking the adjacent areas. Then Mr. Donovan approached the spot where the shade first appeared as if he was just taking out the trash, seriously not worried about his life. Did you guys read something about this? I asked no one in particular, keeping my eye on the woods, watching Mr. Donovan. I'm pretty sure we were all given the same handbooks and a chorus of no clears my doubt. My mind started racing. How come 20 years' worth of reports from previous haunteds missed something so obvious? Unless the reports didn't. I thought, of course, that makes sense. If this wasn't in the reports, it could only mean that this is something new, something that wasn't seen before. I don't know if it's the cold air blowing through my uniform or the realization that we are dealing with something we know nothing about, possibly putting us in real danger, but a cold chill ran down my spine. I watched as Mr. Donovan stepped out of the lights and disappeared behind the thick trees. The excited chatter earlier was turning into nervous anticipation. But after a minute or so, Eris suggested we head back. We've all heard Mr. Donovan, she said. Let's head back. But as we started walking back to the dorm, a sudden, piercing scream of a man cried out from behind. I turned around and saw the soldiers immediately ran back to the spot where Mr. Donovan was. Then a tree started to slant, groaning, its leaves rustling as it slides down. The tree crashed through the other trees in front, snapping off branches before hitting the ground with a strong shake that made my knees rattled. Everyone jumped back from the deafening crash, screaming. Most immediately turned and raced back inside. Curiosity and concern for Mr. Donovan's well-being made me run to the edge of the protection of the lights. I guess it's the same for the rest who decided to stay out here with me. Mr. Donovan, I shouted. No response. Eris cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Mr. Donovan. But Mr. Donovan remained silent. We have to help him, she said. She brushed past us, but Leo grabbed her by the wrist. Where do you think you're going? He said. Eris yanked her wrist free from his grip. He's in trouble. Leo stepped closer to her. Step outside and you'd be too, he said in a low and soft voice. How would that help Mr. Donovan? Eris gritted her teeth, but she took a deep breath and exhaled. You're right. You never really think things through, Leo said, pulling Eris towards him. Cana was looking at the woods, craning her neck as if that would help her find Mr. Donovan. You think he's okay? We watched as the soldiers spread out and call out clear to each other. One of them ordered us to get inside. Come on, let's just go, Kent said, standing next to me. They know what they're due. There was a solid shick, and a spray of warm liquid to my face made my eyes close on reflex. The shrill screams of everyone followed. I wiped the stuff off of my face and looked down at my hands. Under the UV lights, I can't really tell what it is, only that it's glowing and feels sticky. Then, I remember Kent was saying something and noticed he went quiet. When I looked up to him, my eyes opened wide at what I was seeing. A dark item, a piece of wood, maybe, had buried itself deep in Kent's neck. Where he was struck, the same glowing liquid flowed out, running down his uniform. Every muscle in my body stiffened when I made the connection. He fell down on his knees, his hand inspecting the foreign object threatening his life. He looked at me straight in the eyes and tried to speak, but all I can hear is him coughing up more blood. His hands went limp at his side, then his body thuds to the ground. A pool of his own, glowing blood spread around him. Around me, cries of panic erupted. But my brain was having a hard time making the words out, so instead all I was hearing were garbled noises. I stared at the lifeless body in front of me before I registered the fact that he's dead, that the glowing liquid was his blood. My dinner threatened to reappear. I covered my mouth with my trembling hands, keeping myself from throwing up. The soldiers came up to us and formed a protective circle, their weapons aimed at the woods. One of them knelt down by Kent's body, checking for pulse. He looked at his buddy and shook his head. Another pulled out his walkie-talkie and requested backup. Get inside. Now, one of them said. My body was shaking hard, as if someone just doused me with a bucket of icy water. I opened my mouth, but words wouldn't come out. I have to move. I need to get away from here, I thought. But my legs were useless. My eyes were still fixed on my buddy, waiting for him to get up, but he never did. Kent never did. Chapter 10 Vergil. Cana shouted. Her strangled cry snapped me out of my trance. My first reaction was to turn my head towards the trees, to look for the shade, for Mr. Donovan, but I didn't see any of them. Someone gripped my wrist and felt a forceful pull that I almost stumbled, dropping my pen and handbook. I managed to stay on my feet and looked up to see Eris dragging me along with her as we all raced back inside. The glass door automatically slid open as we approached and we spilled inside the safety of the dorm. Panting, I saw that there were quite a few people down here. They started crowding around us, greeting us with questions that the visitors' lounge became filled with a muddle of anxious voices. What happened? You guys okay? Where's Kent? Demi asked. Isn't he with you? Fish Braids girl walked over to me. She pulled out a handkerchief. Here, let me clean you up. I swatted her hand away, no doubt upsetting her. Kent's dead. I said, my voice on the verge of cracking. I ran past them, towards the stairs as they gasped at the news. They were trying to get me to talk, to explain further, but I ignored them and bolted straight up to my room. Once inside the bathroom, I turned on the faucet. I watched the water spiral down the drain as I tried to steady my rapid breathing, my hands gripping the edges of the sink tight in an attempt to stop them from shaking. When I calmed down somewhat, I decided I was ready to see myself in the mirror. I looked up from the sink. My face was speckled with beads of Kent's blood. Some caked my hair, stiffening my bangs into thick layers of strands, like wax. My uniform got sprayed too, leaving a constellation of glowing dots of blood. I cupped water in my hands and splashed my face. I began rubbing furiously that even though I cleared my face, I didn't stop. Perhaps I was thinking it was just a bad dream, and if I rubbed my face hard enough, I'd wake up in my bed. But it wasn't. Kent really died. This is his blood. I worked on my hair, then my clothes. Seeing that I can't get rid of blood stains on my clothes with just water, I gave up and went outside. I was drying my face with a towel when I saw Cana standing at the door. Then I remembered the panic I caused earlier. I felt so embarrassed and stupid about my actions that I couldn't look at her. How are they? They'll be fine, is all Cana said, very careful about mentioning my major freak-out. She let herself in, coming closer so that we were face to face, but I kept my head down. You okay? I pretended to dry my face some more just to hide a little longer. But sooner and later I will have to face them all again. So I might as well do it here with someone I'm more used to. I'm sorry, I said, uncovering my face. Then she wrapped her arms around my neck, her soft skin brushing against mine, and pulled me closer. My knees bent a little, my head ended up resting on her shoulder. She caught me by surprise, so my first reaction was to break free. But instead, I closed my eyes, allowing myself to feel the warmth of her body fully. I'm not sure if she's wearing perfume or it's her shampoo, but she smelled of sweet strawberry, which I like. Suddenly, my breathing slowed down, my hands no longer shaking. For a moment, the world ceased to exist. It was just us, standing here in my room, locked in each other's embrace. It's okay, she sniffled. It was hard not to notice her body shivering, making me realize that she wasn't handling this any better than the rest of us. This girl, as scared and confused as the rest of us, and yet she came here to check on me, to comfort me. While here I am, hiding in my room, being a huge wimp. I am not proud. I was about to hold her too, to make her feel safe like she's doing for me when I heard someone knocked. Immediately, we pulled away. Harmony was at the door, looking no better than the rest of us. I wiped my face dry for the last time, even though I was already dry and clean. Harmony, Cana said, wiping her tears. Her voice got croaky from crying. Was it true? Harmony asked. Was Kent really? I'm sorry, I said. Even though I know they really didn't know each other, Kent was still someone from her school. Cana must have considered this as well because she stepped forward to give Harmony a hug. Harmony was way taller than her, so she had to stand on her tiptoe. There was someone else at the door. A scrawny kid with short, wavy hair. Demi, I said. Hey man, you need something. I tried to pull myself together. I embarrassed myself enough. Harmony pulled away, brushing a tear from her cheek. I guess I'll go now. Demi was avoiding eye contact. Can I sleep with you guys? He asked. The soldiers told us downstairs to stick together. Everyone's doing the same. His eyes were beyond terrified, but his voice was so monotonous. Harmony's face lit up. Can we stay here tonight, Vergil? she asked. Please. Both of them looked at me expectantly, and I really don't think I'll be able to sleep alone. Anyway, so I nodded assent. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then, Cana said. You're sleeping alone? Harmony asked. Cana looked uncomfortable. I can't sleep with others. Besides, there's only one bed here. We can bring my bed here, Demi suggested. Before Cana can protest, Harmony took her hand. Please, she said to her. Just for tonight. Cana finally agreed. I'm sure she agreed more for Harmony's sake than anything. We started getting ready for bed. I helped Demi took the mattress from his bed and moved it to my room, which we now share on the floor. Cana and Harmony ended up sharing my bed. We didn't fall asleep immediately, even though no one was in the mood to talk. What can you say after what just happened? Instead, each of us was tuning in to detect the slightest noise outside. We were still so tense, so scared that the occasional critter scurrying along the window was enough to make us jump. I got up and looked out the window. Since my room is just above the glass door of the dorm, I could see everything. I watched as military trucks pulled over, reinforcements spilling out of the back. Major Coleman got out of the driver's cab. The noises pulled my roommates to my side, and we watched as the soldiers covered Kent's body with a white sheet and carried him on a stretcher to the back of the truck. We watched as the soldiers combed through the forest in every direction. And with Major Coleman back, the tension in the room had relaxed a little bit. I can feel my heartbeat slowing down, returning back to its natural rhythm. One by one, we went back to bed. Hours had passed, still nothing happened. I glanced at the clock hanging above the door. It was past 3 in the morning. It was peaceful, like everything that had happened was just a bad prank. But I still couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, images of Kent's death flashed across my mind. His confused and terrified eyes, the sound of him choking, his desperate attempt to keep from bleeding out, all of it came flooding back. My hands would start to tremble. What little drowsiness I've had would disappear. The ticking of the clock didn't help, either. Each tick felt like a long time before the next one, like every second is dragged out into hours. Waiting for the sun to rise, hoping that nothing else would happen for the next couple of hours, is torture. Still lying on my bed, wide awake, I propped myself up on my elbows and checked on the others. Next to me was Demi, lying on his side with his back towards me. Cana and Harmony are sound asleep on my bed. I wondered how they were all able to sleep. Maybe the exhaustion of crying and screaming overpowered the horrors we've just faced. Or maybe them not being splattered with blood on their faces could be it. After some time, I tried closing my eyes again. Almost immediately I'd notice how tired I was. My mind grew foggy as I drift out of consciousness, only for my eyelids to fly open again once the horrors start anew. Finally, my brain took pity on me and decided to keep quiet, granting me rest from the night. Chapter 11. A loud banging on the door woke me up from a dreamless sleep. And a good thing too, because I doubt I would be dreaming of something pleasant. I didn't feel rested. My head was throbbing. I sat up and faced the window. It was morning. Sunlight was spilling through, giving my room a bright yellow glow. The banging got louder and more annoying that everyone started getting up. Demi was squinting at me. What time is it? I looked at the clock on the wall above my door. It's 9, I said. I got up and walked towards the door to open it. A tall, bulking man stood before me. I believe this is yours, Major Coleman said, handing me my handbook. I started wondering how he knew it was mine. Then I remembered that my room number, the hidden number 6, was on the cover. Major Coleman, listen everyone downstairs, Major Coleman ordered. Now. Then he walked away and marched down the stairs. Everyone was still rubbing their eyes. Come on, I said, following Major Coleman down. The 4 of us assembled at the visitors' lounge, along with some who were already there. Others came down as well, filing in till we formed a semicircle of half-awake kids with bed heads who were still in their uniforms around Major Coleman. Major Coleman was studying our faces, one by one. Then he began explaining that last night's search and their sensors revealed no signs of intruders. The shade was never seen again. So what happened out there? Major Coleman said. Not a hint of surprise was coming from his voice. Leo was the first to speak. Sir, we've seen some strange things last night. Things not found on our handbook. Major Coleman raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? It had eyes, sir. It grew red eyes with black pupils. Kent saw it too. I said, Kent. Major Coleman asked, is he? I nodded. I see, Major Coleman said with sympathy in his voice. Let's start from the beginning. We told him everything that happened last night. We told him that we were out doing our duty, observing the shade, how we've heard Mr. Donovan screamed before the tree slammed to the ground and saw one of us died right in front of our eyes. That is strange, Major Coleman said. No doubt the greatest understatement I've ever heard someone said in a matter-of-factly way. Was there anything else? No one answered. Then that leaves us with nothing, Major Coleman said, scratching his head. You did a good job, all of you. Sir, what happens to Kent? Harmony asked. That is already being taken care of, Major Coleman said. What happens now? Demi asked. Breakfast, Major Coleman said. But isn't Mr. Marino in charge of that? I asked. Because we still didn't see him. And I thought he was never late. Mr. Marino is currently on his way to Italy with his family, so he won't be coming, Major Coleman said. Now that was strange. Who takes a vacation right after the first day? Stranger even, why would Major Coleman allow him? Usually, that kind of talk means one thing. You fired him. I asked. Since when? Leo followed up. Since I saw 2 dead bodies outside, Major Coleman sighed. For his safety, and of course to keep this matter confidential, it's best not to get him involved. At least until we find out what happened. The glass door opened and a man in a different kind of uniform came in. Major Coleman looked over his shoulder. Perfect timing, he said. The man joined Major Coleman in front. Kids, this is Mr. Barnes. Major Coleman introduced. He then explained that Mr. Barnes was to be our day-shift army doctor caretaker that replaces our civilian doctors that we were supposed to meet, the same reason as with Mr. Marino. What you've been through last night was not something anyone, let alone teenagers, could brush off, Major Coleman said. His voice was stern yet full of sympathy. But there are certain matters that need my attention, so I will have to leave you in the hands of Mr. Barnes. Are you going to be okay? There was a rumble of different responses. We'll be okay, sir. We really don't have much of a choice. We'll manage. Somehow. Now, about breakfast, Major Coleman said, addressing our immediate need. My guys are decent cooks, I got it, the guy with curly red hair with an undercut said. Stocky build, broad shoulders, he looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Definitely the last person in here I would expect to know how to cook. Very well. Mr. Darius, the guy said. Darius Angelo. Anyone else? Major Coleman asked. 2 girls raised their hands. The glass door slid open and a soldier stepped inside. I have to go now, Major Coleman said. And I'll be expecting your reports when I return. He turned and went out. Through the window, I could see Major Coleman climbing up the cab of the truck. The cooks instructed the rest of us to wait at the dining area while the 3 of them prepare our breakfast. Inside, Cana and I ended up seating with Harmony and Demi. Leo and Eris wanted to share our table, but there were only 4 seats. Eris had the idea of pushing our tables together. I'm going to ask them too, Harmony said, referring to the 2 haunteds, another guy and fish braid girl sharing the last table. Leo got up to help them push. Once we were all seated in the now long, rectangular table, Cana offered to set the table, which we all helped with. I remembered this was what Harmony was hoping for at karaoke yesterday. Seeing that we had such an opportunity, she immediately attempted to strike up a conversation with the 2. Usual small talk, but you can see the twinkle in her eyes. Leo joined too, but his mostly interested talking with Fish Braid Girl, who introduced herself as Indigo Haruna. I was right about her. She was in fact homeschooled but said it was mostly about arts like painting and stuff. The other guy barely talks, and if he does, he gives one-word replies. But at least he gives Harmony something, told her his name was Cato Ainsworth. The conversation picked up. It was mostly about regular stuff, movies they like, series currently they're watching. No one mentioned Kent or anything that had happened last night. As if by some unspoken rule, we all agreed to pretend that last night didn't happen. Meanwhile, Darius and the two are hard at work. It wasn't long when breakfast was served. Darius and the other cooks set plates of thinly sliced hams, sausages, hot dogs, fried eggs, and 2 loaves of bread still in their plastic packaging. It was a simple breakfast. No one complained, though. All the conversation stopped as we attacked the food in front of us. Eris broke the silence when she practically demanded that the cooks introduce themselves, so we know who to thank for the meal. Names were exchanged, smiles shared. Soon, everyone was having fun. It must be the fact that it's morning, knowing that we're safe from the shade at least for now, that brings about this relaxed atmosphere where we can enjoy ourselves. I doubt dinner would be the same. I noticed one of the cooks, Caprice Miller, a girl with silver-rimmed glasses and charcoal black hair cascading down her shoulder in beautiful waves, was on her best behavior. Sitting with good posture, sipping tea from a teacup and saucer. I didn't even know we had those, while looking all poised and elegant. But when she resumed eating, all manners went out of the window. I leaned to Cana, sitting to my right, the sole heiress of their family's fortune. But her father's textile industry went under, so now she has hot dogs with her tea, I said, nodding at Caprice. Actually, Cana said. She was trained how to act, told what to do her entire life, but secretly hated all of it because it made it hard for her to make friends. Eating hot dogs with her tea is her way of making herself appear more silly, hence, more approachable. Ever since our ride up here, I know she was cool to joke around with. I mouthed the word wow at her, nodding approvingly. She just shrugged, with a smug look on her face. So, Caprice, Leo said, propping up his chin with his elbow on the table, smiling at her. What school are you from? She returned to looking all prim and proper, dabbing her lips with a tissue. Peregrine Academy, she said, bringing out a pleasant grin. It's an all-girls school. Isn't that like a finishing school, where they teach you how to eat right? Scarlett Angelo, the other cook, and the younger sister of Darius, both from Xavier High, said. Her hair, long and straight and parted in the middle, was the color of fire, fitting her name perfectly. Or was it the other way around? My sister could use some help, Darius said, nodding his head at Scarlett's messy plate, to which Scarlett glared at her brother. Caprice giggled. There are some etiquette classes, yes, but it's not mandatory. Wait, Cana stood from the seat. So you are rich. My parents are rich, not me, Caprice said. Cana shot me a look that said spot on. Is it hard making friends in your school? Now I'm the one standing up. Well, I didn't find that to be the case, Caprice said, holding up her cup with her pinky finger in the air. When I sat down, Cana leaned to me, her hand covering her mouth. You're good at this, but I like your lonely rich girl clitch too, I whispered back. When we finished, everyone started clearing up their plates. What should we do next? Demi asked. Nothing much but to write your reports and wait for Major Coleman, Eris yawned. As for me, I'm going to bed. She got up and carried her plate to the sink. Hey guys, Harmony said. I think we should make the best out of the time we have now. I hope I don't come off as insensitive, but what do you think about karaoke party? There were tired, less than enthusiastic responses around the table, but the party is on. It was very clever for her to say make the best out of the time we have now instead of left. Chapter 12. I'm in. Let's do it, Leo said. Then he turned to Indigo. Did I mention I was the lead vocal of our school band? You like Ed Sheeran? Leo put a shoulder around Indigo and started leading her out of the room, not even bothering with their plates still on the table. Eris came back and saw the plates, then Leo on Indigo. I swear if it was physically possible to roll her eyes any further, she would. She cleaned up after the two and went out. You're coming too, right? Cana asked. Sure, I said, just want to write down my report first. I'll see you there. She nodded. We took our plates to the sink, where Cana and Demi volunteered to wash the dishes. The rest of us trickled out of the room. I just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible so I can fully enjoy the party. There was no need to squeeze my brain to recall every little detail that happened. I remember them all. The memory was still fresh, as new and as disturbing as when it happened. Just writing them down made the pen in my hand shake, but I was determined to get it done. Words turned into a paragraph in a matter of minutes. I was in frenzy, my hand was writing on its own. It didn't take me long to retell the experience and jot down the strange observations we've made. I finished my report, which looked more like a diary entry, and lie down on my bed for a while, my hand still holding the pen and handbook. I figured they haven't started yet, so I took another minute to read the handbook again, checking to see if I somehow skipped any information that could explain what we've seen last night. There's got to be something we've missed, I thought, because if there were, then that would mean that last night we just got careless or it was all just an accident. That would also mean that the rules still worked and the dorm still safe. Even after experiencing all of that firsthand, I still just can't bring myself to believe everything that I'd witnessed last night. Unfortunately, I was wrong. I didn't miss any details about the shade-growing eyes because there simply wasn't any, which means that whatever we saw last night never happened before and we are the first to have seen it. Lucky us, I muttered. My feet were kicking the bed on the floor, reminding me that Demi left his bed here. I'll tell him next time. I walked up towards the window. Kent's body was gone, but the tree was still there. I wondered why Major Coleman didn't have the tree moved. But then it hit me, after staring at the tree for a while. The tree was wide and huge, must have weighed tons. Clearly, Major Coleman didn't have the manpower or machinery to move it. Why did it fall in the first place? I thought. I perked right up as if an electric current had been applied at the base of my spine. The shade-growing eyes, Mr. Donovan's scream and the tree falling, Kent bleeding out, choking. All these frightening disturbances last night made us miss the simplest details. Why did a huge and wide tree fell down last night? Curiosity sent me dashing downstairs. On my way out, I saw Cana just stepping outside the dining area. "Oh hi," she said. I grabbed both of her shoulders. "Cana, we missed something big." My intensity took her by surprise. "Oh, what do you mean?" I let go of her and lowered my voice to a whisper. "I'm going outside. Check things out."
Wanna come?
"But what about Harmony? And the party?" she said, still looking confused. "I'll see you there." Then I said, rushing out of the dorm. "No, wait," she said, running after me. "I'm coming." Warm sunlight greeted us as we head outside the dorm. It was so bright that I had to squint. My hand provided cover for my eyes. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue. A gentle morning breeze blew over, in contrast to the warm, sunny morning, which felt nice. It was a perfect day. For laundry, for field trips, and basically everything else except for what we were planning to do. I looked up the rooftop and saw that Major's men are still in their position. Knowing that soldiers with assault rifles are watching over us in broad daylight made me feel a little better. "What exactly are we doing again?" Cana said, walking up to my side. "I may have something about last night," I said, "but I need to check some things first." Outside, there were two others already looming over the fallen tree. Darius and his sister, Scarlet. "Should we tell them?" Cana asked. "I have no idea what to expect, of what we will find, and after causing a scene last night, I'm really not too excited to start another one right here. Can we keep this between us, is that okay?" I asked Cana. She met my eyes, studying me, trying to read my mind. "Sure." "Hey," Darius greeted as he walked up to us. Her sister, Scarlet, followed closely behind. "Just thought we should see it. Cana said. "I don't remember seeing you guys last night when it crashed." "Yeah, well," Darius said. "After that tree fell. I knew I had to get her away," he said, pointing at his sister with his thumb. "He was panicking the whole time," Scarlet said with a blank expression. "At one point I thought he was going to cry." Darius glared at her. "Says the one who can't sleep last night without hugging Captain Snug." Scarlet let out what can only be described as a war cry and pounced at his brother. Her arms went flying, trying to cover his mouth, but his brother was taller and faster. "It's cute when you were 5, now it's just weird," he said while blocking her sister's hands. Scarlet stomped the ground hard, her hands balled to fists at her side. She tiptoed to get into his face. "At least I don't wet the bed." This went on for a while, with a lot of insults and name-calling being thrown and embarrassing secrets being revealed after every exchange. Cana was laughing at the scene, hugging her ribs. "Shouldn't we stop them?" I asked Cana, who was trying to catch her breath. She wiped a tear from her eye. "What? I must have looked pretty confused because she added, 'I guess you wouldn't know.'" "Huh." Siblings always get into fights like this. I do with my older brother. It's almost nothing serious. She explained. She must have remembered that I told her that I was an only child back in the school van. I've always wondered what it would be like having a brother or a sister. Even wished to have one at some point. But if this is what it's like to have a sibling, I should probably thank my parents for stopping at me. My parents. I wonder if I was going to see them again. By the way, Cana said, stopping my thoughts from becoming more depressing any further. If they can embarrass each other that much, it just shows how close they are. Oh yeah, I agreed. Close to killing each other. Finally, Scarlett stomped away and headed back inside the dorm, with her brother running after her. You know, it's hard not to envy them. Cana said. They didn't have to see Kent die in their faces. Maybe it would have been better if we just ran inside the same time they did. I was wondering how they could act like this. Sure, we are all acting like last night didn't happen, but not to this extent. But now I kind of get it. Like seeing the news about murder in your area. You're afraid, but you don't walk around the neighborhood, thinking you'd be next. Hearing about something is very different from experiencing it yourself. Maybe, I said. Come on. I need your help with something. Chapter 13, What Are We Looking For Again? Cana said, kneeling on the grassy field beside the tree. We've got to find out why this tree fell in the first place. It just doesn't make sense. Like the fact that we're playing detectives while they're having fun inside. You know you followed me out here, right? Just then, the glass doors slid open again. Another guy stepped out. We stood up as he approaches us. He looked at us, then the tree. Guess we had the same idea, Cato said. Mind if I join you? It's not like we have exclusive rights over the tree, so we let him. And so we spread out, checking every inch of the fallen tree, hoping to find something, anything that could help. The tree was wide and tall, at least the same height as the dorm. Leaves are scattered around its sturdy, barky trunk. Nothing was out of the ordinary. At first glance, everything was exactly as it looks. A tree fell. That's it. No shade. No dead kid. Whoever Major Coleman called, they did a great job cleaning up. I looked at where Kent's body was supposed to be lying. Now the grass had been mowed down. The only trace of him left was a dark patch created on the dirt, like a dried mud puddle after raining. The image of his death returned, reminding me of last night's horror. My heart started pounding. It's all right. It's morning. We're safe. I had to tell myself repeatedly. I took a deep breath and continued working down to the base of the fallen tree. That's when I noticed something strange. The base was cut diagonally. I ran my fingers on its surface. It was smooth. I tried to recall what I've remembered last night. The shade floated behind the tree. Then Mr. Donovan followed. After that, Mr. Donovan screamed and the tree started to slide and crash to the ground. That's about it. So what happened last night? Shades have no physical body, so it's just impossible for them to touch things, let alone fell a tree. I walked over to the stump and squatted by it. The surface has the same smooth diagonal cut. Next to it was another dark patch of the ground. I assumed it's where Mr. Donovan's body was found. Hey guys, I said. I think you should see this. They immediately came over and sat beside me. So it's been cut, Cana said. She ran her hand on its surface. A clean cut. Way too clean, I said. What could cut down a tree this size, this smooth? A chainsaw, maybe, Cato offered. Although it's not exactly something you carry around with you. And wouldn't that take at least minutes before it cut through? Cana said. Not to mention the noise it would make, I said. We couldn't have missed hearing something like that. In fact, I don't think we ever heard anything before Mr. Donovan screamed. So what could cut a tree in half as if it was butter without making any kind of noise? Cana asked. For a moment, we just stared at the stump as we tried to come up with possible answers. Cato shook his head. No idea. Isn't that kind of impossible? Cana said. Cato nodded. By normal means, yes. I took in a lungful of the fresh mountain air. The forest was full of life. Birds were signing. I spotted a squirrel scurrying down a tree. It was invigorating. I should have been enjoying this, but now that I've got my answer, a new, more troubling thought prevented me from doing so. If no natural means could have done it, Then what about a supernatural one? But that would mean... Vergil, you okay? Cana said. You've been staring at that stump for a while. I was so lost in my own thoughts that I wasn't even aware of that. Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. She held my gaze as if she knows I was hiding something and was waiting for me to tell her. I don't know why, but somehow I felt guilty. I dropped my gaze down on the stump again. It's not that I'm trying to hide what I know. It's just, I'm not sure yet. It's not in the handbook. I feel like it's too ridiculous that it's almost stupid. Even I don't believe it myself. If she did notice, she didn't say anything. Well, Cana said, stretching her hands up in the air. This was fun. Now, about that party. Yeah, I said. They're probably waiting for us. I turned to Cato. What about you? He just shrugged. I took that as I got nothing better to do, so why not? The three of us went back inside. Cato told us to go on first, said he's getting a cup of coffee. Inside the karaoke room, I didn't expect to see only Harmony and Demi inside. Hey guys. Demi waved at us with a big smile. Both of them changed out of their uniforms. Cana sat down next to Harmony. What happened to the others? Caprice mentioned the word shower and everyone took off, Harmony said, combing her hair with her fingers. We agreed to meet back here. So you haven't started yet? I asked Demi as I sit down next to him, across from the girls. Oh, Leo sang some, he said. A bag of gummy bears was opened in front of him. But I guess he was tired because he said he was going to bed. I looked down at my blood-stained uniform I was still wearing. Last night didn't really offer a lot of chances to clean up and change. A shower sounds nice about now. Yeah, Cana said, inspecting the ends of her hair. All right, I'm going. Yeah, me too, I said. We promised we'll be back right after, but after showering and getting dressed in a plain white shirt and black chino shorts, I find myself lying on my bed. My mind keeps coming back to the clues we've seen outside. About the theory I chose not to tell them. There was a knock on my door. I got up to open it. Hey, Cana said. She was wearing a sleeveless, blue, cotton shirt dress that ends in white laces just above her knees. Are you ready? Yeah, I said. I thought about keeping my theory a secret, at least until I figured out how the shade did it. But then I remembered about how she comforted me last night and thought if someone was going to hear my stupid theory and laugh at me, I'd rather it to be her. Can I tell you something? Is this about the tree? Cana said. I blinked. There really is no hiding from you, is there? She just shrugged. You weren't exactly hiding it. I invited her in. When she passed by me, the same strawberry scent filled my nose. Must be wearing perfume. Or maybe it's her shampoo. So, I said, locking the door behind us to make sure no one can listen in on our conversation. Cana stepped up on Demi's mattress that was still on the floor. So, she said, the sweet scent reminded me of last night. When she hugged me, I remember her soft skin, her warm body pressed against mine. And now here we are, in my room, alone, just like last night. My heart started beating so fast and hard that I was afraid she might hear it. She never mentioned it. And I don't really have a good reason to bring it up, so we acted like it never happened. So it is possible that I may be reading too much into her kind gesture. I mean, she did the same with Harmony. It's just that I've never hugged a girl before. The whole thing just caught me by surprise. That's it. It was probably nothing. I shook my head and get back on track. This is gonna sound crazy, but I think the shade did it. Cana studied me for a while. You mean the tree or Kent? Both. And Mr. Donovan. Cana furrowed her eyebrows, crossing her arms over her chest. But the handbook said, the shade is a living shadow, I finished. It has no mass, no body, no way of touching physical objects. I understand that. But the handbook also described the shade having no eyes. And we both know that's not true. Cana thought about it for a while. So the previous Haunteds were lazy. I don't think so. When I asked Mr. Donovan last night, he looked like he didn't have a clue. That's why he went after the shade. So the eyes are new. What does that have to do with the tree? Or Kent? Or Mr. Donovan? That's what I'm getting at. What if the shade can now touch things? And the reason it wasn't in the handbook was because it never happened before, like the eyes. Okay, so the shade has eyes and can touch things. Still doesn't explain the tree. When I think about last night, I'm certain I've heard Mr. Donovan screamed first, then the tree started to fall right after. Right? I think the shade needed something to kill us from a distance since it can't get close to us. That's why it cut down the tree. And Mr. Donovan, based on the timing of his scream and the falling of the tree, I think he probably just got in the way. The conversation stopped as Cana sat down on my bed, absorbing my ridiculous claim. I decided to keep quiet as well. Outside, I could hear the footsteps coming up and going down the stairs. Pretty crazy, right? I said, because any longer and the silence would be unbearable. She shook her head. It just doesn't explain how the shade cut down the tree. And how would you even prove that the shade did it? We have to know how Kent and Mr. Donovan died. You don't mean like examining their bodies, right? Cana asked, looking like she was about to puke. Oh no, I said, waving my hand in dismissal. Nothing like that. Just a report of the cause of their deaths would be enough. So we wait for Major Coleman. She started playing with her hair. But for now, karaoke, Cana said as she got up off my bed. Come on. Chapter 14. I don't think karaoke's going to happen because when we came down, Major Coleman was back. Almost everyone was here. Leo and Eris brushed past us down the stairs. I was about to say hi, but they looked like they didn't appreciate being woken up. Everyone had to be present for the meetings, so I changed my mind. With everyone down, Major Coleman started. He told us that only Kent's parents were informed about his death, and that the whole thing is not made public, of course. So, does that mean that our parents have no idea what we just went through last night? Eris said. Correct, he confirmed. And they never will. Unless we die, I said to myself in a low voice. Unfortunately, we huddled in a small circle, so even a slight mutter like that was loud enough for all to hear. Major Coleman gave me a look, as did my dorm mates, as if checking to see if I was being sarcastic or it was a genuine concern. I don't even know myself, to be honest. The words just came out of my mouth before I even realized. Which is why you were given your duties, Major Coleman said. Demi raised his hand, even though it's not protocol. What do you think happened last night? I don't know, Major Coleman confessed. That's what you're all here for, remember? Indigo stepped forward. What did you tell Kent's parents? About how he died? There was an accident, Major Coleman said. And their son was an unfortunate casualty. After he said that, many of us started murmuring in disagreement. And by the looks of his face, I don't think even he buys what he just said. That's it. I asked, waiting for more explanation. And they believed that. Who knows? He said. But until you kids found anything that would suggest otherwise, then that's the story. What about the cultists, sir? Cato asked. Could it be them? The cult went out with their leader during the massacre 50 years ago, so there's just no way unless, of course, Major Coleman drops another bomb on us. Considering that no cultist and their activities had been reported these past decades, I would say that is not the case here, Major Coleman said. Just as I thought. But is what I have any better than that? I glanced at Cana. She nodded at me. I took that as her way of telling me to speak up, to tell them what we know. Major, you said that CCTV cameras surround this place. I asked. I did. You also said that we write down whatever we saw, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Major Coleman raised his eyebrow. What's your point? Oh, Suddenly, my lips quivered. I felt hesitant to tell them. Then I realized why. I was about to tell everyone who is already doing their best to keep it together that none of us is safe. And that is if I'm right. But what if I'm wrong? What if I told them my ridiculous theory, only to discover later on that it was something else entirely? Wouldn't I just freak them out over nothing, not to mention make a gigantic fool of myself? I'm still embarrassed about the way I handled things last night. Wouldn't want a repeat now. But Major Coleman did say that we should make note of whatever happens. So should I consult Major Coleman first about this? That way I won't be the one starting the unnecessary panic around here. Cana elbowed my ribs when I had just resolved to keep this a secret. I shot her an annoyed look which she returned. In the end I yield. Just start from the beginning. You've got this, I told myself. I balled my hands in my pockets and took a deep breath. I think I can explain what happened last night. The moment I said that, it got so quiet that I just noticed the pinging of the machines coming from the arcade room. I can almost feel everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the next words that will come past my mouth. I have reason to believe that it was the shade that did it. I told them everything. From our pretend investigation to my conclusion, I just told Cana. And to prove this, you want to see if the piece of wood that killed Kent came from the same tree, Major Coleman said. I nodded. Did any of you actually saw the shade slice down the tree? He asked. Nobody answered. I shook my head. There was strange, prickly feeling running on the back of my neck, growing stronger by the second. I'm sure everyone was staring at me now, anxiously waiting to hear the next set of words of my ridiculous claims. We couldn't see it. The shade floated behind the trees. We never saw it again last night, Leo said. Major Coleman nodded and kept quiet for a second. Eyes and now the ability to touch, Major Coleman finally said. And the tree fell right after you've heard, Mr. Donovan screamed. I still don't know how the shade did it. But who or what else would want us dead last night? I said. Besides, you said the sensors didn't detect anyone last night, right? Correct, Major Coleman said. But I thought that we agreed earlier that you need a chainsaw to cut down a tree that's smooth, Cana said. And even with that, it would take at least a minute to penetrate through the tough bark. But according to you kids, Major Coleman said. The tree fell instantaneously. It did, Cana said. So, even if someone did manage to slip past all that security while lugging around a huge and totally obvious chainsaw, they just couldn't have done it without any of us noticing. Demi looked confused. Why would someone even break into a military base just to cut down a tree at night? No motive, no means. I just can't see any other explanation, I said. Part of me was hoping that Major Coleman or my dorm mates would tell me that I was just imagining things or must have drawn a false conclusion. Oh, how I wanted to be proven wrong now. Major Coleman pondered for a while, absorbing all the information I'd just thrown at him. So in summary, lights are still fatal to the shade. And assuming Mr. Donovan truly did just get in the way, then that means the shades still do not go after other people except haunteds. If the shade can touch things, that would also suggest that the shade have a physical body. No. That could be the case, but we have no way of proving it. I said. Was Mr. Donovan really just an accident? Cato said. That got everyone's attention. What do you mean? I asked. The shade hid behind the trees, a behavior not noted before. But it didn't cut down the tree right away. It waited. And what did Mr. Donovan do, Vergil? I tried to recall what happened. He asked for my pen and Cato nodded at me. What is it? Cana asked me. What's he talking about? You think it lured Mr. Donovan? I said. Major Coleman's eyes opened wide. That would suggest that the shade possesses a degree of intelligence. Cutting a tree down to make weapons, luring Mr. Donovan to his death, Cato summarized. It is intelligent. Major Coleman said, lost in his own thoughts. No one could have anticipated such drastic changes. Not after years of being consistent, especially Mr. Donovan, Cato added. He never felt his life was in danger. None of us did. Major Coleman turned to me. And you said you have no idea as to how the shade cut the tree down, along with Mr. Donovan. I nodded. Well, the only thing left to do is to test your theory. Test it, sir. Of course, it wouldn't mean much if we didn't test your theory, now would it? Major Coleman said. Tonight, you will observe the shade once again and confirm everything we've discussed here. And don't worry, you kids won't be alone. In a world threatened by a mysterious creature called Shade, a group of young people are trapped in a dormitory. One of them, Eris, tragically dies in a fierce confrontation with the Shade, leaving the survivors to face an enemy they may not be able to combat. As night approaches, they prepare to confront the Shade again. But a grave question looms: can they truly kill this creature? Or will they become its prey once more? Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comments section. Chapter 15. We spent the rest of the day in the karaoke room, singing, partying, and just doing our best to forget what would come this night, even if just for a moment. Harmony was standing at the side of the karaoke machine, away from us who were all seating at the sofa. She was singing to Taylor Swift's Jump Then Fall, hitting all the notes with ease. The girls were singing along. The speakers were cranked up to the max. I can feel every bass beat thumping in my chest. The glass table was filled with bottles of Pepsi and Mountain Dew. Everyone was holding either a plastic cup or a bag of junk food, except Cana, who was holding a pinkish beverage in her tall, drinking glass with a straw. "What's that?" I asked her. "Oh, it's strawberry milkshake," Cana said. Then she closed her eyes and pressed her hand on her forehead as if in pain. Brain freeze. Yup. She held out her drink to me, her free hand massaging her temple. "Want a taste?" I took a sip. "Wow, this is good," I said. "Where'd you get this?" "Made it myself," Cana straightened up. "Looks like the pain subsided. Can I have it back?" "Sure." I took one last, long sip before giving it back to her. "It's really good." Cana inspected the glass, which is about half empty now. "Yeah, no kidding." "So," Cana said, finishing her milkshake, "what do you think Major Coleman is planning?" "I don't know," I said, which is 100% true. I don't know what the military protocol is when something like this happens. But it is obvious that they're gonna test things out. "Based on what you said, right?" Leo said, flipping through the pages of the songbook. "He looks more interested in choosing another song to impress the girls with. Right?" I said, almost in a whisper. Eris stopped clapping to the beat. "You know, after seeing those eyes," she said, "you just can't help but wonder what else is new." "Put it another way," Cato said. "You start thinking if the shade rule still applies." That made Leo looked up from the songbook. I turned my attention to Harmony. She probably doesn't hear us because she looks like she's having fun. "Sure it does," Demi said. "If he was just being positive, his voice doesn't show it. I think he truly believes what he just said." The UV lights still worked, right? Otherwise, the shade would have just run straight towards us. Just then, the Cook siblings Darius and Scarlett, along with Caprice, came in with plates of fries, chicken nuggets, the frozen, pre-cooked kind, and different kinds of dips. Ever since the trio volunteered to cook our breakfast, Major Coleman made them our official cooks. And I'm not complaining. What they've prepared for lunch earlier, buttered chicken and breaded pork chops, was simply amazing. Caprice even baked brownies. We scooted over so they could sit. Eris took a chicken nugget and clinked it to her plastic cup. Of course, that didn't make any sound, so she knocked on the table instead to get our attention. "Hey everyone, how about a round of applause for our volunteer cooks here?" she said. "For real, we can't thank you enough." "Yeah, thanks man," I said. "I would have offered to help you guys, but all I can do is boil eggs." A faint smile appeared on Darius' face. "I want to say that I'm just doing my part, or that I love cooking, which I do, don't get me wrong," Darius said. "But to be honest, I'm doing this because it keeps me busy enough not to think about tonight." Well, that ruined the mood. Not that I blame him, though. Especially it's their Group B, on duty tonight. "You should try baking," Caprice said, after a few seconds of silence. "It's a good distraction, and the smell of bread baking makes me feel like I'm back at home." This time, Darius smiled, a warm, genuine one. "Your brownies were amazing, by the way," he said. "What else do they teach you at Peregrine?" "Well, let me show you." Caprice stood up, holding her hand out to Darius. "We should be starting now if we wanted to make it by dinner." We watched the two of them go out, leaving Scarlett behind. "That was easy," she said. Then she got up and followed the two. "What was?" I asked. "That was," Leo said. I looked at Cana for answers, but she didn't give me any, so I just dropped it. Harmony rejoined us at the sofa. "Your turn," she said, passing me the microphone. I looked at the machine and saw that there are no more songs in the queue. "I haven't decided yet." "Come on, you're the only one who hasn't sing yet," Harmony complained. "Hey," Eris said with a soft voice. "It's okay if you suck. It's just us here." "Hey," I protested. "What?" she said innocently. "Are you saying you're good?" As I opened my mouth, I realized that she's not wrong and I don't have any clever comeback. So I decided to keep my mouth shut. They started to chant my name to get me to sing. "All right, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you." They let out a triumphant whooping. After last night, I feel like screwing around. And I just know the perfect song for it. Good thing the songbook has it. The machine beeps for every number I punched in the microphone, followed by a robotic voice repeating the number. Zankaku na tenshi no unai shounen yoshinwa and I ne'er the anime intro started. I heard groaning, some of them were laughing, and a few kind souls shushing those who were laughing, even though they were barely holding it in. Aoi kaze ga imimmune no doa with tataite moi sang. My hand gripped the microphone tighter, because I'm cringing hard. They must have realized what they have done because they started calling me weeb. In an attempt to make it stop, but they are too late. Cannot be stopped. I am unleashed. So the time passed with us singing and snacking. 2 empty plates later, we cleaned up and unplugged everything in the karaoke room since it was almost 5:30. We were on our way to the dining area, carrying empty plates and a trash bag when the roaring engines outside stopped us on our tracks. Curious, we all went out, pulled by the unfamiliar scene. Darius, his sister Scarlett, and Caprice were already out here. We greeted them as they came over and watched the 2 military trucks pulling over. When they parked in front of the dorm, armed men in camouflage came spilling out the back of both trucks, army boots stomping the grassy field flat. I count at least a dozen of them. Some soldiers stopped in front of the dorm and faced the trees, with equal distance from each other. Some soldiers marched around the building. I have no idea of what's happening, so I looked for Major Coleman among the commotion, and spotted him just as he was getting out of one of the trucks. We ran over to him. Major, hey, what's going on? I asked. We're setting up a perimeter, Major Coleman explained. If this thing really does possess a physical body, then we can assume that bullets can now hurt it. Maybe even kill it if we're lucky. And if we're unlucky, Kato said, my men are equipped with UV searchlights so they're not completely defenseless, Major Coleman explained. Then the raised his hand. Now about our meeting this morning. He then confirmed that the wood that killed Kent did come from the fallen tree. He also told us that Mr. Donovan's body was cut in half diagonally, from the left abdomen to the right should. It was a clean cut through the muscles, organs, and bones. The angle of the cut was consistent with that of the tree. Our testimonies that suggested it was made with one swift, silent stroke made forensics admitted of lacking the proper explanation. As such, there's been a change of plan, Major Coleman continued. We had been granted permission to use whatever we have at our disposal to test the validity of Vergil's theory here. The UV lights turned on, but it didn't get any reaction from us since we were too occupied with what Major Coleman was saying. So eat up, and I'll be expecting Group B out here at exactly 6. He then left us and started barking orders at his men to move the tree. We all filed silently back to the dorm and into the dining area. The cooks had already set the table. Everybody took their seats. The trio outdid themselves this time. Roasted whole chicken that smelled of garlic and other spices. 2 huge bowls of golden fried rice with green peas and diced carrots. And a large pot of pork adobo. They even made dessert creamy fruit salad served in a glass bowl. But even these weren't enough to lighten the mood. We ate in silence. Group B, which included the cooks Darius, Scarlett, Caprice, and homeschooled girl, Indigo, finished fast and went out. The rest of us took our time. There were small talks here and there, but it was very unlike the fun ambience we've had during breakfast. Just like how I've thought it would be. We waited till all had finished, cleaned up, and went out too. In the visitors' lounge, I can't help but linger, staring at the glass, sliding door. Leo came up on my side. You can't leave it alone, can you? The whole thing's based on my idea, so I don't think Major Coleman would mind, Cana suggested. Eris started pushing us. Let's go, then. As we stepped out of the dorm, we saw Major Coleman and his men stood at rest, assault rifles strapped to their shoulders. It was a cloudless night. The moon glows brightly in the sky. UV lights of the dorm and of the lamps across are in full effect, giving the night that eerie, bluish-violet hint. The trees were silent. Not a single leaf rustles in the somewhat darker and colder night. Major Coleman saw us came out, gave us a quick nod, and turns his attention back to the trees. Clearly not interested in any of us, so we went ahead and sat down the railing below the kitchen window where Group B was. Even though we aren't required out here, There were also no rules restricting us from joining other groups' duty. And since we aren't expected to do Group B's job for them, only they had their handbooks with them. Still, no sign of the shade. Wherever it is, I hope it stays there. Though I know there was never a night where the shade didn't appear. It's exactly 6:00 daylight is a good 11 hours away. This is going to be a long night. Eris sat next to me. I so want you to be wrong. My lips curled upwards a bit. That makes two of us. Our heads turned to the glass door when it slid open. Hey, Leo called out to Cato. He nodded back and walked over to us. We waited, chatted with Group B and waited some more. The hours went by, painfully slow. What time is it? I asked Eris. She checked her wristwatch. Exactly midnight. I thought of giving it a couple of minutes or so before going inside and off to bed, when a drop of rain fell on my hand. Turned into a downpour. I watched as the ground darkened as the rain continued to pour. That's when I caught something moving on the ground. Did you see that? I said. See what? Darius said. I pushed myself up from the stone railing, moving a bit closer to the spot where I've seen it till the roof run out. My hair and shirt was drenched in the cold rain in no time, chilling my entire body. Vergil, Cana said. I ignored her and stared hard at the ground, determined not to miss whatever it was this time. Then, a moment later, there it was again. The black streaks on the ground began moving. It was the shadows. The shadows of the trees started coming together, swirling up in a black vortex till a floating shadow of a man formed. Finally, Major Coleman said. He raised his hand and gave out the command fire at will. The barrage that followed was deafening. We were on our feet, our hands covering our ears. The place lit up in flashes of lights. Bullets sprayed down the direction of the shade. I was expecting my dorm mates who went to their rooms first to come out running, but the entrance never slid open. It is impossible to think that they didn't hear any of that. I'm sure they just decided to stay put where it's safe, locked up in their rooms. Ceasefire. Major Coleman commanded. Kids, do not come in any closer, understand? We didn't argue. Lowering their smoking rifles, the soldiers switch on their flashlights, assessing the damage done. The bright lights showed us the trunks full of bullet holes and the missing branches of the trees. But I didn't see what I was looking for. What we were all looking for. The shade was nowhere in sight. Chapter 16. We started murmuring to ourselves. Did they get it? It's gone. Just like last night. Come on, let's get out of here. I second that. I'm right behind you, I told them. When they started to run back inside, I ran towards Major Coleman. I have to tell him that this thing's not done yet. Major Coleman, but before I could tell him, a soldier called out his attention. Sir, he said, pointing at something in front of him. It's unharmed, sir. I followed his gaze and saw it too. The shadowy body was devoid of bullet holes. There's no way those bullets missed that thing. This time, the shade floated still before growing two black legs and dropped to the ground. It raises one of its arms to its side at shoulder length. Its arms and fingers elongated to a point before curving inward, thin and sharp, till it resembles the weapon of the Grim Reaper, a black scythe. The image of the falling tree last night came back to my mind. The clean, smooth cut. It all fits. Now we know how the shade did it. But what does that mean for us haunteds? I tried not to think about it, and focused on the shade in front of me. It raised its leg and stepped forward, one foot after the other, leaving a wake of stomped patches of grass where it walked. Wait, if it's stomping the ground, then. Major Coleman, I said, maybe another round. Major Coleman raised his eyebrow. It didn't work. It will. This time, I said, covering my ears again. He stared at me in silence. But rather than have me explain, he raised his hand again and gave the command to open fire at the shade. It worked, all right. Bullets are hitting the shade square on its head, its chest, everywhere. But instead of hurting the creature, its skin swallows up the bullets upon impact. Some remained stuck on its body. Some fell harmlessly to the ground. Switch to you, V. Major Coleman ordered. Unnerved by what has unfolded in front of them, the soldiers swung their rifles around and turned on searchlights they were carrying. But the shade already turned on its heel and retreated to the safety of the trees. Follow it, Major Coleman ordered. The soldiers started to pursue, but the shade swipes at a tree it passed by with its scythe arm before disappearing into the darkness. "Look out," a soldier called. The tree slammed hard to the ground, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. Then more slicing sounds rang from behind the trees. "Major Coleman, this is what happened to us last night. It's the shade cutting up wood to throw at us," I said. He didn't give it another thought. "Pull back. Watch out for the agonized scream of a man cuts him off." The night came alive with the sounds of missiles whistling through the air. Searchlights were broken in quick succession in every soldier's hands. I hid behind Major Coleman. The street lamps surrounding us and the wall lights on the dorm exploded in a burst of sparks. Men keep falling down, hit by flying projectiles. "Get inside," he shouted at me. Keeping my head down, I ducked inside. The rest were already gathered down here. From the looks of their faces, I can tell that they already have an idea of what's happening outside. I huddled up to them, keeping our eyes on the entrance. Panic was starting to build up. "Shut up," Eris shouted, stopping anyone from freaking out. "Panicking won't help." "She's right," Leo said in a much calmer voice. "As long as we're inside, it won't reach us." Through the glass sliding door, I could see Major Coleman's men, limping away from the entrance, with the U.V. lamps outside and the U.V. wall lights installed around the dorm itself destroyed, along with their searchlights. He must have ordered them to bring out their spare from the trucks because they are leaving the entrance unprotected. But even if the shade attempted to come after us here, the U.V. ceiling lights inside will burn it away. Can't harm us. Not here. Then again, that's what we all thought last night. But as expected, the shade stopped in front of the sliding door, just out of reach of the violet wall created by the U.V. ceiling lights over our heads. It dropped on all fours. On its face, a slit appeared horizontally, opening up into a hole below its blood-red eyes. The base and the top part of the hole grew jagged, pointed edges. Then I realize I'm looking at the shade's mouth, and those were its teeth. Sharp, deadly, dangerous. It threw its neck back and opened its mouth wide, letting out a monstrous roar. It was so loud that it shook the place. We covered our ears because it was starting to hurt. I can feel its roar resonating inside my chest. But what is it doing? Is it just frustrated that it can't get to us? Or is it trying to kill us by making our ears erupt? I've never heard of anyone dying from loud noise. Out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention. A glass pitcher on top of a table. Water was trickling down from the crack on its side. Then I realized what was happening. I looked up and saw the same thing. The lights above were cracking from the vibrations of the roar. We have to get out. The moment the lights break, we're dead. But where can we go? The shade is blocking our exit. If we hide in any room down here, we would only trap ourselves. There's only one option. I pulled on Eris' shoulder, forcing her to face me. I pointed up to the ceiling lights. She looked up and got my meaning. She took a deep breath and shouted above the noise, "Get upstairs." I was already on the landing to the second floor when they started racing for the stairs. Darius was dragging her sister after him. I leaned a bit over the railing, looking for Cana. When I saw her, I gestured for her to run faster. She ran past me, safe upstairs. I would have turned and followed her, if only it weren't for those who were left behind, each one frozen solid where they stood. Like what happened to me last night. I shouted at my friends on the second floor for help and I went to the nearest one to the stairs. Caprice. I grabbed her shoulder from behind and shook her hard, hoping to snap her out of her frightened state. But her rigid body wouldn't budge. I got to her face. With both hands on her shoulders, I rattled her entire body, shouting at her face to run. But instead of running, she cried. At least she's no longer frozen still, so I turned her around and pushed her to the stairs. She stumbled down, so I dropped next to her. "Go," I yelled. Finally, my word reached her and she ran. Soon, Leo and Eris came running down. The rest would have followed if Eris didn't yell at them to stay. It didn't take long before they finally managed to uproot the rest from their place and ran upstairs. Caprice greeted me with a hug when I got upstairs. She was still a mess, but at least she calmed down a bit. "Thank you," She yelled, "For not leaving me. Don't mention it." I yelled back. The roar was still deafening. "Even up here. What are we doing up here?" Eris shouted. Okay, maybe she didn't get what I meant. I thought. The shades trying to break the lights with its roar. I explained, straining my voice, yelling. "We stay down, we're stuck, with the shade blocking our way out and all." Just then, the light overhead bursts, making us scream even louder. But the roaring stopped. Only moonlight from outside streaming in through the central window of the hallway served as our light. "Okay," Eris said in now a hushed voice, brushing off the pieces of debris from her hair. "So what's the plan now?" "We'll escape through the windows," I said. "We should split up. It's faster, and would buy some of us time to escape." We heard footsteps approaching, coming up the stairs. "Sis it coming?" Demi asked. We crept to the railing. Peeking down, we came face to face with the shade. My entire body shook. "Light it up," a dominant voice commanded. Before we could react, a wave of violet light shone through the stairs, cutting the shade's body in half. Its upper torso thuds on the landing between the stairs leading up to this floor, shielded from the UV lights. It howled as if in pain. Can't really be sure since the handbook didn't mention if it can feel pain. Then again, the handbook didn't mention a lot of things we were seeing. But it didn't wait for its lower body to regenerate. Its arms elongated and bent down into sharp points. It scampered up the rest of the way, towards us using its arms as legs the same way a spider does, if spiders bore holes through wood with their legs. "Go," Eris yelled. I ran to my room. Caprice and Cana followed. I locked the door. "The window," I told them. Cana slid the window open and Caprice helped her lower the ladder. They must have decided for Caprice to go first because Cana is helping her up the windowsill. I backed away from the door, expecting the shade to come slamming through it. But it didn't happen. Through the closed door, we've heard Major Coleman's men screaming on the other side, followed by the sound of something heavy falling down the floor, making me jump every time. "Hurry," Caprice shouted from outside. Cana went out next. I climbed out of the window. I was on my first step down the ladder when something slams hard against the door. But the door held. That's when I saw black, knife-like fingers piercing through the wooden door. I didn't have to guess who or what was behind it. Cana was still halfway down the ladder. "Jump," I yelled. The moment I did, the shade sliced the door in one downward stroke, its body whole again. It sprinted towards the window. I kicked off the ladder and jumped. It tried to reach for me and clawed at me in midair. But the fall put enough distance so the tip of its razor-sharp claws barely missed my face. If I've jumped a second later, my head would have been sliced into three. We've hit the wet ground. I've never got beaten up before, but I imagine this is what it would feel like. My body was throbbing in lots of places, but my attention was on the shade that was still on my window, howling in frustration, angry that his prey slipped him by. It started to climb over, but beams of violet light burned it away. From its chest, arms all the way up to its head disappeared under the UV lights as if it was vaporized. Lying down on the grass, I cocked my head to the side and saw Major Coleman and his men keeping their UV searchlights pointed at the window. All the other haunteds were safely down as well. My friends came running down to our side. "Are you okay?" Eris said. I propped myself up on my arms to a seated position. "I think so." Cana was groaning beside me. Caprice helped her up. "Can you stand?" A voice interrupted Major Coleman's, who was walking down towards us. "So the lights still work," I said as I tried to do so. The pain was immediate, but I didn't stop to do a full examination, knowing that any minute now, the shade would be back. Half of its body still remains sprawled in the darkness of my room. No doubt it will reform and come back to finish the job. As far as we know, Major Coleman said. Just then, the angry howl of the shade shook the place. It must have regenerated its whole body again to be able to do so. With the only protection we have left are several soldiers with searchlights, I wondered how we will survive the night. Chapter 17. Major Coleman called for one of his men. "Get them out of here." The soldier nodded. Major Coleman turned to us. "This is Private Sampson. He'll keep you kids safe. Now go. Follow me, Private Sampson said. He ran ahead to the truck. My dorm mates followed. But I stayed back for a bit. What do you plan to do? I asked Major Coleman as I wiped the mud from my elbow. Keep it here while you kids get away, run it out the clock, he said. I lingered for a moment. I want to tell him that it's still a while till sunrise. Don't worry about it. Just go. Major Coleman barked. I turned heel and run. Reaching the truck, I stepped up the lowered tailgate. The long wooden benches on either side were already occupied. Cana was sitting to my left, closest to the retractable steps I've climbed up to. She scooted over, so I took that as a sign to sit down next to her. When everyone was accounted for, Private Sampson flipped up the door, bolted it secure, and ran to the driver's seat. The truck was bare, except for the green, rectangular cases under the benches, one directly below me. Open the cases, he said from up front, through the square cut on the tarpaulin separating us from the truck's cab. I pulled the crate out from underneath and opened it. The crates contained searchlights arranged in rows. The same kind they've been using. Arm yourselves. I grabbed a few from my box and passed it along, keeping one to myself. I pressed my thumb on the switch and slid it up, frantic to see if it works, and a beam of violet light gave me a bit of relief. At least this way I can protect myself. The shade won't be able to take me that easy. Sitting on the rear, I can easily see Major Coleman with only 3 of his men left. They were still positioned outside in the rain, flashlights beaming, immersing the front of the dorm in violet rays. But they don't have enough men to cover the entire building. The shade could still get outside through the back, off the rooftop. The situation looked hopeless, desperate even. I can't bring myself to believe that they will be able to stop the shade from coming after us. The engine sputtered to life and we were on our way. Away from this place, away from the shade. As we drive away, I lie back on the bench and let out a long, drawn sigh. Around me were kids with puffy eyes and red noses, all soaked from the rain. The siblings were holding each other in a protective embrace, never letting go for even a second. Leo slumped back to his seat, his head leaning against the metal frame of the truck. A portable, camping LED lantern was hanging in the middle. I watched it swung from side to side as the truck bounced up from time to time. We have no choice but to accelerate on our way down the uneven mountain trail. Our vehicle didn't really offer much protection. It was just a light cargo truck, enclosed on all sides but the open area here on the rear. Sand-colored tarpaulin fastened around the metal skeleton of the interior of the truck, serving as body panels. But we were exhausted, terrified beyond belief, that even if it's just tarpaulin that the shade can no doubt get through in no time, it provided some sense of security. I looked at Cana. She gave me a smile. Not the one she usually wears. There's something to this one that seems fake, yes. A smile to hide what she truly feels inside. Fear, dread, and maybe a bit of relief. We all managed to keep ourselves from losing it despite everything. All our attention was redirected to Private Sampson when we heard him take a call. "It's coming," Private Sampson said. "On the floor now." He then instructed us to sit down in a circle, our back on each other so we can cover every inch of the interior of the truck. I was positioned facing the open area of the rear. With our searchlights on, we waited. We waited for what seemed like forever. But we've heard nothing except for the hypnotic tapping of raindrop on the tarp and the occasional boom of thunder. Anticipating where and when the shade might strike next made my heart pound faster than actually seeing it chasing us. My situation right now is no different than being tied to a chair, blindfolded and hearing the whirring of machines getting close and closer. It's making my brain imagine the most gruesome way the shade can kill us. A problem I wouldn't be having right now if the shade was standing in front of my face. At least that way I know what's going to happen. If it lifted its arm up and brought it down, I can jump to the side. If it swings horizontally, I can duck below it. If I got cornered, at least I know which direction I'm going to point my light at. Waiting was driving me nuts, so I was almost tempted to get up and look outside when I heard screams behind me. I twist my body to their direction. Over our heads, the tarpaulin sunk into a bowl. Something landed on top of the truck. Something heavy. It started moving, making wrinkles on the cloth ceiling. A ripping sound, And then there were 3 holes on the tarpaulin, but our flashlights were on, so when the black fingers claw its way through, it disappeared immediately. The shade bellowed, kept on poking holes on the truck. On top, on the sides, looking for a blind spot. But our defense was absolute. Every time it tears open a hole on the tarpaulin, our lights seared off its fingers. Couldn't even get an entire inch inside before it pulls back its arm, howling in pain. This attempt of the shade led to its own undoing. The truck was like a porous sponge now, violet lights seeping through every hole that it can no longer hide from our lights. A streak of violet beam must have pierced the shade in the head because, through the holes it made, I saw the shade roll off the side of the truck. We watched its honeycombed, dismembered body hit the dirt, shrinking in size as our truck left it behind. We all started asking questions to each other. Did we do it? We did it, right? Please someone tell me it's over. As I was the closest to the rear, I crouched forward till I was closed enough to grab the tailgate and pulled myself to it. From the distance, I saw its black figure lying on its back on the dirt, lifeless. But then it twitched. Its parts must have grown again or fused together because it rolled to its side and planted one arm on the ground and pushed itself up. I don't know if it's the distance, but the holes on its body looked smaller. Then it hunched down and ran, 1 foot after the other, charging at us at full speed. It's coming, I warned. The shade was gaining on us, growing larger and larger as it sprints after the truck, closing half the gap in just a matter of seconds. Mr. Sampson, faster, I yelled. Just a minute ago, its body was still riddled with holes, but now, not a single one remained. Come on, you guys, Eris said as she crawled her way to my position. We just dropped the shade. We'll do it again. The rest rallied to the rear and together we fixed our lights at the direction of the shade. We were prepared. The shade couldn't get any closer. It tried to jump off the road, into the bushes and the trees, but we managed to slice off its leg. Then it disappeared from our sights. We let out a triumphant cheer, and a round of high fives and slaps on the back, mostly of Eris, went around. Yeah, that's what you get for messing with us, Eris said. And please stay away, Caprice begged. This is nice and all, but I just remembered that no one knows where we were going and no one told us. I crouched towards the square opening on the tarpaulin. Where are you taking us? I asked Private Sampson. He glanced back at me in the rearview mirror. Then he kept his eyes on the road, keeping both hands on the steering wheel. We were coming up the checkpoint, the gates already open. We're going through the city. I thought no one was supposed to know about this. We have no choice. The plan was to kill the shade. You saw what happened. Just sit down and buckle up. I'll get you kids to base camp, he said. That doesn't sound very convincing at all, but what choice do we have but to shut up and hope for the best? I didn't feel the need to get back to my seat. Not that it was safer there. Instead, I locked my fingers around the metal partition in front of me and held on tight. Rain and the cold wind were now coming through the holes the shade made, chilling me to the bone. But this also gave us the advantage of being able to see the shade, to know where it's going to strike next. Our eyes peeled on the road and through the punctured holes on the tarp. But we never saw the shade. I think it's still down, hidden in the forest, regenerating back the leg we cut off. Hope was growing inside of me. I was feeling pretty good of our chances of surviving this night when through the windshield I saw a lamppost crash-landed right in front of the truck. Private Sampson swerved, going around the long, downed object. The truck turned so suddenly, so violently, that everyone on the truck was thrown off of their seats, hitting the aisle with a short scream. Private Sampson must have lost control of the vehicle because the tires were still producing that painful screeching. The truck bumped to a stop. I hit my head on the hard metal partition I was holding on to. Good thing we had slowed down a lot, otherwise I would have been knocked out cold. Everyone okay? Private Sampson asked. We all moaned in response. You'll be okay, now get up. No time to be in pain, he grabbed me by the back of my shirt and yanked me up. Go, he said with a shove forward before he unbuckled his seatbelt and kicked his door open. When I took a step forward, a guy shouted in pain. A hand grabbed my ankle. Get off. Get off. My mind was a bit fuzzy from the impact that I didn't realize that I stepped on Darius' leg. Sorry, I said. I hold out my hand to him and he reached for it. Maintaining my own balance was hard enough, but I pushed on my feet and managed to pull him up to a seating position. I shook my head and blinked a lot. When my mind cleared somewhat, I saw that everyone was helping everyone while Private Samson called from outside, yelling at us to get out fast. The rear exit was swamped with everyone trying to get off the truck, so I wormed my way through the square hole, into the cab, and went out through the driver's seat instead. I stepped outside, down onto the wet concrete. My eyes followed the concrete steps to my right, leading up to a great stone arch. Chiseled into opposite sides of the top corners of its frame were two little angels holding some sort of ribbon. A set of enormous, wooden doors looms over us, with a smaller pedestrian door built into each. Anyone lost their lights? We waved ours in response. Everyone seemed to be working just fine. Then, at the landing on top of the stairs, a man who can only be the night guard based on what he was wearing, white long sleeves and black pants and shoes, appeared. He looked shaken up. His eyes were bloodshot. Must be sleeping on his job before we came crashing by the stairs. For a moment he just stood there in silence, his eyes wide open. Then his body jerked up straight like he just remembered what to do and scurried down to us. "Is anyone hurt?" the man said, addressing Private Samson. "I'll get some." His body was turned halfway up the stairs when he trailed off. His gaze went over our heads, fixed on something behind us. Whatever he saw drained the blood from his face. He whirled back and bolted up the stairs. He disappeared. I turned around, looking down the road where we came from. Lightning flashed over the quiet street. Under the stoplight, blinking a permanent red, the shade stood. Chapter 18. Raindrops slid off its body the way rain does on the surface of a leaf. And it looks taller. Top 6 feet easy. And it's way bulkier now than it was back at the dorm. Pointed projections jutted out of its head, shoulder, elbows, and everywhere else. Its arms were so long now that its claws were almost touching the concrete road. "This way," a voice said, the night guard, his head sticking out of the pedestrian door. We crowded the door that I had to squeeze through wet hairs and shivering bodies to get inside. Fear numbed my throbbing forehead. Private Samson entered last, securing our safety first above his own. The night guard pulled the door close and locked it. The moment the night guard turned around, a black, spear-like protrusion erupted through his stomach. Blood was dripping off the tip. We screamed and light the spear arm up. The shade pulled back what remained of its arm, shrieking. For a split second, we could see the hole on the door through the clean, puncture wound of the night guard's stomach before the surrounding intestines and part of his stomach started falling out of position. Flesh and organs were squishing against each other as they slid down, hanging loosely down his waist. The night guard fell to his knees and dropped to the floor, face first. Outside, the shrieking stopped. We started murmuring among ourselves. "Is it gone? There's no way. We've got to get out of here." "Through the back," Private Samson said. "Go." We raced towards the back, down the center aisle, passing through long, wooden benches on both of our sides. Towering, ornate, stone columns ran alongside us, holding up the vaulted ceiling depicted with murals of winged angels that was way above our heads. The shadow below us grew darker. Then it followed us, keeping pace with our every step. "Below us!" I yelled. I pointed my light at my feet and the shadow disappeared. I dare not move my light away from the floor because I know that once I do that, the moving shadow will come back again. My friends followed my lead. The shadow spread along the floor, climbed some height of the columns, and spans the entirety of the floor of the church. Even with all of us and our lights, we simply cannot cover such a huge surface area. In the places where our light cannot reach, up and behind the columns and wooden benches, tendrils of pure black snaked up to the air. "Keep moving," Private Samson ordered. But it was no use. We were a bunch of teenagers running through a haunted house, jumping and spinning from side to side, screaming at the slightest movement. Darius was trying to get his sister to get down the bench and run. Eris and Leo had the right idea of standing back to back. "Guys, get on someone's back," Eris barked. Those near them noticed and followed suit. It was a good attempt but is not as solid as the defense we've had back in the truck. The shade would have no trouble picking us one by one. Keeping my light on the ground, I walked backward, towards Indigo and Cana. Every time a tendril of shadow came slithering up in front of me, at my sides, I turned to that direction, burn the thing away, then keep my light on the ground again. I keep on backing up, my eyes and searchlight jumping from tendril to tendril till I bumped to someone. Move forward. Eris barked at my side when everyone was in position. Inch by inch we moved, rotating clockwise with our lights flashing outwards or down below as we approached the altar. Suddenly, the black tendrils sticking out high up on the columns stopped writhing and were sucked down into the dark shadows. The dark shadows itself grew lighter in hue, more natural, matching the rest of the shadows of the church. Confusion stopped our party from advancing. Before we could process what was going on, a loud boom went off above our heads. When I looked up, large chunks of the domed ceiling was raining down on us. "Jump!" Private Samson yelled. I dove away, landing on my belly. My searchlight skidded across the smooth, white floors. I turned around, propping myself up on my elbows. Eris and Leo were getting up on both my sides. The floor where we were standing was absolutely demolished. The cloud of dust and the debris makes it hard to be certain of who wasn't crushed. But the lack of red on the surroundings makes me breathe a little easier. Our protective circle was broken. My first thought was to scramble to my searchlight, so I sprang to my feet and turned, only to find myself staring the shade in the face. The scythe arm already raised above my head. I couldn't move. Then the world was a blur. Next thing I know, the side of my face was resting on the cold tiles of the floor. I found myself staring at the carpeted steps leading up to the altar. "Light it up," ordered Private Samson. A wall of violet light washed over me. Then Eris screamed. I sat bolt upright. What I saw turned my body to stone. At my feet were Eris' hands. Over the puddle of glowing liquid was the rest of her. Her eyes and mouth gaping at the cross-section cut of her forearms. But her expression wasn't what I expected. She didn't look scared. Or in pain. Yes, she looked more confused. "Eris," Leo shouted. Then her face contorted and she let out a piercing wail. I don't see the shade anywhere. I didn't even hear it howl as it does when the lights burned his fingers off back at the truck. Private Samson ordered the rest to form another protective circle around Eris. When the initial screams and shock passed, we complied. Assured of the safety the lights provide, I looked over my shoulder to assess Eris' condition. She was shaking bad, staring at the bleeding, white stumps where her hands once was. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as she continued wailing. Beads of sweat were trickling down her face. I can't even imagine the pain she's in. Her desperate cries echoed throughout the place as we stood there, useless, unable to do anything. Leo broke out of formation to sit next to her. I tried to do the same. "Get back," Leo snarled. The intensity, the rage in his voice sent a chill down my spine. I took a step back, staring at him as he cradled Eris in his arms. There was no need for more words. I heard what he was saying. "This is all my fault." Anger was rushing through me. It was so unfair. Him blaming me for something I didn't ask for. But strangely, I kept quiet. I didn't protest. I didn't confront him. Couldn't. I find myself agreeing with him. I find myself thinking he was right. It was all because of me. Because I froze. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. An angry cry escaped him. Private Samson knelt to his side. "Let me see," he said. Leo helped Eris hold them up. "Is she going to be okay?" Cana sniffled, still in position. Private Samson looked up to us. "I need something to stop the bleeding with." Demi, who was bawling, took off his black hoodie and gives it to Private Samson, who immediately ripped it in half and wrapped each around Eris' wrists to bind the wound. Private Samson reached around his belt, felt his pockets. He clicked his tongue. "Call an ambulance," Private Samson ordered. "We can't." "Major had our phones," Harmony said between sobs. "I'll be back," Private Samson said. He got up and fixed his eyes on us. "Do not let her close her eyes, you understand. And don't break position." Then he rushed towards the entrance and disappeared behind the wall. But Eris was already having trouble keeping them open. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. Leo kept begging for her to stay awake. Her face was getting whiter by the second. She wasn't breathing as much as she was gulping air. It was hard to watch, even harder to not cry. Scarlet buried her face on her brother's chest. There were no tears on Cato's face, but he was wearing a pained expression. Caprice, Indigo, everyone was a mess, but no one dared to break position. The shade. Where? Eris said between gasps of air. We don't know. All I know is that the shade disappeared and hasn't returned yet. It's gone, Leo said. He's trying his best to sound confident despite his voice cracking. It's gone. So just keep your eyes on me. Okay. He repeated. Okay. Eris whispered. She managed a weak smile before she closed her eyes for the last time. Chapter 19. Hypovolemic shock. It's what happens when the body experienced a sudden loss of massive amounts of blood. Organs couldn't get enough oxygen to function properly that eventually, they stopped working altogether, resulting in death. That's what Major Coleman told us when he broke down the news we were all expecting. Eris didn't make it. When Major Coleman and his men arrived last night, they took Eris away on a stretcher, her arms covered in bandage and all. They even give her a shot of something. He went with Eris and instructed his men to take us back to the dorm. They can't really take us anywhere looking all bloody and half dead. You want some more? Darius asked. Yeah, thanks. I forked a couple of hot dogs on Darius' tray and add them to my plate of bacon, pancakes, and eggs. It was 9 in the morning. We were having breakfast in the dining area, sharing the long, rectangular table made of 3 square ones pushed together. Darius, Scarlet, and Caprice were in charge of cooking again. Now that the sun's up, we just saw the full extent of damage the shade had caused last night to the dorm. All the windows were shattered. Major Coleman had the electricity shut off. It was a hazard, along with the broken lights. At the corner of the room was the heap of pieces of sharp glass that sparkles when sunlight touches it. It's a good thing the bodies had already been collected, so we were spared from seeing any more grotesque spectacle before breakfast. But there were still dark stains on the carpet on the second floor. Same cleanup as with Kent's death. But all is not grim for us. We told Major Coleman what happened. He was especially excited when we told him how the shade never came back after we burned its body. I noted that it was important to burn all of it, hands, feet, everything, based on what everyone said. I reasoned that it's why the shade never came back. There was nothing left of it. Nothing to grow back again. I argued it couldn't have been in line with Shade Rule 1. The shade disappears after each kill. Previous records suggest that number of kills vary from night to night, because Eris was still alive when the shade disappeared. Of course, this is just wild speculation on my part, something I can never hope to prove, but the rest agreed with my assessment. And with that, he left us in the safety of the dorm once again and stepped outside, saying that he had some phone calls to make. After what just happened last night, anyone would imagine that for a group of traumatized kids, having a feast would be the last thing on their minds. But no, we were in high spirits. Plates of food and soda bottles littered our table. We were celebrating the fact that we just killed the shade last night, a feat never been done before in the entirety of the whole shade history. It was Leo's idea. He gave a speech about how we should focus on the fact that the shade can be killed and do our best to keep each other alive, saying that by doing so, Eris' death would not be in vain. It's what she would have wanted, he said. And so we did. No one wants to talk about what happened to Eris, anyway. Whenever her name was brought up, we just changed the subject. Even though Leo said that it was clear the death of his best friend affected him deeply. He wasn't his usual self. He wasn't flirting with or bragging to the girls. Even if Indigo or Harmony initiated a conversation, he would just smile politely, maybe give a one-word reply and continue rolling his sausage with a fork. In fact, he barely joined in on any conversation, or even eat anything. He just kept playing with his food. A pang of guilt stabbed my heart. I tried convincing myself that I wasn't to blame, that it was 100% Eris' decision. But then again, she won't have to make that decision if it weren't for me. The door swung open and Major Coleman joined us. Sorry for interrupting your meal, he said, pulling up an empty chair. A chair where Kent or Eris could have been sitting on right now. I shook my head and paid attention to what Major Coleman was going to say. But I want to make sure that the information we have on this year's shade is consistent. I can't believe decades worth of information on the shade is now useless. He sighed, shaking his head. Anyway, last night confirmed that the shade does possess a physical body. And we have Vergil to thank for that. There was round of applause, but I didn't particularly feel proud at the moment. He then proceeded to list down all the other details we had written down. Here's what we agreed on in the end. 1. The shade can transform into a solid being, and only then will it be able to affect physical matter. 2nd, it can transform any part of its body into anything. 3rd, UV lights are still harmful to the shade. No other methods are known that can hurt the shade. And lastly, burn everything of the shade's body and it will never come back. Anything I miss? Major Coleman asked, and we just shook our head. I hate to do this, especially when you just lost a friend, but I have to do my job, and that is to keep you kids alive. So I have to ask, are we sure the shade is gone? The question had us stumped. I didn't even think of that. No, that's not true. I just didn't want to consider it. In the back of my mind, there was this voice, always fearful, always wondering if the shade would return. But I chose to cling to our victory over the shade last night. I want to believe that we did it. And judging at my friends' faces, I'm guessing they do too. But now, Major Coleman is taking that hopeful feeling away from us by slapping us with some harsh truth. We don't know what happened. We don't know why the shade disappeared. And we don't know if it will come back. I guess we'll just have to find out tonight, Major Coleman said when the only answer he got was silence. Another thing that worries me is that a lot of my guys and one civilian ended up being butchered. You're asking if the shade kills just about anyone now, I said. It's a thought, Major Coleman said. I don't think so, I said. And why is that? He asked. Last night, when the shade destroyed the searchlights, it didn't come after any of your men. I mean, sure, some got killed and hurt, but it basically left them alone after the UV lights were busted and sprinted to the door. I got everyone's eyes on me now. I could have finished you off plenty of times last night, Cana added, looking at the strawberry milkshake she was stirring. But it ignored you and ran after us instead. And what about my men who followed you up the stairs? Major Coleman asked. I thought that was strange too. The shade was literally in our faces, only a few steps up and we would have been minced meat. But instead, it didn't come after us, allowing us time to run to our rooms. Maybe it wasn't fast enough. I mean, half of its body was gone, I suggested. And your men got closer to the shade than it was to us since we were already at our room by that time. Still, why the sudden change? Why bother killing Major Coleman's men when it can get through our door the same time it would take all his soldiers to come up the stairs? His thinking, Cato provided an answer. Major Coleman's men were right behind and it can't get to us fast enough. It must have felt cornered. It knows your men can stop it and we can't. We didn't have the lights. They were trying to protect us like the night guard, I said. So it took care of them first. Harmony asked. The shade felt threatened. Felt scared for its life, is that what you're saying? Major Coleman ventured. Maybe not for its life, but for its goal, Cato continued. Your men, the night guard, they were obstacles to its mission. So the shade removed them. Its mission? Major Coleman asked. As Cato said. Dead. No one spoke a word after that. Then I realized this is exactly what people feared. This is what led to the paranoia that brought about the worst mass hysteria ever recorded. Except this time it's real. Major Coleman, if Cato's right about this, I started. This should be kept secret from the public, he said, reaching the same conclusion as I did. Wait, Cana said, are you talking about that? I nodded. History repeating itself. The dark year. Chapter 20. I remembered the mother whose son was killed in front of her by the fearful mob. My thoughts immediately went to my parents. I imagined my mom, the face she would make as she pleads my abusers to stop. I imagined my father. He wasn't much, physically speaking, but he's the type who wouldn't go down without a fight. Besides, he's got a 9mm hidden beneath their bed. I stumbled upon it once when I was looking for my shoes. I imagined him shooting at the mob as they dragged me out of the house. And the mob returned fire. I imagined the shootout, how horrible it would be to be in the middle of it. Bullets would be flying over my head. The gunshots would be unbearable up close, just like last night with the shade. Then I imagined the worst that would happen. I see my dad falling to the ground. My mom crying over his body. The last thing I would see before the mob turned to me. I gripped the edge of my seat hard that I feared blood may have stopped flowing into my hands. No parents should be made to suffer through all that. Especially not mine. That's illegal now, isn't it? Demi asked. I mean, not that mob killing was ever legal. Yes, but given our city's history, we should prepare for the worst, Major Coleman said. Cato cleared his throat. Still, it's too much of a change. This could be something else, something that didn't exist in the last decades. Indeed, Major Coleman said. His face was unreadable, making me question myself if I can really trust this guy. Maybe he knew something that we don't and suspected this might happen. Or maybe he's just used to dead bodies since he's a soldier and B had been working here for years. Or maybe I'm just so tired and hungry and freaked out that I was starting to doubt everything and everyone. Or most probably, I'm distracting myself from the fact Leo won't talk to me, won't even look at me because his best friend died because of me. If this thing really is capable of rational thought, Major Coleman said. What it did last night, throwing pieces of wood to destroy the lights, eliminating my men first, seeing them as threats. It almost thinks like a human being, wouldn't you agree? Seems like it, Cato said matter-of-factly. The way I see it, we have two options, Major Coleman said. Either find out what caused the changes to the shade and undo it or establish new rules. Both require your participation. What? Cana cried, jumping up from her seat. You mean you still plan on sending us out there? After last night? It doesn't matter what I plan to do, Major Coleman said. If the shade appeared again tonight, and we have no reason to assume otherwise, it will come for each one of you. That, I assure you, have not changed. Cana sat down. I couldn't think of anything she can say to that. I realize that you've been through a lot, Major Coleman continued. But please understand, if we don't find a way to deal with this situation, a repeat of the dark year would be the least of our problems. Our only hope right now is to figure out this new shade and make the necessary preparations. Because evidently last night, he paused, his face darkened. We cannot stop it. But we did stop it, Demi said, looking around. Right? We got lucky, Major Coleman countered. The rest of us remained quiet. We all know that he's right, that it was up to us to save ourselves. That we shouldn't be worried of something so far from the future like another dark year if we weren't even going to survive the night. I dug my nails on the bottom side of the table. I want to scream. I want to just run out of the dorm and take all my frustrations out of a tree. Kick it. Shout at it. Rip its bark. All the guilt. All the rage I'm feeling. The helplessness. Whatever hope I had left in me was gone now. Knowing that we're about to undertake something that has never been done before. That failure means death, and that we only have half a day till it's evening again. But what can we do? What choice do we have but to literally die trying? Indigo was the first to break the silence. But where would we even start? If we're going to do this, I said, keeping my head down, we're going to need everything you have, Major. All the way up from the first haunting. I'll make arrangements, Major Coleman said. For now, we need to go. Go, sir. Demi asked. You'd be in the way once the repairs have started. We'll need another place, he explained. Clean up and be ready to leave when I come back. Everyone went to their rooms to get ready. I took a quick shower and slid on a pair of black, slim-fit jeans and a plain gray polo shirt. I towel-dry most of my hair and let the rest dry in the air as I went out. I didn't run into anyone. They're probably still in the shower. Some might be already downstairs. Whichever works for me because I wanted to talk to Leo alone. His door was already open. I looked inside. Hey, I said. He didn't answer, didn't even look at me. He was sitting on his bed, absent-mindedly staring at the floor. He kept strumming the chorus to Taylor Swift's and Ed Sheeran's Everything Has Changed on his acoustic guitar. I decided to wait for a while and look around. Except for the Ed Sheeran poster on his wall, his room is pretty much the same as mine. Wondered why he even bothered bringing a poster. We'll only be here for a month. We're lucky. Although he did a good job cleaning up his room. He made his bed. Dirty clothes were all in a mesh laundry basket. I forced myself to look at him. He was in a simple long-sleeve shirt, the 3 buttons undone. His hair was tousled and wet. The guy who was so conscious of his hair that he brings his own hand mirror with him, is letting others see him like this and not care. I bit my lip. The guilt forced me to lower my head. I have to say something, I thought. But tell him what exactly? That I'm sorry for his loss. That I'm sorry his best friend died because of me. Words are not coming to me right now. In the end, I was only able to say 2 words. I'm sorry. But he still kept playing. Still, he refused to say anything, so I took that as a sign to leave and turned around. The strumming stopped. It wasn't your fault. I whipped around, confused. And a little bit relieved. All right, a lot relieved. But still, I don't understand. But I thought last night I wasn't angry at you, he said. He finished the song and put down his guitar on his bed. He leaned over, burying his face in his hands, angry at myself. I leaned on the doorway, waiting for him to continue. She was always like that. Always doing the first thing that pops in her head. Always making me deal with the trouble she caused. I guess I wouldn't know that about Eris. But I did notice that about her, like that night with Mr. Donovan. I don't really know what to say to that, so I just shut up and wait for him to continue. I knew that, Leo continued. But I didn't pay attention. She was just right there, right next to me. And I let her die. That's not true, I said. If anything, it's my fault. She wouldn't have to do that if I... Shame made the words caught stuck in my throat. Didn't freeze. Leo didn't say anything. But tears started rolling down the side of his face again. Leo, if there's anything I can do... There is, he said. He stood up and walked up to me. Do what you do best. Study the shade. Keep us alive. His eyes were angry, but this time I don't think they're meant for me. Suddenly, I felt like a bag full of bricks was strapped down my shoulders. I emptied my lungs with a long, drawn-out breath. You got it, I said, looking him squarely in the eyes. I'm not so sure about this, but what else can I say? It's not like I have any other choice. We need to figure this one out if we want to survive tonight. As night approaches, the protagonists face the threat of encountering the shade once more. Split into 3 groups and sent to different safe houses, they hope to reduce the chances of the shade finding them. However, when they find themselves stuck in rush-hour traffic, unable to reach their safe locations in time, they feel an unprecedented vulnerability and helplessness. Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comments section. Chapter 21 Found anything? I asked Leo, who was sitting on the floor with me. He shook his head. Nothing good. We were staying in a luxurious suite in a hotel. Major Coleman brought us here when the dorm maintenance guys came. He would have gotten us all individual rooms, but we won't be here long, so we saw no point in it. As soon as the repairs are done and the lights working again, we'll be heading straight back to the dorm. Besides, I'm pretty sure we would all wind up sharing one room in the end. I mean, none of us really want to do all this by themselves. The place was furnished with 2 recliners of soft, brown fabric and a leather sofa bed, next to a table which top was a mosaic of stones of different kinds, cuts, and colors. The carpeted floor had alternating stripes of black, gray, and white. On one side, there was a large, flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Below it was the square, see-through glass cover of a fireplace. There was a separate bedroom with a king-sized bed, but I doubt anyone would use it. For first-timers, I should have been amazed, but compared to our dorm, this place was underwhelming. Now, I've never stayed in a hotel before, not to mention in a suite, because this room probably cost a stupid amount of money and my parents aren't exactly loaded. But I know this place was not meant to accommodate 10 people at a time. To make room, we removed the tiled table so the carpeted floor became our work area. There were some arguing and pushing as to who gets to sit on the sofa. In the end, it was Scarlett, Demi, and Caprice. The rest of us didn't really care and just occupied the empty recliners and even the carpeted floor and got to work. I didn't mind sitting on the floor since the carpet was really soft. Soon, everyone was busy poring over the contents of whatever documents they were holding. Papers and folders and boxes littered all around us. If someone comes in and saw us, they would probably think that we were just a group of good students having a study session for an upcoming test and not reading up on decades worth of information about the shade. How would we even know if we found it? Darius asked. Aside the handbooks from our dorm, Major Coleman provided us with boxes of information about the shade. Newspaper clippings from decades ago, transcriptions of statements taken from countless eyewitnesses. All archived files we wouldn't even know existed if not for Major Coleman. We even had the original reports of the Haunteds from 20 years ago, the very first reports ever since the system was implemented. It was a lot to go through, but no one minded, especially since it would mean saving our lives. Could be something that wasn't in the file or something new to you, I said. Or just share whatever you find interesting. I don't know, man, Leo said. Everything says the same thing. It was true. Most of the files contain the same description, the same observations. Except for some tidbits of information I didn't know about before, which I used to write some sort of timeline. 1974 to 2025 Shade History Timeline 1974 51 years cult. Serial killing mass kidnapping. 1975 50 years first appearance of the Shade. First record of victims, Haunteds, having their heads missing in photographs. 1985 40 years Haunted Identification System HIS was planned, but without a way to protect Haunteds it was useless, so the government started testing various countermeasures. 1990 35 years Shade Museum was acquired. 1992 33 years Mrs. Roth proposed the use of UV lights. 2004 21 years Dark Year 2005 20 years Byringen was established. Just keep looking, I said. There are still a lot more materials to dig into, so I was really hoping we would find something. Hey guys, Demi said with a high-pitched voice. Did you know that this Shade month originally lasted only a week? Corresponding to the week of serial kidnappings, right? Scarlett said. I've read that. Right, by the cult? Demi said, beaming, as if we were just a group of friends hanging out, exchanging stories and trivia. What do you think they were trying to do? Caprice asked. No idea, Demi said. I haven't read anything about that yet. They're crazy, Cana said. Crazy people do crazy things. I don't know, Cato said, picking up another pile of reports to read. His dark hair swept to one side that his bangs covers one of his eyes. They did manage to create a monster that been hunting kids for years. So maybe they're not that off in the head. I still can't help but stare at Cato. I know we've just survived the most horrific encounter any 16-year-old would have in their lifetime, and looking good is the last thing on our minds right now, but come on. Orange, wool turtleneck and suspenders. It's like he's asking me to make fun of him. On our way here, I told Harmony all about it, hoping to get a laugh. I am in desperate need of a laugh right now. This girl knows a thing or two about fashion. White top with long sleeves and a neckline that reveals her collarbones, matched with a dark blue miniskirt. Her white sneakers with black stripes complete her outfit. I like it. She's cute. But as usual, being the ray of sunshine that she is, Harmony twisted Cato's unique fashion sense into something positive, like he's got his own style. Or fashion is about being comfortable with yourself. Or something to that effect. So I told Cana, who I thought shared my sense of humor, but she actually said that Cato looked good. So I may be wrong here. Right, I said, trying to get back on the topic. So it was a Shade week. What happened? Well, Demi said as he started reading the paper he's holding. Looks like after the UV lights prevented any deaths, the phenomenon lingered way past its time. So the week turned to a month. So if it met its quota of 12 dead kids a week, the what do we call it haunting week stops? Cana asked. Maybe, Demi said. It doesn't look like they tested that theory. Gee, wonder why, Cana said. Wait a minute, I said. So that means the Shade had been changing over the years. I guess, Demi said. But small changes and not all of a sudden. I turned my attention back to the paper I've been reading. Another year before Mrs. Roth's discovery. But the HIS, or Haunted Identification System, the picture-taking thingy, was already implemented. Apparently, someone had thought that if this thing was summoned in the city, then maybe it was tied to it. So the city tried evacuating all those who are identified as Haunteds. And it worked. When the first night of the Shade Week came, nothing happened. There had been no casualties. There were no reports of Shade sightings in the city, so they thought they finally figured it out. But the day after, all morning news channels only covered one story, all reports of a possible shade casualty. Only this time it was in Manila, a city adjacent to ours, the place where the haunteds were taken. There hadn't been an incident where the shade appeared elsewhere except here in Bastille, so as expected, the news went viral. And that didn't sit well with our neighboring countries. There had been multiple meetings between nations about the incident. Various leaders from around the world, mostly from surrounding countries, came to these talks. I imagine it must have been like an ASEAN summit, only they're talking about the shade and not economy. In the end, they concluded that the shade is not tied to our city, Bastille. Unfortunately, that means that the phenomenon would continue to spread over other cities or possibly across continents, following where the haunteds are. A law was signed forbidding haunteds to leave their city for the duration of the phenomenon. "Hey," Leo said as he leaned next to me, trying to take a peek of the report I'm reading. "You got something?" "Oh," I said. "This is." I gave them the summary of what I've read. Cato said. "Always wondered why they didn't just send us off somewhere else." There was a knock on the door. "Chapter 22 room service," said the voice behind the door. Darius got up. "I'll get it." He walked over and opened it. "Food's here," he announced. Two waiters came in, pushing their room service trolleys inside. The trolley was literally 3 stacks of rectangular tables on wheels. Plates of food arranged like works of art laden on each level. I spotted a plate of a pancake tower with strawberry slices in between and a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top, and I already know who ordered it. And sure enough, Cana reached for the plate. I took a plate of a tall burger with alternating layers of patty and melted cheese because Major Coleman's paying for this, so why not? After the waiters leave, we started stacking up papers and shoved them into boxes and put the table back. But the table just wasn't big enough to accommodate all of us, so some ate holding their plates. I sat next to Cana, sharing the table. "Pancakes for lunch." "But the picture looked so good," she said as if dreaming. The burger was so big that I had to spread my mouth beyond its normal range that my jaws were starting to hurt. I could have gone for the knife and fork, but I'm not Caprice. For a moment, we were normal teenagers once again. Eating, talking, and laughing. Caprice kept twirling her seafood pasta. "Should we keep looking?" "What do you think, Vergil?" Leo said. I drank my Coke to wash down the burger. "Definitely," I said. "We still got a lot to go through." "You think they tried to, sprinkle holy water on the shade or something?" Harmony asked. "Oh, I read something about that." "Where did I put it?" Demi said, more excited, rummaging through the pile of folders on his side than finishing his steak. "Got it." He opened the folder and flipped through the pages. "They did," he said. "It looks like they had help from every religion they know. Let's see, there were Catholic priests, Jewish rabbi, Buddhist monks, even shamans and urban ghost hunters." "You mean like those TV shows?" Harmony asked. "You know they're fake, right?" Leo stood up to look over Demi's report. "They must be very desperate." Demi nodded. "They've tried everything." "I don't think we're going to find anything that can help us here," Cato said. "This guy barely joins in on any conversation. So when he says something, he always gets everyone's attention." "We're looking at this wrong," Cato continued. "Think about it. We've seen things that never happened over the past years, and yet we're looking for clues from those years. That's like using quadratic equations to write a poem. It's completely different. That makes this all useless," then Leo said. "But some of the rules still works, right? Like the UV lights and stuff." Indigo said. It was hard not to notice her ketchup drawing of Pikachu on top of her omelet. "True," Cato nodded. "And that's good. I'm just saying we have to look at this at a different angle." "Meaning what exactly?" I said. "Even if this shade is different from the previous ones," Cato said, "its origin is the same. So what should we do?" Indigo asked. "We go back," he suggested. "Way back." Demi sorted through his stack of folders and hold one up. "Here." "No, I mean to the very beginning, before the shade existed," Cato said. "The cult?" I asked. He nodded. "The serial kidnappings, specifically. We start there, work our way up. If there's a pattern, that's how we'd see it. We've heard the doorknob being opened. Major Coleman's back. From the looks of his face, he definitely wasn't happy about something. We have some serious problem," he said. He picked up the remote and turned the TV on. flipping through channels till he stopped at one. A news channel. Channel 11. The same channel my parents and I were watching at home before I've got into this mess. He back up and went to the side so we can see the news. This was supposed to be the latest story, but the news, this particular one they are showing right now, is all too familiar. I'm sure of it because it just happened last night. It was us. It was a downward shot through the window on what looks like a second-floor bedroom. The person filming was a couple of houses away from us. It must been a very expensive camera because everything was in high definition. So there's no denying that it was us. It zoomed in and showed Scarlett crawling out of our total truck. Then Darius. Everyone else was already standing outside. Then the night guard showed up on the platform and walked down to us, then turned and left us there. We turned around and started running up the stairs. Even with the distance, our screams were captured. The shot whipped through something we were running from, something down the road. "What is that?" The voice behind the camera said. It was a guy's voice. Now the video was shaking. "What is that thing?" He whispered as if afraid the thing might hear him and turn on him instead. Panic was creeping in the guy's voice. The shot was following something, but there was nothing on the video. From the road, the shot went up to the sidewalk, then towards the truck and up the stairs before the shot zoomed in on the door of the church. "It's right there. I don't understand. It's not showing B, but I swear it's there. It's tall. His body is entirely black. It's standing right in front of the door. Wait, what's it doing? Oh my god, its arm changes. Are you kidding me? Its arm freaking changed. It stabbed the door. It's screaming. It's in pain. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's very angry." The video showed the door. A gaping hole looked like it magically appeared on it. Of course, it wasn't magic, it's just the camera not being able to capture the shade. I don't know what happened next because the shot cut away back to the news anchors. One was discussing how frightening it was while the other was considering the possibility of it being a hoax. Major Coleman turned the TV off. "So much for keeping it a secret," Cato said. "It's not so bad," I said. "I mean, it didn't show anything. Aren't you guys good at covering up stuff?" Leo asked. "We're doing what we can," Major Coleman said. "But you have to remember that even the slightest indication of this being linked back to the shade, and in extension to you, the public will turn on you. It happened before, and so it is not a stretch to say that it will happen again. I, for one, would very much like not to witness that," he sighed, scratching his head. "And then there are those parasites to deal with." "Parasites, sir?" Demi asked. "The media. If they manage to make the connection, they'll be swarming Byringen like moths to a lamp. Not that they could get close without being shot, but I prefer to keep things quiet. Remember, rumors and superstition were all it took for the city to lose its mind." He sighed again. "Anyway, how are you guys doing?" "Actually, about that," I said. "Major Coleman, we might need everything you have on the cult." Major Coleman blinked. "The cult. We bring Major Coleman up to speed of what we've discussed." "Well," he said. "Have you been to the museum?" Chapter 23. Remember, Major Coleman said. Not one word. Major Coleman was taking extra precaution, but honestly, I think this is a bit of an overkill. We were all dressed in matching uniforms from my school. Even driving here on our school's minibus, just to make it more believable. It's a 16-seater, so we have room for the 2 soldiers Major Coleman brought along. He really didn't explain why. Must be standard procedure. They were supposed to be our teachers supervising us on our field trip, so they were in casual clothing. The influences that Major Coleman must have, to be able to provide all these on such short notice. The museum Major Coleman mentioned was not far from our hotel, so we made a quick visit. Our class actually had our field trip here last month, but I don't remember anything that might help us. Then again, a month ago I wasn't really paying attention. We were in line for the reception inside the lobby of what seemed like the living room of a modest house. The queue was long. Apparently, 2 other schools are actually having their field trip today. The entrance was free, but we have to write down our name, occupation, and current address before we can enter. I brought Cana's penknife with me, securing it in my pants pocket. I know it's useless against the shade, but somehow having it with me makes me feel a bit better. Good thing this place didn't have metal detectors. The guard who inspected it just warned me not to write on the exhibits, obviously not aware that my black metal pen has a hidden knife inside it. There was a huge statue of the shade made from black stone standing in the center. Of course, all the old features. No red eyes. No gaping jaw. Especially no legs and arms that can transform. They might need a new statue of the shade, Darius said. Scarlet warned. Not so loud. Under the statue, a tour guide was giving a tour to a group of Koreans about the history of the museum. We were given the same tour last time I was here. At the time, even though I really wasn't taking this whole shade killing seriously, the history was really interesting as it explains the house-like entrance, so I guess that's why the story sticks. It goes like this. The museum was the home of the boy, Francis Martinez, which is why the museum resembles a two-story residential house. He died 40 years ago. His parents, devastated by the loss of their only son, turned his room into a shrine of sorts. All of his pictures, newspaper clippings, articles downloaded from the internet, and their own theories of the shade when the phenomenon was still fresh can still be seen inside the galleries. First, it was just neighbors and friends who know about it. But the word spread, and soon the place became another place for hungry journalists to prey upon. But thanks to the publicity, it attracted the attention of other parents and relatives of haunteds who've lost their lives. These people became frequent visitors. Soon, an official support group had been set up for families who suffered through the same loss. It became a tradition to bring the picture of their lost loved ones over during the meetings. Some brought their own sketches of the shade. I always thought it was weird why this place didn't have a single photo or video recording of the shade, but now I understand because of Shade Rule 5. The shade doesn't bear any reflection on the mirror or its image captured by any devices. A father wrote his own book about his research on the shadow monster and donated it to the place. The shrine grew more and more as the contributions poured in. Soon, the house became the place to go to for first-hand knowledge about the shade. Eventually, they got so many visitors and even tourists that they could no longer accommodate all at once. They decided to turn the old house into a proper museum. They started a crowdfunding campaign through social media. It was a huge success. The campaign went viral both domestically and internationally. They were making good money from anonymous donors all over the world. Renovations after renovations, the house grew more rooms and equipped with the latest facilities one might see inside a museum. And then the government stepped in. And the rest was, well, history, the tour guide concluded. After hearing that the second time, I'm still not sure if the tour guide intentionally made that bad pun. If she did, then why isn't she fired? Hey man, Leo called, handing me the pen. I signed in. While the others were still in line, I entered the gallery, along with the steady stream of guests and students. There were already a lot of people inside. I took a quick look around, trying to see if anyone is giving us funny looks, but it seems like the disguise works because not one person even spare us a glance. The room was cold from the square air conditioners installed on the ceiling. The marble walls were white and bare. I saw only one exhibit. In the center of the room was a huge, standalone wall that almost takes up the entire room. Mounted on the wall was a painting of the same size. Tourists were flocking in front, blocking my view, so I stepped a bit closer towards the painting. Right next to Indigo and Cana. They were both fixated at the thing, scanning every inch of the painting, absorbing every hue, every stroke on the canvas with the same intensity a dog would give to a half-eaten hamburger. The painting depicted the shade, the old shade, of course just a black shadow, a silhouette of a man hovering in the middle of the room, in the middle of sleeping children. It looks like it was set in a room inside an orphanage, with the kids sleeping in separate identical beds wearing identical white pajamas. I say sleeping, but their eyes were wide opened. At the far end of the room was an open door. Under the doorway was the nanny, slumped to the ground, her head leaning at the door frame. She was staring, just staring with a blank expression tinged with a faint smile. A smile of absolute surrender in a hopeless situation. "It's hauntingly beautiful," Cana said, suppressing a smile. Indigo stared at her as if she's speaking in a foreign language. "Why are you smirking?" "You know, because it's the shade. And the shade haunts us." Her mouth gaped when she gets it. She was laughing as if Cana just told her the first joke in the world. Then I remembered that she's homeschooled, so maybe terrible puns are not part of her upbringing. She stopped, catching her breath. "Thank you, by the way. You know, you don't have to thank someone for their corny jokes. I told Indigo. I immediately felt Cana's elbow dug into my ribs. I know that, Indigo said, irritated by my treating her like an idiot. I meant for the compliment. She turned to Cana. You really think it's beautiful? I do. But Cana said, looking as confused as I was. I look at the portrait of the shade again. It is beautiful, but why would she thank Cana? Even she doesn't get it. Then, my eyes drifted to the bottom right of the painting. At the feet of the bed of a curly red-headed boy, the name Indigo was written in blue paint. I turned to Indigo. Now it's my jaw's turn to drop. No way. She just smiled. So when you said you paint, you meant I pointed at the painting. Cana exclaimed, taking Indigo's hands in hers. That's incredible. Wow, I said. So you're a genius, a gifted, like, a prodigy. Indigo blushed. Ah, thank you. We heard Major Coleman called over for us. We head back to the group. Major Coleman led us towards the back of the painting. The backside of the wall was actually a huge commemorative plaque. Names of previous haunteds who died were etched in gold. They were arranged in columns based on the year of their deaths. We didn't stop to appreciate the plaque more and head straight for the exit. I walked next to Cana. I didn't know you two were close. Oh, Cana said. Actually, that was the first time we've talked. But weren't you, I said. Then I leaned over and whispered. Stranger avoidant. Her lips curled up to a faint smile. Yeah, well, she said. With all that had happened. It just seems silly now, don't you think? I get what she was saying. I really do. It's like things that were once such a big deal doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, I brought a deadly weapon with me to the museum and didn't even think twice about it. Old me would have been scared of being caught, of getting in trouble. Funny how a couple of near-death experiences can change a person overnight. I guess so. We came out of the gallery and into another hallway. The walls were painted pink. Busts of the shade on top of marble pedestals spanned across the length of the area. I took a closer look. It was made with a metallic material, lustrous and of dark color, probably for accuracy of the real one. I lingered for a bit, looking to the left side of the hallway to Mrs. Roth's gallery, the reason we are still alive today. I looked back to the group and saw them already walking towards the opposite direction, leaving me behind, so I jogged for a bit and slowed down to a walk when I caught up to Indigo. My mind went back to that huge Jumbotron-sized painting of hers. I've never really talked to her, so I really don't know her. Then I remembered about our first night in the dorm, about how I basically slapped her hand away for trying to help me clean up. I'm sorry, by the way. She looked at me, her eyebrows knitted in confusion. About what? The night, Mr. Donovan. I paused. I couldn't bring myself to finish that sentence. I was covered in blood. And you were only trying to help. It didn't bother me, she said. She looked down. That night, I didn't stay. I ran back inside as soon as I saw the shade grew eyes. I knew something wasn't right. And you did the right thing, I said. She nodded. My point is what you guys went through that night. I would never understand. She raised her head and looked at me. I was never mad at you. My shoulders felt lighter. A smile appeared on my face. Thanks, I said. We turned a corner and climbed up a set of stairs. This is the first time I've gone up to the second floor. We came upon a set of doors. Major Coleman turned the knob and pushed the door open, ushering us inside. Rows of shelves filled with different kinds of books dominated the room. Hardbound, softbound, folders of transparent plastic and brown envelopes. On one side there were several computers lining the wall. Long tables and chairs with cushioned seats occupied the center. There was quite a number of visitors here, too. A group of kids who seemed like our age was busying themselves over papers with pencil sketches. When I took a closer look, it was all drawings of the shade, done in different styles. There was one which, at first glance, you'd think it was a high-definition picture of the shade downloaded from the internet. Another was just random shapes of triangles, circles, squares thrown together to form the image of the shade. And then there's this dude who drew the shade in anime style, with big eyes and all. But the eye color was blue, different from what we've seen, so I assumed that this was just his style and hopefully not influenced by the real one. Despite the number of people here, there was a calming silence to the place. Dragging chairs and the occasional murmurs made up most of the noise. On another table, there were a boy and a girl, both were just reading. I get that it's a library and what else can you do in one, but they are completely ignoring each other. But I got to admit, losing yourself into a book that everything else seemed to disappear from existence is kind of cool, I guess. Why would you bring your date to a library? Leo said. And why this specific one? I added. How do you even know they're a couple? Cana asked. They could be siblings. Darius and Scarlet look at each other. Even stranger, they both said in unison. We had to control ourselves from laughing out loud so we don't bother others, resulting in a group of teenagers snorting and faking a coughing fit, which in itself must have been more distracting. It was probably mean making fun of others, especially if they don't even know about it. But that's what makes it funnier. And after last night, I really couldn't care less. We needed something like this if we want to keep our sanity intact. Catching my breath, I saw Major Coleman walked over the counter with an old lady with glasses sitting behind it, who I'm guessing is the librarian. The librarian seemed to recognize Major Coleman. They talked for a bit. The librarian took a glance at us and leaned closer to Major Coleman, whispering something. I don't know what Major Coleman said, but the librarian disappeared to the door behind her. The door on the left of the counter with a "For personnel use only" sign opened, the librarian peeking out of the doorway. Major Coleman called our attention and gestured for us to enter. Chapter 24. Inside was a small conference room, the kind used for meetings. On the left side of the wall are wooden shelves with glass sliding doors. A flat-screen television is mounted on the wall across the room. There was just one table, a white and oval one, but it was large enough to be shared with a dozen people. Major Coleman had us take a seat on black, modern chairs while he and the librarian busy themselves over one of the shelves. Of course it goes without saying that everything you learn here remains a secret, Major Coleman said as the librarian set down a white storage box. The words "Cult Investigation" was written on the lid in red ink. You kept something like this in a public library? I asked. Major Coleman pointed at the door where we came in. That is a public library. This room here is a government facility for storage and documentation, he explained, pointing down the floor with both his fingers. Everything you'll see is strictly confidential. We usually keep this type of information private for obvious reasons, even for Haunted's eyes. I think Haunted's would think twice to mess around with something like this, Leo said. Major Coleman just shrugged. Can't be too careful. Cato picked up on my question. So acquiring the museum, building a library on the second floor, a misdirect. A sleight of hand, he stammered for a bit, seeming lost for words. How do you kids call it? His face lit up and snapped his fingers. He exclaimed. Trolling. No one dared to correct him because he looked so proud of himself of knowing that word. And I don't want to be the one to wipe the grin off his face. Right, I encouraged. The others started producing somewhat convincing noises of approvals. I thought that the librarian was going to get more boxes out of the shelves, but she went out of the door. Cana lifted the lid off. Her eyebrows knitted together. Is this it? I stood from my chair and leaned over. There was just one brown folder inside. I picked it up. Major Coleman. I asked him. We need everything. You're holding it, Major Coleman said. His face was a mixture of embarrassment and disappointment. We know very little about them. We don't know what their goal was, what they believed in, their current whereabouts. Everyone started crowding around me. Current whereabouts, Caprice said. My teacher said they were all killed during the massacre. All that was present, yes, Major Coleman said. As you will read inside, we never found their church. My hand was about to open the folder when Major Coleman stopped me. You should also know that the pictures inside are quite graphic. He wasn't kidding. Attached to the reports were pictures of the gruesome encounters. The first photo was what I assumed to be after the massacre took place, based on the number of dead bodies shrouded in black cloth. Another picture showed the students hanging from the ceiling, suspended with cables and meat hooks through their necks. Their heads were missing, not chopped off because that would show bones. No, their heads were gone, like it was photoshopped out of their bodies. I'm guessing this is how the Haunted's identification system was established, Cato said. Major Coleman leaned over. Yes. At first, we don't know what to make of the missing heads. But years of comparing photos through generations of haunteds, it stayed consistent. This led us to theorize that this is how the shade marks its intended victims. Any other kid would have thrown up or burst into tears seeing these photos, but not us. Compared to Kent's and Eris deaths, these gory images are boring. Besides, we have a goal in mind. We were too busy to be scared. I was expecting to see something more of a cult church. But ignoring all the dead bodies and the hanging corpses of the students, the place looks more like an empty, abandoned warehouse. There was nothing cult-y about it. No statues, no altars, nothing. The prevailing theory was that the warehouse was not their church at all. Just a site they've chosen to perform their ritual in since it was close to the schools they've targeted. If the church and all of their teachings do exist, well, we've never come close to finding them, Major Coleman explained when I asked him about it. There's this other photo of a symbol on the floor, drawn with what I assumed to be blood. It was a black sun with a red eye in the center. The sun had exactly 12 licks of flame. The tip of each flame points to a different animal marked with a lit candle. That's the zodiac symbol, Harmony said over my shoulder. Except for the eye and black sun. I kept on reading. Apparently, the victims were born on different zodiac dates. So, the haunteds aren't based on age, but on when they were born. That is the recurring pattern over the years, Major Coleman said. Well, I was born on September 6th. That makes me what? A Virgo. Harmony offered. I know zodiac. I'm October 9th, by the way. Libra. Everyone started volunteering their date of birth around the table, with Harmony helping to identify their zodiac signs as I listed down. Vergil, September 6th Virgo. Harmony, October 9th Libra. Cato, February 15th Aquarius. Indigo, March 12th Pisces. Darius, May 18th Taurus. Demi, June 20th Gemini. Cana, July 22nd Cancer. Scarlet, November 6th Scorpio. Caprice, January 14th Capricorn. And you, Leo, I said. August 10th. Leo, he said. And Eris is April 7th. Want to take a guess if she's an Aries? Your parents aren't that creative, are they? I said. He just shrugged. I guess that leaves Sagittarius. For Kent. Right, Kent. We have no way of knowing his birthday. Not that it matters. How is this going to help again? Cana asked. Not sure, I admitted. But it's something. Photos kept getting passed around. I was holding a picture of the dead body of the cult leader, Daniel Cruz. He had common features. Black hair, brown skin, narrow chin, and thick eyebrows. He died with his eyes open, so I can see that they're brown, too. His most distinguishing feature was the mole beneath his left eye. The report said that he had no credit card information. No known address, education, and employment history are blank. It's like he just popped up out of nowhere. It's not just him. Most of the members killed that night still hadn't been identified. So how did you get his name? Indigo asked Major Coleman. They've had TV stations ask viewers for any information, Major Coleman explained. For a reward, of course. An old classmate called in when they flashed his face over the evening news. So he managed to erase his past, live off the grid, and abduct 12 kids in a week, I said. How do you think he did it? Your guess is as good as ours. Major Coleman said. You have the symbol, access to our blood, Cato said, sliding Major Coleman the ritual symbol picture. Surely you've tried to replicate the ritual, unsummon the shade. We can't, Major Coleman said. We don't know how. We brought in occult experts, famed astrologists, and even historians and scholars to figure out the ritual. But no such luck. He pointed at the sun eye symbol. We can't just draw the symbol and hope that it'll work. It will be no different than a doodle. Without the knowledge of the ceremony, the chants or prayer, there simply isn't anything we can do. But of course, we banned all documentaries about the cult, removed all articles on the internet. Any information we have about the cult are either not made known to the public or had been deliberately changed. In case someone's crazy enough to try and actually replicate it, I said. And actually managed to repeat the ritual, Major Coleman said. These vials. Cato said, holding the picture up to Major Coleman. What were they for? We believe that they drained the blood of each student and stored them inside individual vials for consumption, Major Coleman explained. I'm sorry, what? Caprice said. Cana was turning green. That's like super gross. And that's how you get HIV, Darius said. Caprice stared at him, her mouth and eyes wide in horror. What is wrong with you? Darius put his hands up. I'm just saying. Her sister, Scarlet, looked down, shaking her head. But it says here that there were only 6 vials found, Cato said. Wait, why only 6? I asked. Weren't there 12 students abducted? That's what I've been thinking, he said. It doesn't add up. And you think them drinking blood was part of the ritual? I asked Major Coleman. If you read further, Major Coleman said, you will see that the strike team went in during the middle of their ceremony. They interrupted the 7th vial being delivered to the cult leader when it happened. Whatever the cult was trying to do, they weren't able to finish it. So the rest of the vials, I said, they never made it to the cult leader. That makes the shade what? Cato said. An accident. Maybe, Major Coleman said. For a moment, the room went silent as we absorbed this new information dropped on us, the implications it had. Did you catch any member? Demi asked. Interrogated one. Sadly, no, Major Coleman said. These people, they didn't fear death. They welcome it. They saw it as a necessary step towards their goal. So whenever one was cornered, they would always choose the bullet. Either ours or their own. And the cult and its members have never been found again, right? Indigo said. Correct, Major Coleman said. Personally, I believe they're still out there, practicing their twisted ways. Now the secrecy and excessive defenses of Byringen make sense. The cult could still be out there. But they never made any move. Or have they? Did they have something to do with the sudden change of the shade? So, what are their plans? When will they move again? Why haven't they revealed themselves yet? What are they waiting for? I knew it was too much, I said. The lengths you went to hide the location of the dorm of Byringen. It wasn't just to keep us away from the public. It was more to protect us from the cult. It was deemed best not to underestimate the cult, Major Coleman said. The discussion ended. No one had anything else to ask, to say. We weren't any closer in solving the mystery. Despair was building up in me. Maybe we were just kidding ourselves. What exactly was I hoping for? If even the government and experts, with all their resources and years of study, admitted of being just as clueless, what chance does a group of teenagers have? And tonight, we were going to face the shade again. Maybe for the last time. Well, Harmony said. At least the lights still work. For a moment, there was silence. I just stared at her in disbelief. How can she be so optimistic about it? Don't forget. We just killed it last night, Leo followed. No one has ever done that. My mood shifted from desperation and fear to hope, and maybe feeling a little bit embarrassed. They were right. If even Leo's feeling confident about our odds, then I must be overthinking this whole thing, which I usually do. We already beat the shade once. We just have to do it again. And this time without losing anyone. Still, abducting 12 students in 1 week, bringing the attention of the police to their activities. Cato said, not the smartest way to get just a few ounces of blood. I agree. They didn't need a lot. Just enough to fill their vials. The vials made me remember my physical with Cana when Nurse Erin took our blood. And stored them in vials. That's it. I jumped out of my seat. You're a genius. What? Cato said, looking shocked. I turned to Major Coleman. Since when did Haunteds need to take physical exams? Major Coleman said, clearly startled by my sudden question. It was actually new this year. And you believed that the cult might still exist, right? What if the cult found out that there are fresh supplies of Haunted's blood ready for them to take? Demi's face lit up. Then they could perform the ritual again. In secret this time, Leo added. Cato nodded. That would explain the drastic changes of the shade. A cultist could have gotten hold of all our blood and performed the ritual. But to know that, you'd have to be within the system, Major Coleman said. The school doctor or the nurse. Right, I turned to Cana. Your dad took your blood, right? Erin took mine. We can go ask. Seeing her reaction made me paused. I was on a roll, so absorbed about making my point, so hopeful about planning our next move that I didn't realize the implications of what I was saying. That, indirectly, I'm accusing her dad as a cultist. Chapter 25. My dad is not a cultist, Cana said in a measured, low voice. That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? She yelled, slamming her hands on the table. It sounded more of a challenge than a question. I dreaded saying any more. I didn't mean it that way, I said, glancing around the table, looking for anyone to take my side. But most of them have their eyes on Cana, wide and unblinking, stunned from what they were seeing. They were more surprised than scared because this is the first time they ever saw this side of her. Oh, they have no idea. Major Coleman cleared his throat. No one is saying anything, but for now we have to get on our next move. Guys, let's just calm down. Okay. We're all friends here, Harmony added. My throat tightened. It was hard to get the words out. I wasn't accusing her dad of anything. Excluding Indigo, all of us came from different schools. Each would have a different doctor. Even if her dad was indeed a cultist, it was highly unlikely for her dad to acquire all the blood from all these schools. I'm sure there are protocols in place that make it difficult, if not impossible, for one school to request for the blood of the Haunteds from another school. But I'm convinced that even if I tell her this, it wouldn't help my case. Because from her perspective, I'm accusing her dad of doing something horrible. And that makes me worse than the shade. So I kept it to myself and averted my gaze. I think we should check places where the cultist might have gotten our blood. I didn't really know how she would take it. I braced myself for another shouting, but good thing Cato intervened before she can say anything. Look, if you want, we can check your dad's clinic first so we can rule him out. Not that he's a suspect or anything, Harmony reassured Cana. Fine. I'll prove to you all that my dad is not a cultist, she said. Cana stood up so abruptly that her chair was knocked down behind her. Let's go. Then she stormed out of the room. Major Coleman glanced at his wristwatch. We might be cutting it too close, but if this helps us figure out the shade, then we'll make time. Inside the minibus, Cana was sitting alone at the back, her arms crossed at her chest. She kept her eyes outside, refusing to look at me, at any of us. Dude, just leave her alone for a while. She'll calm down, Leo said. Ugh, what a drama queen, Scarlet said, rolling her eyes. Hey, Darius scolded her. You'd do worse if someone talks trash about Mom. You know that, right? Scarlet considered this for a moment. I'll be nice. I would never have expected that from her. Caprice said. You'll see why, I said. Then I snapped at Darius. And I'm not talking trash about his dad, you musclehead. At this point, I don't care if he's bigger than me. I may be overreacting, but I didn't like what he said. Guys, Harmony said. Please don't. Whatever he was going to do, he changed his mind. Let's just drop it, Darius said. It was just half an hour ride, but it felt like it was the longest I've ever taken to school. When we got to the school's clinic, we caught Cana's dad, Dr. Bernardo, at the perfect time. The room was empty. Not even his assistant, Aaron, was here. I guess that's to be expected, considering some classes end at 3 o'clock. Mr. Bernardo was sitting behind his deck. He looked up as soon as we entered the room. The confusion registered on his face immediately. Dad, Cana yelled. Mr. Bernardo got around the table and opened his arms. Cana didn't hesitate to run to her dad's embrace. No wonder she was so mad at you, Darius said to me. You just dissed her favorite person in the world. I've heard of Daddy's girl, but this is the first time I've ever seen one. Like for real, man. We love our parents, but even Scarlet's not like that. I told you, I said, giving him a look. It wasn't like that. Whoa, chill, he said, putting his hands up. I was just saying things back then, trying to get Scarlet to lay off her. I'm sorry, all right? We cool. I nodded. We cool. Dad, Cana said. These people want to ask you something. Is that right? He turned his attention to Major Coleman, extending his hand. How can I help you, Mr. Major Lewis Coleman? They shook hands. I apologize for coming on such short notice, Dr. Bernardo, but we must confirm something with you. Dr. Bernardo smiled. No need for formality, Major Coleman. You won't bother anyone here. Very well then, Major Coleman said. The rest of us, including 2 of Major Coleman's men, kept quiet at the side. What happened to the blood that you've taken from Cana and Vergil? He asked, going straight to the point. This must be a military thing. No wasting time. No beating around the bush, just get on it with and be done with it attitude. I like it. Oh, Dr. Bernardo stammered, clearly not expecting a question like that. We follow the proper procedure, of course. After testing and getting the results, the blood vials are tagged for incineration and are placed inside biohazard bags to be collected by professionals who handle the disposal of biohazard wastes. So the incineration, it doesn't this happen here at school. No, we don't have the necessary resources to do so. Who else has access to the blood? Besides me, just my nurse. And of course, those who collect it. Yeah, where is Aaron? Cana asked, standing very close to her dad. He's been absent for 2 days now. Didn't really leave a reason why. Did you process the blood yourself? Aaron took care of it. Insisted, actually. I just took my daughter's blood, Dr. Bernardo said, patting Cana's head. Major Coleman shot me a look. One last thing, do you mind if we've searched the premises? Of course not. Please. Major Coleman and his men started turning the room upside down. Cabinets, drawers. Not even Dr. Bernardo's desk was safe from the inspection. And I suppose I can't ask the reason behind all these. Correct. And of course, please keep this matter confidential. After 15 minutes of searching, Major Coleman and his men put the things back to their proper place. Dr. Bernardo stepped forward. Have you found what you were looking for? We have. Major Coleman extended his hand. Thank you for your time, sir. You're welcome. They shook hands. And thank you for keeping my daughter alive. We are doing our best. I can see that, he said, looking at us with a satisfied smile. But then his eyebrows furrowed. Aren't there supposed to be 12? I was startled by what was surely an innocent question Dr. Bernardo made. But I didn't make it show. I did my best to maintain a straight face. Harmony had no trouble giving a convincing smile. I just hoped the bead of sweat trickling down the side of her face wouldn't give her away. For some of us, the floor suddenly became interesting. What happened these past nights? Especially the deaths cannot be made known to the public. I wondered how Major Coleman was going to explain this. Yes, they're back at the dorm, in bed with the flu, he said, looking at Dr. Bernardo straight in the eyes. He didn't even flinch. His voice steady. It is the flu season. Could you also please keep an eye on my little girl's vitamins? Make sure she's taking them. Dad, Cana complained, her face burning red. I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I know you can. I will personally make sure she does, Major Coleman said, giving Cana a look, making Dr. Bernardo laughed. I guess he bought it. Again, thank you, Dr. Bernardo. We'll be taking our leave now. Cana gave her dad another bear hug before she let go. Bye, Dad, she said. Her dad bent down and planted a goodbye kiss on her forehead, and she melted in his arms. Take care of yourself, okay? When he let go, Cana skipped past us, smiling in bliss. We followed her out and left Dr. Bernardo back to his work. After a minute of walking back, Cana stomped straight up to Major Coleman, stopping him on his tracks. Well, what do you think? She said, raising an eyebrow at him. Major Coleman just smiled at her. I believe he's telling the truth, he said. Plus, he gave us a big lead. The nurse? I asked. Major Coleman nodded. So what now? Demi asked. Rinse and repeat, Major Coleman said, till we identify all of those involved. He breathed a sigh of relief. This trip just made our work a whole lot easier. Sir, what happens to any cultists you catch? Demi whispered, though I doubt anyone would hear us here. Assuming that said person is indeed a cultist. But even if that person is not, stealing biohazard items is a criminal act and he or she will be serving time in jail. We continued walking through the hallways, passing by empty classrooms and classrooms where lessons are still being discussed. Cana seemed to be in a good mood, so I took this opportunity to apologize, even though I still don't believe I'm in the wrong here. I speed up a little, catching up with her. Look, I'm really sorry, but I never said your dad was it. She looked down, her face flushed red. No, you're right. I should be the one apologizing. It's just, I can't stand it when people say mean things to him. You love your dad. I get it, I said. She raised her chin so that her eyes are finally looking at mine. Friends, she said, holding out her pinky finger. I can't help but smile. Aren't we a little too old for this? Her cheeks turned red. Then forget it. She turned and hurried away. I took 2 long steps to get in front of her. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I raised my pinky finger. Friends. The corner of her lips turned upwards into a sweet and shy smile that suddenly my pulse started racing. She interlocked her pinky finger with mine. Okay. Friends. When we settled down inside the minibus, Cana apologized to everyone. There were some comments about how she should have handled it, but overall, no one really stayed mad at her for that. It wasn't really that big of a deal, and we have bigger issues to deal with, seeing as it's almost night. Major Coleman was driving, so I walked up to the front of our school service. So it's back to the dorm for us. Not exactly, Major Coleman said. We had already driven a good hour when Major Coleman stopped in front of a hotel that I don't recognize. We filed out of the minibus. This isn't our dorm, right? Leo said, sizing up the luxury building. We thought it best to separate you. Makes it easier to protect you and harder for the shade to get to all of you in case we encounter complications. Major Coleman said, being careful of the word he's using. Probably don't want us to freak out as it's only a couple of hours before sundown. By complications, you mean like how the shade went on a killing spree last night. Cana said, yes. We didn't know what we were dealing with, but we survived. I intend to do so again. According to Major Coleman, they only managed to set up 3 safe houses for us. The base camp, the dorm, and this hotel. So the plan is to split us into 3 groups. Staying here were Darius and, of course, his sister, Scarlett, along with Caprice. Those going back to the dorm were Kato, Harmony, and Indigo. Demi, Cana, Leo, and I, being the largest group, are headed for the base camp. The plan was simple. The group that the shade appeared to must deal with the shade. And if that group failed, at least the other 2 groups will be prepared. With Major Coleman and his 2 men practically shoving us apart to our respective groups and rides, we had no time to process the fact that this might be the last time we'll see some of us alive. Chapter 26. Our group went back to the minibus, with Major Coleman as our driver. He was driving smoothly. For about 5 minutes after we left the hotel. We've been stuck in traffic for some time now. We were at the intersection. There was a waiting shed with a horizontal LED banner whose messages scrolls from right to left. It shows the name of the current mayor and then the time, 5:33 p.m., scrolls in. Obviously, our minibus is not stored with you. V. Searchlights, coming straight from my school and all. It was supposed to be a quick visit to the museum and then this splitting, I guess. Even with our unexpected detour, there wouldn't have been any problem if it weren't for this traffic. I was thinking of suggesting going back and finding an alternate route, but when I look behind us, there was already a long line of commuters trying to get home. It was bumper to bumper. We weren't moving an inch. The rhythmic humming of car engines in idle filled our minibus. Horns were blaring from all directions. 3 cars in front of us. A man in a suit stepped out of his car and started spewing profanities, gesturing to the car in front of him, so I suspect some drivers were cutting in line somewhere farther up front. Only less than half an hour before we see if the shade comes back tonight. And we're stuck in rush hour traffic. I'm still clinging on the hope that the shade does not make its appearance tonight, or every night from here on out, at least for this year. Even though I understand that we know so little of the shade to be certain of anything. But we do have 2 things going for us. One is that the shade mostly appears during the darkest time of the night. Like last night, it was almost midnight when it showed itself. Second, if it did decide to be a little bit early, it can only appear in one place at a time, as far as we know. But going by this rule, and since we were split into 3 groups, there is only a 33% chance of the shade materializing in front of us. It's not the most comforting of odds, but it's something to hold on to. Major Coleman pulled out his walkie-talkie and made a call, ordering his guy on the other line to meet us with a new car. Everybody out, Major Coleman said as he turned off the engine. We're walking it. We were standing on the concrete sidewalk outside, waiting for the walk sign to turn green, when I saw another reason causing the heavy traffic. There was a rally. A wooden platform had been erected, occupying 1 lane. From the looks of it, the platform was made in a hurry and on a tight budget. But they do have a microphone on a stand and speakers, though. A girl was currently speaking to the crowd gathered, which were mostly just other protesters wearing t-shirts with UFO logos printed on them. All the cars just passed along. Occasionally some drivers would roll down their windows and express their anger for blocking the road with some choice words. Getting a good look. I read the cardboards they're holding up, we deserve the truth. And no more lies, was the main theme. The girl was talking about how the government was denying that the news this afternoon was evidence of extraterrestrial mutilation, arguing that they hide the mutilated bodies from last night. The bodies were butchered with such precision and accuracy that only highly advanced visitors from space could have done so. No wonder no one takes them seriously. Wow, Leo said. Those people are dumb. We're lucky they didn't make the connections yet, Major Coleman said. If they did, well, we'll have bigger problems than the Shade. At the time, there was no one else but us waiting to cross the street. And between the blaring of the cars, the shouting of enraged drivers, and the loudspeakers of the stage, it's unlikely that someone would happen to hear our conversation, so it was safe to talk about it here in the open. Where are we going? I asked. Shopping, Major Coleman said, as if it was practically normal to do so in our situation. Then meet up with my guy at Plaridel Station. Shopping? Leo asked. Right now? Really? We are stuck out here, defenseless, surrounded by all these people. Major Coleman looked at us to make sure that we understood what he was getting at. And I did. I imagined the Shade materializing into existence in the middle of the road. Its red, hateful eyes trained on us. Its feet making a dent on the hood of the red Toyota just in front of us after it solidifies once again. The scream of the lady sitting behind the wheels would definitely be enough to get the attention of most, if not all the people in the area. And I'm pretty sure a dark figure running after a bunch of screaming kids running for their lives would be hard to miss. Then I imagine what Major Coleman feared most. The Shade, butchering innocent people as it hacks and slashes its way towards us. The bloodshed, the chaos that would surely follow, and our secret exposed. Forget about being defenseless against the Shade. If the Shade caught us out of here in the open with all of these people, it's easy to imagine that next year would be another dark year. Until now, I still can't believe what scared people are capable of once their lives are in danger. It's revolting to think about. When the walk sign turned green, Major Coleman started walking briskly with his long strides that it was all that we can do not to fall behind without breaking into a run. Good thing Major Coleman was tall than most people, so losing him in the crowd wouldn't be a problem. We followed him inside the mall, up the escalator, and into a hardware store. He talked to the sales staff, who led us to what Major Coleman was looking for, the light and fixture sections. We were in desperate need of lights. But the only choices available were portable torch lamps or flashlights the size of a pen. We ripped the flashlights out of their cardboard casings, put in their batteries, and tested them. The light it produced was small and weak, unlike the searchlights we've used last night. I'm guessing this isn't where you bought those searchlights from last night, I said. We have our own supplier, Major Coleman said. He practically dragged us out afterward. I don't even know if he paid for these. But the sales staffs didn't seem to mind the beeping noises of the metal detectors as we passed through the exit, so I guess it's all right. The other customers looked confused, though. I just hoped they don't get the wrong idea and follow our example. Follow me, Major Coleman said once we were outside the mall. Then he started to run. We tried our best to keep up with him running along the mall. But after passing by 2 universities and running by the whole stretch of the park, my calves were starting to get tight. My lungs were on fire. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Major Coleman was still a few distance up ahead, showing no signs of stopping or even slowing down. He occasionally turns around to check on us. He must have thought that we were doing fine since he didn't ask us if we needed a break. I realized that the only way we can get some rest is if one of us explicitly asked for it. I thought of powering through the fatigue, but the thing is, I don't even know how much farther we're going, so my resolve fell. Finally, when I thought I couldn't do this anymore, Major Coleman stopped at the stairway that leads up to the light railway transit above us. The traffic here is not bad. Only the occasional tricycles and jeepneys. But I don't see any vehicle stopping by where Major Coleman stood. We reached him and stopped, catching our breath. I felt so hot and sweaty that the collar of my uniform was sticking to my neck. Leo leaned against the street post. Cana was panting, her hands on her knees. I joined Demi, who plopped down the concrete. Major Coleman was on his walkie-talkie. "They're 10 minutes out," he said. "Nothing to do but to rest and wait." It must have been 6 because Major Coleman made another call after checking his wristwatch, changing frequencies, asking if the shade had been spotted. "Keep your eyes peeled for the shade," he said. A minute passed, then 2. But nothing. Major Coleman was still on his walkie-talkie, constantly checking the situation of the other groups. I was just starting to feel good from being rested when I spotted the shade across the street, its feet already planted on top of the concrete barrier, and there was still no sign of our rescue. In a contest against supernatural forces, the protagonists face a formidable adversary, Daniel Cruz, who seems to possess a life that cannot be easily taken. After trying various methods, Vergil realizes that only through ancient magic and a deal with the divine can they hope to defeat Daniel. However, harnessing such power is not without cost. Vergil must sacrifice something of his own or risk losing everything. Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comments section. Chapter 27. Major Cana yelled, pointing at the shade across the street. "Is here," Major Coleman said though the phone. Our pickup was still nowhere to be seen. Leo immediately trained his flashlight to the shade. No effect. We all followed suit. But even with all our lights combined, it didn't harm the shade. The shade took a step forward and jumped down the concrete barrier. But the lights were green. A car slammed into the shade, dragging the shade with its front bumper a good distance away. The driver must have floored the brakes because the tires were squealing. The car started swerving, and then crashed into the concrete barrier, pinning the shade. "It didn't work," I said. "The LRT," Major Coleman said. "I thought we were supposed to avoid public places," Leo said. "We have no choice. Now go," Major said. We turned around and flew up the stairs. We didn't have any ticket. When we passed through the metal detectors, Major had a quick conversation with the security guards on duty. They made us use the side gate by the side of the automatic turnstiles instead. We caught the southbound train with its doors still open. There were already a lot of passengers fighting their way inside the already jam-packed car doors. But Major Coleman took us to the car reserved only for female passengers, so it wasn't as crowded and rowdy as the other cars. We hopped in as the doors were closing. I kept my eyes on the stairs, expecting the head of the shade to come into view as it climbed up. But the train lurched forward and I only saw wave after wave of commuters coming up. From the look of their faces, either they didn't notice the commotion below or they couldn't care less. I leaned my back against the wall and slid down. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. The rest joined me on the cold, metal floor. Except for Major Coleman, who just grabbed hold of the handrails instead. He doesn't even look out of breath. Is 5 minutes rest too much to ask? Cana complained. We were so tired and freaked out that we almost didn't notice the judgmental stares we were getting from the passengers. Whatever they must be thinking about us now, I'm sure it's not nice. I'd probably react the same way if a bunch of teenagers tumbled inside, looking all sweaty and panicked. They must be thinking of not getting involved. And that would be the right decision. But Major Coleman decided to address the issue. He immediately brought out his customer service smile and explained that we 4 kids have agoraphobia. He was helping us overcome our fear by starting with a small crowd, so he picked this car. Then he pulled his wallet out, flipped it open and flashed it like it was a badge. The ladies leaned over to steal glances at us. Some offered kind words, saying how we were all brave for choosing to face our fears. It was beyond ridiculous that we momentarily forgot the fact that the shade was still on us. I was startled by this development because of course we had to act the part. Otherwise, we risk being found out as haunteds. I made a mental note to have a serious talk with Major about springing situations like this onto us. I'm not much of an actor, but we have no choice. So I thanked them in a small voice, keeping my head down and hugging myself tight that I was visibly shaking. That was the image I thought a terrified kid should look like anyway. Leo was shaking all right, but I'm pretty sure that was because he was trying so hard not to laugh. Demi and Cana had no problem looking all scared and meek, which was no surprise considering the shade just practically ambushed us. But Cana really sold it. She was actually crying. Weak, almost silent sobs. Real tears. Too real, that when the other passengers left us alone, I immediately turn over to her. Cana, hey. I couldn't hide the worry in my voice. In response, she looked up to me and an annoying smug spread over her face. Got you too, huh? I can feel my face burning. You're the worst, I said, looking away. But I can't stop myself from smirking. There was still no sign of the shade. I felt the muscles on the back of my neck loosen up. Maybe it cannot keep up with the speed of the train. But even so, all it had to do was to take shadow form and appear anywhere inside this train, then take its physical form again. Like it did last night when it withdrew its black tendrils and dropped the ceiling on us. Wait here, Major Coleman said. Then he walked down the aisle, weaving through the crowd of passengers, and disappeared behind the door towards the next car. Where do you think he's going? Leo asked. No idea, I said. Hey, Demi said. What do you think happened to that driver? I'm sure he's fine, Leo said. Right, Vergil? Yeah, it was the best I could manage. But Leo came up with something better. He's fine. The shade should have lost interest in the driver the moment we ran out of there, he said. I guess this is what he and Eris do best. But without Eris, he tried to bring me to it. It's just that, right now, my mind is on the fact that our lights did nothing. I motioned for them to come closer to me. Our lights. I whispered. It didn't do anything. Maybe because it's so small. Leo suggested, holding his light between his thumb and index finger. Are there different kinds of you? V. Lights? Cana asked. No one answered. If there are different kinds, then that would explain what just happened. Or is Leo right? Does size really matter in this kind of situation? The P. A system chimed as it always does before making an announcement. Thank you for riding with us today. This is an express train bound for Dimasalang. Next stop is Dimasalang Station. Dimasalang Station. The passengers started panicking. Some students were shocked. What? I didn't know this was an express train. Wait, that can't be right. That's 3 stations over my stop. Honey, I'm going to be late. Looks like I rode the express train. Haha. Love you. The car door slid open again. Major Coleman came back. A little heads up would be nice, I said. A smile spread over Major Coleman's face. I trusted your acting skills. I almost lost it, Leo said. But Major Coleman just shrugged. Better that than being scared. I blinked. You mean you chose the most absurd explanation on purpose just to make us laugh? I need you kids to act normal, Major Coleman said. Yes, because it's normal for a group of agoraphobic teenagers to get on a train, Cana retorted. Fear makes people panic, lose control of themselves, especially their mouths. Can't have you kids accidentally blurting out our situation, Major Coleman explained. Major, I said, were the lights your men were using different from store-bought? Major Coleman thought about it for a while. I didn't ask for such specification, so I believed them to be the same. Can't be sure, though. Is it weird that the shade still hasn't come back? Cana said. Demi jolts straight up as if someone poked him from behind with a sharp object. Then he remembered where he was and whispered, You think it went over to the other groups? Let me check. Major Coleman pulled out his walkie-talkie and made a call. I took this time to look around while Major Coleman was busy on the phone. Bring them there, Major Coleman said, ending the call. Then, I caught someone staring at us. When someone caught me staring at them, I reflexively look away. But this guy held his gaze. Yes, there was another male besides us inside the female car.
Corporate attire.
Neatly combed hair. And he looks young, I would guess he's in his early 20s. But aside normal looks, he was creeping me out. His eyes were wide open. His jaw went slack. Like he recognized us and he's trying to remember from where. But that's impossible. I haven't seen this man in my entire life. I tried to break away and look at him again. And saw his eyes still fixed on me. Wait, maybe not on me. On us. I saw his face lit up. He made his way down towards us. This can't be good. Chapter 28. Major, I said, motioning my head in the direction of the guy. Major Coleman seemed to understand what I mean and immediately placed himself between the guy and us. When the guy got close enough, Major Coleman put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Can I help you? He asked. The guy pulled out his cell phone and played a video. It was the same news we saw this afternoon. back at the hotel. He turned to me again. That's you, isn't it? He was considerate enough to lower his voice when he said that. There's something about his voice that bothers me. I'm sure I heard his voice before. I started thinking maybe he was a Twitch streamer or one of the YouTuber I subscribed to. But when the guy on the video started talking, it all made sense. You, I said. You took the video. He nodded. I watched the video on his phone. There was no news logo, no news feed flashing down the bottom of the screen. That proved it. So what do you want out of this? Major Coleman said. The truth, the guy said. I want to know what exactly that thing is. He held his phone in front of Major Coleman's face when the shade was being focused on. But of course, cameras cannot capture any images of the shade, so the shot tightened in on the sidewalk. Major Coleman played dumb. That's called a sidewalk. Yeah, that's not gonna work, the guy said. I saw it myself, okay. If you don't want to tell me, fine. In fact, you don't have to say anything. Your face will tell me what I needed to know. The guy slid his phone to his back pocket. Was it the shade? My neck tingled when he said that. I looked away because if he sees my reaction, my face is definitely screaming yes. First, the shade ambushed us. Then our lights did nothing. Then there's this guy. Could this night get any worse? I looked at Cana. She wasn't hiding her surprise any better than me. This was the worst possible time for someone to make the connection, with the shade just behind us. But Major Coleman had the best poker face ever. Suppose I tell you what you want to hear. What are you going to do with that information? Nothing. I just want to know if I'm on its menu. Unfortunately, I cannot honor your request. However, I would kindly ask you to keep all this matter confidential. Major Coleman held out his hand. I'll be taking your phone as well. You will be reimbursed, of course. Surprisingly, the guy agreed. Go ahead, take it. I've got plenty where that came from. I'll send someone to drop by. Major Coleman just smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. But the guy wouldn't let it go. You know, we're in a very compact and private place. So, Leo said, clearly annoyed by the guy. What's stopping me from shouting what I know? Major Coleman just scoffed. Good luck with that. The moment the guy turned around, Major Coleman karate chopped him on the back of his neck. His body fell to us. We caught him from falling, dragged his body to the corner and stood around him, hiding his limp body on the floor behind our legs. It happened so fast, so silent that nobody even glanced up from their phones.
Di masalang station. Di masalang station.
That was awesome, Demi whispered to Major Coleman. Can you do that? Leo asked, looking straight at the crowd. Doesn't matter. I had to. We don't have the time to entertain people like him, Major Coleman said. Our train was slowing down. The car doors slid open and we went out with the wave of the crowd. Should we just leave him there? I asked. What if he talks? He will, Major Coleman said. But right now we've got bigger problems to worry about. Now run. We flew down the stairs and ran. Major Coleman's back was our finish line. We ran as if death himself was chasing us, which was a really accurate description of our situation. We turned around a building, ran through red lights, lamppost after lamppost. We ran. We ran as far as our legs could take us. We ran even when my chest was burning. After turning another corner, I saw several soldiers at the checkpoint at the distance. A couple of armored military vehicle creates a barrier in front of the checkpoint and the metal gates. We've made it. We reached the barricade of soldiers and vehicles, panting, legs incredibly sore. The vehicles parked had signal light mounted on top. I didn't expect to see familiar faces to spill out of two other civilian cars. Kato, Harmony, and Indigo, Darius. Confusion makes me ignore the exhaustion and I walked up to them. Their drivers also stepped out to meet us. What are they doing here? Cana asked Major Coleman. They were attacked, Major Coleman explained. I didn't have the time to explain back at the train. I asked Kato, you've got searchlights, right? It didn't work, he said calmly, as he usually is. Same. The UV lights didn't do anything. Caprice added. So it's not the lights, I said out loud. You guys too? Darius asked. Wait, Cana said. Then, how did you survive? It disappeared right after it destroyed our lights. Driver 1 said. When I called ahead, the dorm was already wrecked. Which means you were completely vulnerable, Major Coleman asked. Why would it disappear just like that? We don't know, sir, Driver 2 said. After it destroyed the hotel's UV lights, it just vanished. So what? It took the trouble to destroy the lights, knowing it wouldn't hurt it, and just left you alone? Cana asked. I know how it sounds. But I'm telling you, that's what happened, Darius said. My eyebrows knitted themselves tight. It doesn't make sense. It does, Cato said. All the attention turned to him. It destroyed all the lights and the 2 other safe houses, yet it disappeared. With no lights and no place to go, Major Coleman then had all of us brought to this place to protect us. It wants us to come here, I said. All haunteds in one place. But why? Cana asked. Why even bother contact? A soldier called out. Our heads turned to where he was pointing. Under the empty waiting shed of a bus stop was the shade. Fully formed. Immediately, searchlights and the signal lights of the vehicles were turned on, creating a wall of violet light in front of us. We're safe. There's no way this thing can come near us. The shade zoomed towards us. The shade's body was completely immersed in violet light. And the shade vanished, leaving no trace behind. We survived another night. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But instead, the shade kept on coming. Chapter 29. Get back. Major Coleman ordered us. His men created a second wall of riot shields. Major Coleman directed us towards the entrance on the left of the gate. I went in last, allowing myself a glimpse of the shade's elongated scythe arm slicing the line of soldiers through their waists in one swift stroke. The riot shields were useless. We kept running. I looked back at the entrance, expecting the shade to follow us through there. There was a sharp, metallic zing, and the gate fell in 3 parts, clanging against the concrete. Screams erupted. Major Coleman shouted for us to keep moving, but it was too late. The shade got to us. Got me. It grabbed me by my neck. It was crushing my throat. I clawed at the arm choking me, but under its soft, jelly-like skin, my fingers dug into its solid, fleshy inside, and it was cold. Freezing, biting cold. I kicked. I pulled. My friends tried their best to make the shade let go. Leo smashed the searchlight he had on the shade's arm. The shade didn't even flinch. Demi was throwing stones at its face. Scarlet's tongue lashed out a string of insults and trash talks. But Caprice thought asking politely was the way to go. Major Coleman stepped up to the shade's side, leveled a gun at its head and pulled the trigger. But the shade stood still, the bullet still lodged in its temple. Then I realized, it was completely still. I raised a hand. Guys, stop, I said, croaking out each word. They must have realized something's off too because they stopped. That's when the shade's face was pulled apart and an empty skull pushed through. The shade's grip on my neck prevented me from screaming. But my arms were free. I dug my elbow on its arm repeatedly, frantic to get away, but I was forced to watch as the eyes popped out of the empty eye sockets. The eyes rolled down to reveal brown pupils. Fibers of muscles started weaving themselves. It was like looking at an anatomical dummy in class with the see-through bones and removable organs. But instead of plastic, this one is made of living flesh. A screeching voice was coming out of the shade and slowly becoming an unmistakable scream of that of a man. All the hair in my body stood up. This thing must have adapted its vocal cords to match a human's. A pair of ears grew out and brown skin stretches itself, covering everything up till I am now looking at the face of a man. The nose had been the last to form. Strands of shadow from the shade's original body clung onto the side of the man's face like ligaments to bones. But the worst part is that I recognized this face. The narrow chin, the thick eyebrows, the mole beneath his left eye. There's no mistaking it. I saw him on one of the pictures Major Coleman showed us back at the museum. My friends shrieked and took a few steps back. Major Coleman ran away. You, I croaked. I stopped struggling and focused more on getting the words out. You're the cult leader, Daniel. Cruz. He let go of me. The moment I hit the concrete, arms slid under my armpits and I was whisked up to my feet. I got you, Darius said. I rubbed my neck, coughing. It was sore, and hopefully that's all. Soon, rows of soldiers surrounded the shade, or rather Daniel. who was busy admiring his new body. There you, V. Searchlights on. But at this point it was no different from a regular one. So they raised their firearms and opened fired. So this is my body now, the cult leader Daniel said after the barrage. His face was full of holes. But the wounds spat out the bullets and closed themselves up real Wolverine-like. Not bad. Not bad at all. How? You, I said. I found myself moving closer to him. Curiosity and shock had overwritten my fear of dying. He looked at me. What year is it? 2025. 51 years. Huh. You should be dead. And now you're... The shade. The shade. Daniel said, looking confused. Oh, is that what you call this body? He examined his arms again, smiling the entire time. The shade, huh. Catchy. I like it. The soldiers were about to open fire again when I asked them to stop. Someone's curious, Daniel said, clearly amused. He turned his attention to the soldiers. Gentlemen, how about the soldiers open fire again? Stop that. Daniel's voice rose above the barrage. In an instant, tendrils shot out of his shade body, destroying the soldiers' weapons but sparing their UV lights. It is very rude to interrupt someone, Daniel said. Didn't they teach you that in the army? He took a step forward. The soldiers again pointed their UV lights at him to no effect. You want to know how I did it? Daniel said to us. Screw that, Leo said, stepping forward as if everything that's happening is completely normal. He looked more angry than scared. I want to know why the lights don't kill you anymore. Do you know where the moon gets its light? Daniel said. It reflects the light from the sun, I said. Correct. Now, do you still see the moon? I thought that this was a stupid question. Or maybe a question to distract us so he can kill us all the minute we looked up. But if he wanted to kill us, he would have already done so. Then he looked up to the sky. We followed him and saw that something's missing. The moon's gone. Indigo said. It was true. There were stars. Some clouds. But the most obvious thing wasn't there. It's called the new moon. A phase of the lunar cycle where the moon is positioned in a way that it doesn't reflect sunlight, Daniel explained. It's not gone. It's still there, our eyes just can't see it. Thank you for the unwanted science lecture, Professor, I said, my voice returning to normal. But what does that have to do with anything? Daniel laughed. There is a reason why my body, the shade, can only appear during the night. That's because the sun is your weakness, Indigo said. Right again, Daniel said, wearing a proud smile. Man, I am starting to like you. How about it? Want to join my brotherhood? Of course, girls are welcome, too. We're inclusive like that. Explain yourself first, I said. Very well, then. Yes, the sun is my weakness. It shuts the link the primordials have on my soul close. So they cannot channel their energy through me. That's why the shade cannot appear during daylight, even in the darkest places, like under the bed or inside the closet. He laughed. And you're thinking that UV lights are the same as sunlight. But you're wrong. It was the moonlight that made your UV lights lethal to me. He walked toward us. The soldiers drew their sidearm and raised it at Daniel's face. Get back. One of them said, which was, of course, an empty threat. Some stood in front of us, as if that would make a difference. The moon reflects sunlight back to us here, greatly weakening my constitution that a poor imitation of the sun's ray, such as your UV lights, is enough to deconstruct my body. But now that the moon is dark, this he snatched a searchlight from one of the soldiers and holds it up can no longer harm me, he said, crushing the searchlight in his hand. Now that the shade has a voice and a face, and wants to toy with us, to brag about his newfound powers, I found myself less scared. Because now I know that he wouldn't kill us outright, and there's some comfort knowing that. Personally, I want some explanation of what we're seeing right now. Even though they know that they cannot do anything, the soldiers didn't abandon us. Is it just me, or the dude actually made a lot of sense? Leo asked. But he's crazy, Cana said to Leo. She turned to Daniel. Excuse me, you're crazy, you drink blood, you're not supposed to make sense. Something landed on Daniel's feet. A small green canister. Gray smoke filled up the place, obscuring us from his vision. They must have received orders through their earpiece because the soldiers immediately put up a wall of riot shield in front of us, pushing us back before an explosion occurred where Daniel was standing. A succession of fireballs erupted. My ears were ringing. We may be safe from shrapnel, but each explosion boomed inside my chest. And it was hot, like standing in front of an open oven. On our left, Major Coleman and his men, equipped with grenade launchers that looked like huge revolvers, were bombarding Daniel with explosive rounds. The soldiers got us inside the building and dragged us inside a bare room with stackable plastic seats spread out, white walls and no windows. They must have thought we were safe here, but we all knew it was wasted effort. The UV lights were our only defense, and now it's gone. Maybe they can kill him, Demi said when the soldiers left us. His head is human. Without a head, he can't kill us, right? No one answered. Outside, the explosions were still going on. We have to get out of here. Split up. By time till morning, Cato said. It's our only chance. Your guardian doesn't know when he's beat. It was Daniel's voice. We whipped towards the direction of his voice. At the corner of the room, Daniel was standing. His face was whole, no burns, no pieces of shrapnel. When do you think they'll realize? Why are you doing this? Caprice asked. You've already won. Oh, but I haven't. Daniel said, walking up to us. Not yet. Not until I have full control. New moon or not. And for that, you need our blood. I asked. What does our blood have to do with anything? You Zodiac-borns are like battery cells for the Celestial's power, Daniel said. The light within you, in your blood, in your flesh, no matter how strong, lies dormant. By consuming you, I can tap into the celestial energies inside. In its dormant state, it wouldn't harm me. In fact, by merely exposing it to the void energies in my body, I can corrupt it, transform it into void energies and use it to strengthen power, hence my control. My body is that of the void, so it should work. So that's why you destroyed the other two safe houses, so you can keep us all in one place to perform the ritual again, Cato said. Although I love the chase, Daniel Leader said. It will be a while before the next new moon, so I'm kind of on a tight schedule here. So sunlight is still fatal to you? I asked. Daniel smirked. Wouldn't you want to know? He raised his hand and every shadow in the room darkened with the same hue of the shade, as if gaining mass, becoming solid. Then the shadows crawled all over the walls, the door, the ceiling. So we won't be disturbed. Daniel said. It is impossible to miss someone, especially him, inside this room. We didn't notice him because he simply wasn't here. If his body is still the shade, that he can just materialize at any location at will, then there's no running from him. Cato's plan wouldn't work. All we can do is to discourage him from going on with his plan. Chapter 30. It shouldn't be hard to distract him. He was trapped inside wherever he was for 5 decades. And now he's back with all this power. Of course, he's going to want to talk about it. He's been practically bragging about it ever since he grew his mouth. If it weren't for the smoke grenade, I have a feeling he'll keep on babbling about his new moon lecture. That's it. Wait a minute, I said. There were plenty of years before you came. Those years should have experienced new moons too, right? How come the past shades were still affected? Come on, take the bait, I thought. Daniel scoffed at me. Well, I am not the past shades, am I? He raised his hand, spreading his shadow fingers. You see, this shade you refer to is nothing but a fraction of the primordial's power. Good. Tell us more. I thought. Primordial? Indigo asked. Her knees were shaking hard. The original inhabitants of this universe. Formless beings of pure darkness. Born out of the void. Long before the first sun blazed to life, he explained. You know the myth about the shadow people and the celestials. No one answered. I guess you wouldn't. It was an old and forgotten lore that I stumbled upon by sheer happenstance. Daniel said. Anyway, our ancestors knew of their existence and the danger they posed. They managed to banish them from this dimension. The primordials cannot hope to enter this dimension or even manifest their influence. For a moment, the room was silent. We were all waiting for him to continue. Unless they were, as I found out, permitted entry. Daniel said. So that night, 51 years ago. I said. You really are quick, Daniel said. The plan was to make my body a vessel to host one of the beings and control him. But they got to you first, right? Caprice said. You didn't complete the ritual. Which is why I had to improvise. The shade. Indigo gasped. And to think my act of desperation would give me exactly what I had wanted. Daniel cackled. But still, why now? I said. There were like 3 decades that the shade killed haunteds freely. Why show yourself now? He smiled. I didn't. Someone had access to your blood. Someone attempted to repeat and finish the ritual. Someone made me show up. So Major Coleman was right, Harmony said. The cult still exists. Who else could know how to do the ritual? But where are they? Cana asked. That really doesn't matter now, does it? Daniel said. What matters is I am in control of this power. At least for this night. Granted, I didn't even know I was in there until 3 days ago. It was still mostly Asga the Shade's thoughts. It was like seating at the back of the car while the Shade drives in front. I only had glimpses of what happened that night. Like that spiky-headed boy, Kent. Scarlet snapped. And you killed him. He cocked his head to one side, considering what Scarlet just said. Partly, yes. But like I said, I wasn't in full control. It was a constant tug-of-war with the Shade's urge to kill Zodiac-borns. Keeping my consciousness was hard enough. In the end, I disappeared that night. He changed his arm into a scythe. But last night, I had some practice. So all the changes 3 days ago, cutting up woods to destroy the lights, killing all those people, that was all you? I asked. Correct. Daniel said, brandishing his scythe arm like a kid who've just got a new toy sword. I knew it was too much of a change, Cato said. It was too human. Glad someone caught on, he said, changing his scythe arm back again. It may seem ridiculous, but spells and rituals require a great deal of time and experimenting. You'd be surprised how many teenagers we'd killed before we even figured out that blood was a necessary component. Long before we planned that mass kidnapping. He paused for a bit. You know, now that I think about it, that was a huge mistake. I could have just taken the safe route and abduct 1 or 2 from time to time. But I can't help it. I felt so close to finally completing the ritual. He sighed. Sometimes my passion ruins things for me. Let me get this straight, I said. The past shades were the primordial whatever, using your soul as a link to this world. But now it's you, something from this dimension, who's in complete control, so you can make full use of the void's power and the new moon. Wow. Daniel said, clapping. That's it. I'm anointing you an acolyte in my cult. The rest can start as initiates. He raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Before you say anything, you should know, Bren, one of my 12 acolyte, his sisig is the best. Then his eyebrows narrowed. He strokes his chin. I wonder if he's still alive. My plan to buy time has been working so far. Good thing my friends kept the questions coming without my prompting. But unless someone actually came up with a plan to escape, then all the time in the world will not help us. The conversation seems to start slowing down. And I am no closer to a solution. But why? I said, opening another topic, hoping to buy more time. Why do this at all? He's a sick, blood-drinking psycho, Cana suggested. Why else? Now that's just rude. Daniel said, pretending to be offended. Answer the question. Darius demanded. Daniel's expression turned serious. Imagine learning that there exist beings older than our universe, of other realities that our own minds could never have come up with, and knowing that such knowledge is within reach, would you not take action? And by taking action, Cana said. Of course you meant butchering all 12, what was it? Zodiac-borns. For your ritual. Of course. Daniel said with a smile. So that's it. Harmony said. So you did all these just because you're curious. But all these killing, Indigo said. Daniel sighed in exasperation. Oh, you sweet Na'vi girl, he said. Governments all over the world would do worse to possess the knowledge I have. Some might even sponsor me. Then why not go public? Cato said. Ask for backing to continue your academic research. If they got their greedy, destructive hands on what I have right now. Daniel said, staring at his shade arm that he turned into a blade. You can be sure it will be weaponized. Imagine an army that no weapons can fell. He returned his blade arm back to normal. This shade, Daniel said, admiring his shade hands. which he keeps closing and opening. Will make conventional arms obsolete, ushering an era of supernatural warfare. Looks like you've got them beat, Cato said. Not my intention, Daniel said. This shade was not part of my plan, remember? You already killed 2, which means you don't have enough to do your ritual, I said. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Daniel replied. Then, from his stomach, the shade's shadow body rippled. And out came Kent's and Eris' torso, heads lolled backward. Kent's eyes were still wearing the expression it had the first night he was killed. I want to scream, but my throat tightened that only strange, choking sounds came out. You monster, Cana snapped. But their blood, Cato said, is mostly drained now, Daniel said, pulling Kent's and Eris' bodies back into his stomach. It'll have to do, and if you fail, what if it didn't work? I said, doing my best to discourage him from his plans. He just scoffed. With all 12 of you here, I doubt that very much, he said. Now I have indulged you long enough. This is my final offer. Join me and I will let you live. Together we will haunt other Zodiac-borns. My acolytes will welcome you into our family. Hypothetically, Cato said, how are we supposed to join you after you killed all of us for your ritual? Like I said, Daniel said, my rituals involve a lot of trial and error. Maybe with all 12 of you here, I'll only need just a few pints of your blood. Maybe that'll be enough for my goal. Worst case scenario, I drink you all dry, and then I turn you into MY shades. He said, cackling at the thought of his sick idea. So it's either you succeed and we live as a cultist or you succeed and we die. Cato said. Daniel shrugged. I see no problem with that. Sorry, but I'm not really into drinking blood, Cana said. You should try Twilight fans. Yeah, well, how about you drop dead, you disgusting. Whatever the thing you are. Scarlet followed. I see. Such a shame, Daniel said, shaking his head in disappointment. Oh well. I'll be sure to make good use of your bodies. He raised an arm which was still fully shade and it thrust forward. I jumped to the side, dodging the arm. What I didn't know was that Demi was behind me. The arm got him instead. We all reached for Demi as the arm pulled away. I managed to grab his sleeves. But the pull was too much that the fabric tore immediately. Demi was dragged away, and I am left holding a piece of his uniform. Demi, I shouted. No. Demi cried, struggling around Daniel's grip with his feet kicking in the air. Help, I don't want to die. He burst down crying and screaming. Please, don't let him kill me. I guess you'll have to do. Daniel said, looking disappointed with his catch. You let him go, you piece of Scarlet unleashed a string of swear words. Please, you don't have to do this. Caprice pleaded. Daniel morphed his free arm into a blade. When Demi saw this, he stopped thrashing around and turned his head towards us. He fixed his black eyes on mine. Pleading, terrified eyes. Vergil, he said between sobs. Please, wait, I yelled, desperate to get Daniel's attention. I'll join your cult. I'll be an acolyte. But it looks like he didn't hear me, or didn't care about what I have to say because his blade arm opened a cut at Demi's neck. Chapter 31. Shrill screams filled the room. My mouth gaped open, but my voice got stuck in my throat. For whatever reason, Daniel put our friend down. Demi's hands immediately went to his neck, trying to stop the curtain of red draping down the slit of his neck. Then Daniel did something that made my blood boil. He grabbed Demi's hands away, and with his free hand, pulled on his hair, forcing him to bow, making the blood gush down Demi's neck like an open faucet. No, Indigo slumped to the ground, crying. Demi. Caprice kept pleading Daniel to stop. Scarlet continued cussing him out while his brother and Leo threw chairs at Daniel, but it just bounced off of him, not even enough to distract him. There was nothing we could do but watched as the life slowly drained out of our friend's eyes. Lines broke out of the surface of the pool of blood on the floor, forming the cult's Zodiac-inspired ritual symbol. We had to get on our knees and draw this ourselves with brushes a while back, Daniel said, clearly amused by the convenience of the power of the shade. You won't get away with this, Cato said in a low voice filled with rage. But Daniel just scoffed at him. I disagree. We huddled backward to our side of the room. Daniel held up Demi's body over his head with one hand, catching the rest of Demi's blood with his mouth. I fought hard to push down the contents of my stomach coming up my throat. He licked his lips and tossed Demi's body as if our friend was a soda can he just emptied. I kept my eyes at Demi, looking for any signs that he's still alive. But he was sprawled over the floor, completely still. That should do it, Daniel said. Then he started speaking in a language I don't understand. I looked around. Dark living shadows covered the walls, the door, the ceiling. Escape is impossible. Help is not coming, not that it would make any difference. Our only defense, UV light, is rendered useless. It was hopeless. I sunk to the floor, my back against the wall. My mind wandered to my parents, to our planned trip to the ocean park that I was looking forward to so much. They're probably asleep right now, blissfully unaware that their only son is going to die tonight. I wondered how they'll take the news when they found out in November, especially when my dad and I reassured Mom I'd be fine. In front of me, my friends, screaming and crying. I should have been scared, knowing that one of us will suffer the same fate in a bit. Hysterical, even. But my body is washed with strange serenity. It must have something to do with accepting that I'm next, that I find myself at peace. Cato sat beside me. What's the plan? I can feel the corners of my mouth curling up into a smile. Did he really just ask me for a plan? We die. That's the plan. My smile became laughter. Uncontrollable, wheezing laughter. I laughed till tears rolled down my face. My friends turned around to look at me. Shock and worry are written all over their faces. Except Cato's. Look at you, I said to him. Too cool to be scared. You'd make a great Spock, you know. How's your Vulcan? He hit me. Guys. Harmony yelled. Are you seriously fighting right now? Demi's dead. I pushed myself up from the floor. He grabbed me by my uniform and forced me to stand up. Was it something I said? I sneered. But he fixed me with his serious eyes. You don't give up. Not now. Not after what Eris did for you. I gritted my teeth. Oh yeah, well, how about you come up with something and I'll do the punching. I swung hard that he staggered backward, releasing his grip on me. Harmony stood between Cato and me, pushing us away from each other. That's enough. You can figure this out, Cato said, wiping the blood from his lips. You're just not looking. Oh, I'm not looking, I said. The shadows covered every inch of the room, the floor, the ceiling, cutting us off from outside help and preventing any real chance of escape, trapping us here with that guy who wants to use us as guinea pigs for his science project. We have no way to defend ourselves. Our only chance is the sun, but I doubt Dr. Frankenstein over there would just sit quietly. Herrick Mea, Asgarmoth. Daniel finished the chant. Just then, red light shone from the circle. Kids, Daniel said. It's cool that you're planning on stopping me and all, but could you keep it down? I'm trying to work here. I kept my eyes on Cato. Did I miss anything? I said. Cato brushed Harmony's hand away and walked up to me. Like I said, you're not looking. We have something more powerful than sunlight behind me. I got his meaning immediately. And you assumed I can just use his magic circle. He's already activated it, Cato said. All we have to do is figure out how to use it. If it were easy, Daniel said, stretching his back. Everyone would have done it. It's not like you can just repeat what I've just said. Then he exhaled, slowly, and closed his eyes. He started chanting in that language I don't understand again. Cato ignored him. So I was thinking, if that summoned that shade, maybe we can use it to unsummon it. The place darkened. The symbol shone brighter. Arcs of red lightning shot out. The red lights died out. I couldn't tell if it worked because Daniel didn't look any different. That's one down, he said. 11 to go. Then his stomach spat out the bodies of Kent and Eris. Daniel looked down at the bodies of Kent and Eris. These kids won't be going anywhere, he said. Maybe I'll start with the live ones. He stepped out of the symbol and closed in. But we were already hugging the wall. There was nowhere to go. We screamed as he gets closer. But my mind was on what Cato had said. Maybe he's right. Maybe we can use it against him. The only reason why no one was able to replicate the ritual was that they don't have the spell to activate it. I remembered what Major Coleman said back at the museum. Without the proper incantation, drawing the symbol is no different from a doodle. But now Daniel has activated it. I just have to copy what he's doing. It's just a few steps more until he's on top of us. The front row of our group armed themselves with the plastic chairs. I thought about picking one up, but I decided to slink to the back. Think, I told myself. Cato gave me something to work with. Now my mind is in an overdrive to put the pieces together. First is the offering, our blood. Well, that's easy. Just get close to him and he will do the rest. But that means that whoever was being drained was surely going to die. I'm not going to do that. There are 9 prime candidates here, ripe for the picking. I'll just wait for him to pick his next target and launched myself after him. This isn't the time to be a hero. Besides, if this works, I could save all of them and get rid of the shade once and for all. Everyone wins. Daniel took a step closer. Darius threw his chair at him, who he just flicked aside. Come on. Focus, I thought. So I've got the offering. Next is the incantation. The only thing that made sense to me was the last 3 words he said. Herrick Mea, Asgarmoth. But why did he pause before saying Asgarmoth? In role-playing games, all spells end with the name of the god they were trying to summon. Is that why he paused? Because Asgarmoth is the name of his deity. But what's Herrick and Mea? I can't just say these words without knowing their meaning. Daniel yanked the plastic seats away from Leo and Darius' hands. I'm too late. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see who it was going to be. I'm sorry, I thought, but I need more time. I kept telling myself that I wasn't abandoning them, that there was no other way. Someone's got to go. That's when I've heard Eris scream. My eyelids flew open. I looked around for Eris, but all I saw was that Daniel had Cana by her wrist while my friends were pulling her back. Images of the night Eris died flashed through my mind. Her face, contorted in pain and in shock. Is someone else going to die because of you? A voice said inside my head. A different kind of fear surged inside of me, overpowering the fear I had for my own life. I broke through my friends and launched myself on him. I was just a few inches from his back when I stopped midair. I looked down on my body and saw his free hand, enlarged, enveloping my body completely with cold fingers. I pulled out Cana's penknife and uncapped the hidden knife inside. You would have made a fine acolyte, Daniel said. Or a fine shade, but you just have to pull this stunt with that little knife. He brought me towards the symbol. My friends kept pulling on me, but Daniel swatted them aside with his free hand, sending them smacking to the walls. I saw them getting up as we entered the symbol, but Daniel shot his free arm to the ground. Tendrils of shadows crept along my friends' bodies and pulled taut, binding them in place. I thought I'd have some time to think while he figures out how to kill me with both his hands occupied. But he started groaning as if in pain. His eyes were rolling up and down, side to side, both looking at different directions. Then they popped. Long and narrow, limbs of flesh came bursting out, wriggling in the air like a pair of newborn parasitic alien life forms that had just broke through its host body. I screamed my lungs out. I crossed my arms in front of me, one hand spread out, the other clutching Cana's penknife, shielding myself from the horror. Suddenly, I'm starting to regret my actions. I didn't even know if just saying the words will make it work, but my body took off before I realized that. Then his mouth gapes open. His jaw kept dropping till I heard horrible crunching sounds as if the hinges in his jaw were being dislocated. The stench of his breath was nauseating. It made my eyes water. It smelled of rotting flesh, left to decompose under the hot sun. My stomach kept on contracting hard that I was in a constant battle forcing down the burning while climbing up my throat. I looked at my friends, still wrapped in shadows, still screaming my name. Swarms of the same but narrower appendages came out of his mouth, his nose, and his ears until all orifices of his face have been occupied. But many flopped down to his face and began to melt, like a candle, till they tear off and fell to the ground, leaving the part they've left behind bleeding, until only those from both of his eye sockets and 2 from his mouth were left wriggling. My throat was starting to hurt from screaming. Tears and sweat trickled down my face. But my mind was still clear enough to make the connection he wasn't in full control of whatever he was doing to his body. I can use this to my advantage. The wriggling stopped, allowing me a closer look. With all the adrenaline pumping through my body, my focus sharpened. My eyes immediately studied the muscle-like structures without me telling it to, as if my brain already knows that I'm about to die and is now in a rush to find a way out. Each looked like tongues, veiny and sinewy but tubular in shape, and with a mouth consisting of rows of tiny teeth, like the mouth of a lamprey, a fish that feeds by sucking blood. And it wasn't hard to guess what they were planning to do next. The 4 remaining tongues shot through the air. Each found a spot on my neck. I screamed when they bit down, latching themselves with their teeth. Vergil, Leo yelled. Let him go. Cana followed. But the pain wasn't bad. It was like being bitten by ants in 4 different places at once. I screamed more out of fear and shock than of in pain. Suddenly, I'm more afraid of dying than of what I was seeing. I was a mess, but the sharp jolt of pain forced me to remember my plan. I watched the dark liquid flowing through the veins of the tongues, gorging up as it delivers my blood down Daniel's throat. I remember how just having a small amount of my blood taken for my medical last Monday made me dizzy afterward. That experience doesn't even begin to compare to now, having these 4 suckers drain me empty at an alarming rate. I tried to make it seem like it was hopeless, that he had won so that he pays no attention to what I was going to do. I put up a real fight, kicking and struggling as if in mortal fear of dying, which I was. But if this dragged on, I won't have the strength nor the sanity left to test my plan. So I get to work. I grabbed a couple of the tongues attached on my neck with trembling hands. They were gross to touch, slippery and slimy, like the chicken intestines I helped my mom clean to make isaw. I squeezed my hand around the 2 of them so that I wouldn't lose my grip. The tongues felt hollow. They didn't offer much resistance. Alternating between sobbing and gasping for air, I brought Cana's penknife down on them and sliced them off. He threw his neck back, the other mouths shrieking in pain. That disengaged the suckers on my neck. I could feel the blood flowing freely down the wounds on my neck when I pulled the severed tongues off. Ow, one of the mouths said in Daniel's voice. His own lips were drawn to a smile. The 2 mouths cackled in chorus, clearly enjoying my struggling. Of course, he wasn't worried. He knows how futile what I was doing. He knows I wouldn't be able to do any real damage to him, and he knows how his tongues will simply regenerate. And sure enough, his tongues were whole again, and attached themselves on spots on my neck once more. I can feel my strength fading. Keeping my eyes open was getting difficult. My entire body was shivering, not only out of fear but also because of how cold it suddenly had become. But now I have everything I need. Just in time too, because my thoughts were becoming hazy. Any longer and I might lose too much blood to retain rational thoughts. It's now or never. The tongues I was holding still had drips of my blood inside them. But just to be sure, I used them to wipe the blood that had run down my neck before it thickens and dries up, making sure that each is covered with my blood. Then I let it go. My mind was fuzzy, but I was able to say the only words I know of the incantation in my head. Herrick Mea, Asgarmoth. Chapter 32. Suddenly, Daniel disappeared. In fact, the whole room vanished. It was only darkness everywhere I look. But I could still see my hands, and see through my hands. There was a faint glow all over my body, and I was floating. I was no longer in pain. My mind clear. I tried touching my neck, feeling for holes, but there was nothing. Virgo. The voice said inside my head, like an echo. Who are you? I shouted at the darkness. You called for me. Herrick Mea, Asgarmoth. Suddenly, the translation came to me. Hear me, Asgarmoth. I summoned you. There was a deep rumbling in my head, a burst of long and insidious laughter. And I answered. Where am I? I asked, still looking around. And where are you? 2 slits appeared on the wall of darkness, revealing huge, red eyeballs the size of a 2-story house, staring down at me. The same eyes as the shades. I should have been scared. But instead, I feel confident, strong, with no fear of death. At the threshold of your dimension and mine. The same place that greedy cultist was when he first offered me his soul. Daniel, this is where he made the pact. And do you have something to give me, Virgo? It wants to make a pact. Like with Daniel. But what could I offer? What could it possibly want? I thought about Daniel. He offered his soul to give this thing influence in our dimension, creating the shade. But now, the shade is in Daniel's control, leaving him no way of influencing our dimension. "It's Vergil," I said. "And yes, I do have something for you." The eyes stared at me. The voice inside my head stayed quiet. "Daniel took control of your powers," I said. "And you want it back, right? I will give you permission to enter our dimension, but only to take back Daniel. Is that what I want? But don't you want to be in control again?" The darkness parted, revealing a beautiful door that is made of light. The symbols of the zodiac is etched on it in a circle. Each symbol was glowing brightly, equidistant to one another. But what caught my attention were the scratches on its surface. "What I want is for this door to open." Suddenly, something Daniel had said flashed in my mind, unless they were, as I found out, permitted entry. "A door. It's a seal, isn't it? That's why you couldn't do anything to our dimension," I asked the floating eyes. But the voice inside my head remained quiet. "Then forget it. There's no way I'm going to do that." Commendable answer. Convincing, if only you weren't prepared to sacrifice one of your friends to buy time. My mouth gaped. "How did you know? What do you think your friends will say when they found out?" I couldn't answer. The thought of them finding out silenced me. Will they be disgusted? Enraged? Imagine their faces once they've learned of your despicable plan. Should I tell that greedy cultist now? I gritted my teeth. Anger is overwhelming my mind. "That girl Cana, do you think she'll remain your friend?" I was trying to save them. I snapped. I needed more time. If it takes one more death to save the rest, then so be it. What's wrong thinking like that? That's reasonable, right? I thought. I didn't have a choice. A choice, the voice inside my head gurgled, is what I am offering you. Your friends will die. That greedy cult leader will grow more powerful. None shall be able to stand against that prodigy of mine. I looked down to the darkness below me. But you can prevent all that. All you have to do is to put your hand on this door. I stopped myself to think this through. I open this door, they enter our dimension. What's a group of kids compared to the rest of our universe? The math is easy, but I find myself inclined to accept this thing's offer. Why not ask that of Daniel from the beginning? His light is weak. He wouldn't even scratch its surface. But yours is blinding. But there are 12 zodiacs. I can't open them all. I mean, if I wanted to. No, but you only need to open one. Virgo, I said, staring at the Virgo sign on the door. But the door remains closed, right? Yes. Without the other 11, it will remain closed. Which means you still can't enter our dimension, right? So there's no harm done. And I will take Daniel away, saving you and the rest from death. You will see your parents again. Go to Ocean Park. Stop that. You will be a hero, Vergil. The one who stopped the shade. Imagine the fame. Your face on every news outlet all over the world. You will be rich. You can finally buy your own Oculus Rift. I never said I'd do it. I shouted. This thing knows my thoughts, the way I think, my desires, things I'm not proud of. It knows I'm desperate. Then will you watch your friends die instead? No, I said. But what you're asking is a fair price to pay. I will take away your pain, your guilt. I don't know what happened, but suddenly I find myself standing at the door. My hand outstretched, just barely touching it. Go on. Save them. The door stays locked. I saved us. So there really isn't a reason for me not to touch it. This is the right thing to do, isn't it? Have you forgotten why Eris died? I leaned forward. The moment my hand touched the door, there was a force like a magnet that pulled my hand in. The symbols shone brightly. I can feel the energy being drained from me. The glow of my body seems to get fainter and fainter. My confidence, my courage was slowly diminishing. I tried to pull away, but I was completely stuck. I am starting to feel afraid once again. Virgo's light began to flicker until it died out. The other 11 symbols returned to their natural brightness. My hand became unstuck and I fell on the darkness. It was solid but cold, like sitting on a block of dry ice. I felt exhausted. But when I looked up at the big, floating eyes again, it was all I could do not to cry or freeze. I've done what you want. Now, it's your turn. Then permit me entry to your dimension so I can honor our pact. I permit you to enter our D dimension only to take a Daniel away. And know nothing else. I accept. I was back in my pain-ridden, almost dying body. Daniel was still sucking my neck. It felt like I've been gone for some time inside the threshold, but back here, nothing seemed to change, as if time stopped while I'm away. My sight was on the severed tongues on the floor. The ground pulled up a circle of shadow around the tongues that slowly swallowed it. The symbol started to glow again. From the looks of Daniel's face, he must have realized something's not right. He made a run for it, flinging me aside in the process with such a force that I was sent flying across the room. He didn't let go of his sucker's hold, so I could feel the sharp pain as its teeth ripped away pieces of flesh from my neck. My back thuds against the wall. When I dropped to the ground, Cana was the first to come to my side. "Are you okay?" she said. "You're bleeding," Darius said. "Bad." Here, Indigo took off her blazer and handed it to Darius. "Use this." While they tend to my wounds, I turned my attention to Daniel. The circular wall of red light was trapping him in. He morphed his hands into curved blades and tried to hack his way out of it. Each time his blades hit the wall of red light, black sparks flew. The red light shone brighter every time he attacks it. When he stopped, his arms were reduced to stumps, which he grew back in no time. He clasped his hands and stuck his elbows close to each other. His arms fused into a giant sledgehammer. He took a mean swing. There was a blinding flash and a loud boom that I instinctively averted my eyes. The shock wave that followed the impact had pressed strong wind against us. We all braced, but Cana and Darius kept their hands on my neck. I opened my eyes to see him lying on the ground. He came up on his knees. His hammer arms split in the center and returned back to normal. "What did you do?" Cato asked. "I saw him," I said. "Askermoth." "You," Daniel said. Fear registered on his face. "He listened to your summon." "What did you do?" "It was just one seal," I said. "Now that I'm out of the threshold, I can feel myself being defensive of my decision, like I just now realized that what I did was wrong." "You stupid kid. You weakened the seal. You doomed this dimension," Daniel said. Between his feet, a web of cracks appeared. "No, no, no," he said, staring down in horror as the cracks kept growing and growing in diameter. "We had a deal." Daniel shouted at the ceiling, no doubt talking to his extra-dimensional benefactor. He turned to us. "Listen," he said. His voice wasn't angry anymore. "There's still time. Get me out of this. We have to reseal the door." "But you're going to kill us," I said. "Besides, I don't know how." Piece by piece, the floor inside of the circle crumbled, falling away until it resembled an incomplete jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces here and there. Daniel started skipping and hopping around for a foothold. The gap became wide enough for me to see what was underneath. A swirling mass of shadow, sucking up the last bit of concrete he was standing on. The air felt thin and increasingly cold. Or is this because I lost so much blood? The light from the fluorescent lamp above was being sucked along until it was dark. The only illumination we've had was coming from the red circle of light surrounding Daniel. The moment his feet touched the dark vortex, he was slowly sinking, as if he was standing on quicksand. He put his arms up. They extended all the way up the ceiling, puncturing holes into it with his claws to grab hold. That stopped him from sinking all the way. He was straining to lift himself up. "Did you really go over?" Cana asked. I nodded. Cato put a hand on my shoulder. "Vergil, what did you do?" I had no choice. Only Askermoth can stop Daniel. Cato didn't say anything. It didn't felt like he was accusing me either. But still, I felt far from being a hero. From the darkness below, two hands as black as the void they came from shot through the air. The hands seemed to have a mind of its own because they home in on Daniel's body with accuracy and precision. They extended up to the ceiling. Each grabbed his wrists and pulled. Daniel didn't let go. But the ceiling was just cement. It cannot hold the pressure being applied to it by the hands while supporting Daniel's weight. It ripped away, leaving Daniel with a huge chunk of stone. Several hands materialized from below, meeting Daniel in the air as he descended. He was a fish caught in a net. Hands kept shooting up from the void that he was blanketed over, wrapping around his limbs, pulling on his head. He kept thrashing about, roaring, cursing me, blaming me for bringing about the end of this dimension, but the hands began its slow descent. Inch by inch, Daniel was disappearing into the darkness, along with the living shadow surrounding the room. The dark vortex imploded on itself, swallowing the last of Daniel. The light of the fluorescent lamp streamed back. Parts of the floor flew back to its place, block by crumbled blocks, until the floor mended itself, complete with the shining symbol, as if someone pushed the rewind button. For a moment, there was only the humming of energy of the red lights. When the lights died down, the symbol disappeared, like it was never there. You did it," Cana said. Cries of relief broke the silence. I couldn't keep sitting upright. I would have dropped to the floor if Cana hadn't caught me. She pulled me in closer to her, her hands still on my neck. The rest sat around us. Even though I'm resting on her shoulder, I couldn't understand what she was saying, what anyone was saying. It was all garbled noises, like they're talking to me from above while I'm under the pool. I felt so weak. My head was so hazy that I was no longer aware of any pain my body was experiencing. And sleepy, so very sleepy. Is this what Eris felt back then? It's no use. I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Last thing I remember was the sweet scent of strawberry. After a tense escape, the protagonist and his companions take temporary refuge in a luxurious hotel suite. There, they review their encounter with the Shade and delve into decades of files on the mysterious entity. However, as they uncover new evidence linked to the Shade, they realize they may have become entangled in a larger conspiracy. Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you will leave your comments in the comments section. Chapter 33. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the square tiles of the ceiling. I was lying in a hospital bed with soft, white sheets. There was a needle inserted into my hand. A hollow tube connected it to a bag containing clear fluid hooked on a metal stand. The sight made me remember what had happened. Daniel's eyeballs bursting, his tongues wriggling out to suck me dry. My hands immediately went to my neck, expecting tiny, teeth wounds. But what I felt was the smooth plastic covering the bandages that dressed my wounds. I sat up and looked around. But I don't see anyone. I decided to wait. I just noticed that I was still in my uniform, our disguise for our museum trip. The collar had become thick with dry blood. But my neck and chest were cleaned up. No trace of anything remained. After a while, no one still came. I was starting to get bored. There was a television, but I don't see the remote anywhere. I drew my covers away and swung my legs off the bed. I was still feeling weak. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I don't think I can go back to sleep now. I decided to test things first. Using my arms as support, I lifted myself up on the bed and slowly shifted my weight to my legs. Surprisingly, I found them to be steady. I grabbed the four-pole for support just to be sure, and because I'm still stuck to the thing, I walked towards the windows. They slid open smoothly. A gentle morning breeze blew in. I breathed it in, filling my lungs with cold air. The sun was shining bright. Thick, fluffy clouds were rolling in the sky. The street below was buzzing with life. There was the indistinct chatter of a group of students passing by. The revving engine of cars driving through. It was like a regular, lazy morning. For a moment, I just stood by my window, absorbing all of these boring bits of everyday life. Things I wouldn't appreciate if it weren't for the past several days. I heard the door creaked open and a deep voice called out from behind. "Good to see you standing," Major Coleman greeted with a smile. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," I replied. "Where are the others?" "And what happened when I one at a time," he said. "First, sit down. I'm gonna get you something to eat." I didn't even get the chance to argue. He was already gone. So I crawled back to my bed and waited. When he came back, he was carrying a white plastic tray. He set it down the table on the side of my bed and saw how disappointing my breakfast was. My meal consisted of a plate of a couple of shriveled sausages and a sad-looking, scrambled eggs that was folded on itself. An apple, carton of milk, and a glass of water. "Am I being punished?" Major laughed. "I had to get you something quick. I just told them to put in was what available. Just think of it as appetizers." I forked my eggs up to inspect them. They unfurled as I lifted them up. It was so dry and thin that it was almost transparent. Aren't appetizers supposed to be, I don't know, appetizing? Tell you what, you suck it up. Finish that, then we get some real food. Deal. I bite down on the sausage. Why are hospital foods so terrible and bland? Is it the medication? Or do the cooks don't have taste buds? I rolled the eggs and with 2 quick bites they were gone. I scarfed everything down and emptied my milk. I picked up the apple and took a bite. How long was I out? Since last night. A little over 18 hours. We were lucky we got to you before it got worse. Like with Eris. I thought. So where are they? Major Coleman took a seat at the side of my bed. Back at the dorm. What for? It's over, right? We did it. You did it, Major Coleman emphasized. He was smiling like a proud father. My insides twisted with the guilt. I guess they didn't tell him. Do you know how I did it? His smile faded away. Your friends told me everything. Then you know that he held up a finger. You played the hand you were dealt. You made an impossible decision. I should feel relieved, knowing that Major Coleman was on my side. He was right. I made a choice no teenager or even any adult could have made. I saved us. But I don't feel like a hero. I changed the subject. And my parents. They have no idea, do they? Major Coleman just shrugged. You know how it works. Besides, we have to make sure. Make sure the shade is really gone. I thought. So what happens now? Major Coleman studied me for a bit. Well, you're supposed to rest. But since you look fine now, I guess I can go ahead and ask your doctor to sign your release. He got up and went, leaving me alone to enjoy my tasteless breakfast. When we got back to the dorm, my friends greeted me with smiles and slaps on the back as they surround me. There he is. Harmony said, prompting the round of applause I got. You were awesome, man. Darius said, slapping my back really hard, making me wince. Dude, check this, Leo said. He made a sweeping gesture on the air. Vergil, the Shade Slayer. Oh, that is so cool. Okay. I admit that was pretty cool. Hey, Cana said. Glad you're not dead. I smiled. Me too. The sliding door behind us opened. A soldier holding pizza boxes entered. All right, who's up for pizza? Major Coleman announced. Everyone cheered in response. Major Coleman took the stack of pizza boxes and we followed him to the dining area. The room was as we left it. The tables were still pushed together, so we ended up sharing it. No sense in sitting separately at this point. Major Coleman set the boxes on the top. We started spreading it out. Darius and her sister got up and went to the storage room. I opened one of the boxes. It was a classic flavor: pepperoni, sausages, onions, green peppers. The smell made my mouth water. I took a piece out and savored my first bite. Although it could use a bit of hot sauce. Somebody actually ordered this. Indigo said, pushing a box of pizza as far away from her as possible. I say pizza, but it was just spinach and is that broccoli. And other vegetables. There was no meat. I did. Leo said. I stared at him. What? He said. You've never had vegetarian pizza before. Dude, that's not pizza. I said. That's just bread with leaves stuck on it. What is wrong with you guys? Leo said, savoring a piece. It's good. Just try one. I have taste buds, so. Pass. He gave me a look. Then he turned to Indigo. Grab a slice. She made a disgusted face. I hate spinach. Leo turned to Caprice, offering her one. But she just gave a polite smile. I'm good, thanks. I'll have one. Cana said. Finally. Leo beamed. Someone who understand. Leo raised his pizza slice to Cana. Cheers. Cheers. Cana said, toasting her pizza with Leo's like champagne glass. They were laughing and eating, acting all buddy-buddy with each other. I'm just glad that Leo is feeling better enough that he's back to his old, playful self. Darius and her sister came back with 2L bottles of Pepsi and Mountain Dew. Scarlett handed out disposable plastic cups. In light of recent events, I believe a toast is in order. Major Coleman said. Then he raised his cup. To you kids. For your courage and for getting rid of the shade once and for all. We all followed suit, cheering and whistling as we raised our cups and drank our cups empty. Let us also not forget the sacrifices of others. Major Coleman said. Let's give them a minute of silence. I thought about Kent, Eris, Demi, that night guard, the countless soldiers who died to protect us. No one dared to break the silence. All right, Major Coleman said when the minute is up. Now eat up, kids. You deserve it. So what's the plan now? Cana asked, still munching on that veggie-topped triangular bread slice. Are you going to send us home sooner? Unfortunately, no. Major Coleman said. I believe everything you kids have told me. But who can guarantee that the shade won't show itself again? And what if something worse than the shade appeared and catch us off guard? Like last time. Besides, if people found out that you haunteds went home a little early, what do you think will happen? We all remained quiet, absorbing his points. And we still have that cult to deal with. Major Coleman said. So there really is no reason to send you home now. But we are getting close to finding them. Our investigation proved successful. Then he looked at me and Cana. Remember your school nurse, Aaron? Cana said. He didn't show up for work, right? Yeah, what about him? I asked Major Coleman. He never returned back to work. Your father couldn't get a hold of him. So we went to his house with a warrant. He wasn't there, Major Coleman said. The place was spotless, like nobody ever lived there. The landlady didn't even know he was gone. And it's the same with the other school doctors and nurses. But not with my dad, right? Cana ventured. Major Coleman smiled. No, Mr. Bernardo is still working on your school. But it begs the question, if they got into the system, how deep have the cult infiltrated? The question lingered in the air, stopping all conversations for a while. Is there anything we can do to help? Leo said. There is, Major Coleman said. Eat up, rest, beat the high score at that dance machine. And later tonight we'll need you outside. Same setup like last time, in case we encounter a problem. So nothing's changed. Harmony summed up. Does that mean we won't be getting any sleep? Cana said. You'll have to bear with it. Major Coleman said. Once I'm convinced that you kids are no longer in any kind of danger, then we can discuss your new routine. You can disregard what Mr. Donovan briefed you the first night. It's not like we got to do any of it, Leo said. The conversation stopped as we turned our attention to the pizza we were holding. That's when my eyes caught something interesting on the front page of the newspaper that came with the pizza. It was folded so only the bottom half was visible. At the bottom left corner was a headline titled Road Accident, Blamed on Black Lady Sighting. I reached for the newspaper and kept reading. According to the paramedics who've responded to the scene, the driver, Mr. Pring, is convinced that a tall, dark figure jumped in front of his car while driving, causing him to swerve and crash. Case Investigator Police Executive Master Sergeant William Roccacorba said in a phone interview. I quickly chew and emptied my soda cup to free my throat. Major, I said, holding up the newspaper, pointing at the headline. Is this last night? What is? Said. Cana said. I read it out to them. Yes, Major Coleman confirmed. You're obviously behind this, Leo said. He reached for the newspaper so I gave it to him. But a black lady, really? You think that'll work? On the contrary, Cato said. Bastillians always associate sightings of black ladies as omens for road accidents, so I think it's perfect. I'm afraid I cannot that credit for that, Major Coleman said. What probably happened was that the driver said a tall, dark figure. This newspaper company sensationalized it to a black lady sighting. It plays to the city's superstition and beliefs, so I believe Cato may be right about this. But what about the people around that time? The driver himself? Cana asked. They won't buy this. There's no way. Maybe not, Major Coleman said. But imagine you're at home, reading this newspaper. What would you think? I'll read it, Darius said. It sounds interesting. And Scarlett asked. And throw it in with the other recyclables, Darius replied, making us laugh. Last night will be just yesterday's news, Major Coleman said. I'd worry more about getting as much rest as you can after this. Major Coleman said. Then he looked at me. Especially if you've just came out of the hospital. I nodded. After the pizza party, I followed Major Coleman's advice and headed straight for my room after cleaning up. Being full made me sleepy already, and the fact that the sun's out gives me the sense of security to go to sleep. It seemed like my body needed the sleep because it was already night when I woke up. Immediately, I opened my drawer and took the pen and folder inside. On my way out of the door, I swapped the pen for Cana's penknife. It was returned to me after being released from the hospital. I ran downstairs and went outside. Hey, I greeted them. Glad you could join us. Leo said. I was just about to come get you. Cana added. Immediately, I was handed a searchlight. I didn't have to turn it on to know that it emits UV rays. Major Coleman gave me a nod. Good, everyone's here. So, nothing. I asked. Nothing yet. Cana said. The conversation stopped. I turned my attention to my surroundings. The UV wall lights and lampposts are on. Major's men had already set up a perimeter, armed with UV searchlights and rifles. Everyone was on alert. Cato came up to my side. You think he'll come back? If Asgarmoth was telling the truth, I said. I doubt it. I remembered our fight. How I despaired last night and already accepted death. But he picked me up. Literally. He thought of things I didn't, giving me the necessary tools to defeat Daniel. Now I realized that if it weren't for what he did, none of us would be standing out here right now. Hey, I said to him. Thanks. For last night. For hitting you. I smirked. For not giving up. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked straight. Giving up means we die. Looks like the primordial being was the type to keep his words, or more likely, he was bound by the deal or the ritual because morning came and nothing happened. The shade, Daniel, never reappeared. It's been like this for almost a week now that Major Coleman stopped sending us out at night for shade study. So tonight, everyone went to their rooms. I thought I was about to get a good night's sleep for the first time in over 2 weeks since we've come here. As soon as I lie down, I just realized that ever since coming here, this was the first time I've ever been all alone in my room at night, alone with my thoughts. My pulse started racing, but I tried closing my eyes. Immediately, scenes of Eris wailing about her bleeding stumps, of Kent coughing up blood, of Demi's slashed throat, of the soldiers that were cut in half in an instant with their riot shields, flashed through my mind. I sat up. I turned on my lamp, even though my room, the floor, the ceiling, and the walls were bathed in UV lights. Every corner, the insides of each furniture, even under my bed had UV lights installed. I wiped the sweat on my forehead with the edge of my shirt. For the past days, I've never once relived the nightmares of what we've been through. But that's because we were in one. There was not a moment that any one of us was alone. And most of the time, our attention was spent on each other or in figuring out how to survive every night. Even the shade study that we were doing up until last night provided the distraction we needed, the only thing keeping the horrors from resurfacing. Now that that's gone, the effect of our ordeals was starting to set in. I lie down again, giving sleep another shot, but my mind insists I watch replays of the gory images. I gave up on sleeping and thought of playing Tekken 7 to brush up on my Brian when I've heard the scream. Chapter 34. It was a girl's scream, but I don't know whose. I ran out of my room. Everyone must have heard that because we were all up, standing in our doorways. What's going on? I asked Leo. His hair was still hard with wax, so he probably wasn't asleep too. I don't know, Leo said. Harmony ran past in front of me. It's Cana. We all rushed after her to Cana's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hey Cana, Harmony said. Can you hear me? Is everything okay? For a moment there was no reply. There was tension in the air around us as we waited. We've heard people marching up the stairs. What happened? Major Coleman said. He and his men had searchlights with them. We don't know. Leo said. Then we've heard shuffling on the floor on the other side. The door opened. Hi, Cana said with a weak, croaky voice. Her face was white and beaded with sweats. I'm fine. It was just a stupid nightmare. We breathed a sigh of relief. The tension disappeared. You, Major Coleman said to one of his guy. You're on guard duty. Stay with her. Cana cleared her throat. Major Coleman, please. She said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Her voice back to normal. I'm fine, really. Just a bad dream. Major Coleman studied her for a bit. Very well, he said. If you kids need anything. We nodded and thanked him. Then he ordered his men down. Can I get you some water? Indigo offered Cana. Cana waved her hand again. Thank you, but I'm all right. I'm sorry for waking you up. Oh, don't worry about that, Scarlet said. I couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I try. Do you want me to stay with you? Caprice said to Cana. Just until you sleep. Thanks, but I don't think I'll be going back to bed anytime soon. They say that the nightmares are more frequent when you're alone. Kato said. Dude, Leo said. Not helping. Then we shouldn't be alone. Harmony suggested. What do you think about having a pajama party right now? Indigo beamed. I think that's great. Me too. Caprice added. But I don't think any of the room will fit all of us, especially with the mattresses. How about downstairs on the floor? Leo said. We'll help with moving down the beds, right guys? We'll take you up on that offer. Thank you. Harmony said. Of course you guys are welcome. But we all just looked at each other, as if daring one another to say yes to the invite. After moving the mattresses, we all went to our room to change out of our sweaty clothes. I didn't have any pajama, so I wore a plain white shirt and black shorts. I wasn't sure of going down. I kind of feel weird about it. But I'm also not sleeping alone tonight, so I joined them downstairs. The girls were sitting down on the mattresses pushed together to make a giant one on the floor. There was a pile of branded cupcakes and snack cakes in the middle. Everyone had steaming cups. Hey, Cana called out. She was wearing gray shorts and a white shirt with a print of a cartoon pug in a birthday hat puking rainbow over a cake. I thought we were sleeping, I said, sitting beside her. We were sitting in front of Caprice, who was sitting like a mermaid in her long, white nightgown sitting on her hip, one hand propping her up, with her feet tucked on one side. Who sleeps in a pajama party? Scarlet said. Right, I said. So, you guys talking about ghost stories or something? I winced immediately after saying that. Yeah, Scarlet said. She must really love red because she's wearing matching red pajamas with white polka dot. Because we don't have enough horror in our lives already. No, this is when you bring out board games. Play truth or dare. Eat cake in bed. Or talk about boys. Caprice said. The girls giggled. Indigo nodded. She was wearing a purple unicorn onesies so that when she nodded, so did the unicorn. I thought you weren't coming. Cana said while the girls talk about their K-pop crushes. Why not? Guys aren't really into this sort of thing, she said. Then what's he doing here? I said, staring at the one thing that didn't belong with the rest. What? Darius said while eating cake. He was wearing the same pajamas as Scarlet, only his was blue with white polka dots. My sister dragged me, okay. Scarlet looked confused. No, I didn't. Actually, I don't think the boys would like that. Harmony said when Indigo started ranking the hottest K-pop stars. Then she pulled out Uno cards from the pocket of her two-piece long, pink pajama with ruffled ends that she was wearing. Maybe we could play instead. My mom thought it would be a good icebreaker, but I didn't really have the chance to show it to you guys until now. That's Miss Congeniality for you. Always considerate about everyone. Yeah. Let's do it. Darius said, jumping on Harmony's suggestion instantly. I'll play, I said. Are we playing with the standard rules or can we steal? We all sat in circle. Harmony started dealing the cards. I was expecting Leo to be here. Kato. Well, is Kato. But I was sure Leo likes this stuff, talking and flirting with girls. But maybe this is too girly for him. Or maybe he still thinks about Eris. Stop that. I commanded myself. That kind of thinking wouldn't do me any good. I shook my head and tried my best to be present. So I hit Cana with a 4-card. Warm and bright light on my face woke me up. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. It was already morning. Sunlight was beaming through the glass sliding door. I slept though the entire night without my mind interrupting my sleep with horrible images. I looked around. The rest was still sleeping. I didn't see Cana around. She must have gone up early. I stood up and went to the dining area to wash my face. Morning, Cana greeted. She was sitting at the table holding a steaming cup. You're up early, I said, walking to the sink. Did you sleep okay?
Norge nightmares.
No nightmares, Cana confirmed. I splashed myself with cold tap water. That did the trick of waking me up. After drying my face, I just realized how chilly it was. Then I noticed that the glass sliding window was opened. Cold and fresh mountain air was circulating in and out of the room. I grabbed a packet of 3-in-1 instant coffee and made myself a cup and joined Cana at the table. Caprice actually brewed a pot yesterday. I could just reheat it, but it's too strong for my taste. We just sat there for a while, just absorbing the peaceful silence the room had to offer. Daylight from outside made the room bright and clear. I breathed in a lungful of the sweet, pleasant aroma of my creamy latte and took a sip. I had both hands on the steaming ceramic cup to keep warm. Uno was fun, Cana said. I'm sure she brushed her hair, but there are plenty of spots where they just won't stay down. The sunlight makes the bags under her eyes more pronounced. She wasn't wearing any makeup, but somehow she still looks kind of nice. It was, I said. My heart was already palpitating like crazy. And it's only been my second sip. A creamy latte this strong. Maybe it's the brand. That face you did last night was especially funny. I remembered how her jaw dropped when I hit her with a 4 card. Like I betrayed her trust or something. Then her glaring at me as she drew 4 cards was the cherry on top. I can't help but smile again. She looked at me, annoyed, and then we both laughed. You know, she said. She was circling the rim of her cup with her finger. We've never talked like this before at school. I took another sip, my tongue enjoying the smooth, creamy taste of my coffee. You had your friends. I had mine. There just wasn't a lot of reason for us to talk, I guess. So it took the shade for us to talk. Cana said. Not exactly a meet-cute story. I laughed. Can you believe it's just been last week? She took a sip of her coffee, staring at my neck. Then she reached out. There's almost no trace left, she said, feeling the spots in my neck where my wounds were. Her hand was warm, felt nice. I placed my hand over hers, keeping both at my neck. She looked up and met my eyes. I thought it was hopeless, I said, squeezing her hand. I was really scared. I didn't even know if it would work. I thought I would die. Her expression turned soft. But you didn't, Cana said. You saved us. You saved me. And doomed the world in the process, I said. She threw her arms around me, her head resting under my chin. You did what you had to do, she whispered. You're a hero. If anyone disagrees, well, I'll fight them. I hugged her back. Her hair smelled of sweet strawberry. Her slender body offered the warmth no amount of coffee could provide. I put a hand on the back of her head and pulled her closer. I let go of my worries and closed my eyes, savoring every second that I can get. Geez, it was Leo. Cana yelped, bumping to the table, spilling our coffee. I didn't even hear the door open, but now everyone is here. It's like 5 in the morning. It's cold. Okay. We were just conserving heat. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point, and I didn't need to conserve heat because my face was already burning. Cana didn't back me up. Instead, she shrunk to her seat, hiding behind her hair. Sure, buddy, Leo said. You made a fresh brew. It's instant coffee. The cooks passed by, but Caprice stopped at our table, gave us a funny look, and then went to the storage room. Don't mind Leo, Harmony said, sitting in front of us. He's just teasing you guys, she said, sipping coffee from her mug. She kept staring at us as if she's waiting for the show to start. Good morning, Harmy, Cana said. Her voice got squeaky. She was holding her hair in front of her nose so that only her eyes are visible.
Morning, bestie,
Harmony said. She kept her eyes at Cana while she motioned her head to me, but Cana just shook her head. Good morning, Major Coleman said. How is everyone? He looked at us one by one. I guess that's a stupid question. He continued. I apologize. I should have seen this happening. Don't worry. I'll arrange for a clinical psychologist to help you with your nightmares. But for now, I have something I want you to see. He opened the bag he was carrying and brought out a laptop. He put it on the table. We all huddled together so we can see. This was taken from one of our bases. Major Coleman said. It was already on, so we didn't need to wait for it to boot up. He clicked a file and a video popped up. This particular one houses sensitive information about our entire operation here. Looks like a CCTV footage of some hallway. He hit play. We've heard people screaming and guns firing out of the view of the CCTV. Then, People in corporate uniform running away in terror came into view, followed by a couple of soldiers. The soldiers stopped and turned around, shooting down the direction they came from. Another figure came running into the shot. He slammed into one of the soldiers and threw him to the ground. The soldier fought back, shooting the head of his assailant, while his buddy was busy putting codes in the panel inside the wall. The assailant stood over his victim. The downed soldier kept shooting at him, but the man didn't seem affected. There was no blood. He looked like he wasn't in pain. He didn't even stagger back from the barrage. Instead, he made a sweeping motion with his hand below him, and the soldier's head was decapitated. A collective gasp escaped us. Just then, 2 thick metal sheets dropped down the ceiling. The other soldier managed to jump under the falling partitions, leaving his enemy trapped inside. The mystery figure looked up at the CCTV. He was in all black, wearing a stereotypical wool robber's mask. There was a blinding flash and a loud explosion. The video went static. The replay icon appeared at the center of the video player. Indigo leaned back to her seat, crossing her arms over her chest. "I don't get it. That soldier. His head just got," Leo said, making a slicing motion at his neck. "Ow." "The cameras didn't capture it," Major Coleman said. But according to the survivors, the man in question was engulfed by black, thick liquid that originated from the man himself. The point of origin is not determined, but the black liquid covered every inch of our culprit here. This liquid armor swallowed the bullets and spat it out again. Major Coleman moved his finger on the touchpad and jumped to the scene where the figure in black was just about to do the sweeping motion. "This right here," Major Coleman said, pointing at the masked man's arm. The surviving soldier reported that the black liquid surrounding the man's arm changed into a blade. "So that's why the soldier," Darius said. Then his eyebrows knitted together. "Wait a minute. That sounds awfully familiar. You think he's back?" Cato said, casually sipping coffee. "Daniel." Major Coleman stood up straight. "That's what I first thought. But the only physical part of Daniel is his head," I said, keeping my eyes on the video. "So if the camera couldn't capture the shade, then we should only be seeing a floating severed head." I raised my head and looked around. "Right. And this person wasn't alone," Major Coleman added. "There were a dozen of them, all possessing the same shade-like ability. They attacked multiple locations at once. They got in, got out in less than 10 minutes. So what?" Leo said. "Daniel can possess people now. Bestow his powers somehow. One thing's for sure," Major Coleman said. "Last night tells me that the cultists aren't just inbred lunatics who drink blood. They know the layout of the base, they are coordinated and patient. They planned ahead and executed it perfectly. You didn't have UV lights installed at the other bases?" Cana asked. "Why would we, when there was only one shade? And when that one shade only appeared near you Haunteds? Did you figure out why they attacked?" Caprice followed. "They took everything," Major Coleman said. "Your personal records, where you live and what school you go to. But most importantly, the location of this place, its defenses and layout." "But that would mean," Caprice said. "There's more." Major Coleman clicked on another folder. "You remember our friend back at the train? The one you karate chopped?" Leo said. "Yeah, what happened to that guy?" Cana asked. The folder popped up, containing images. Major Coleman clicked on one. "We found him like this at his home," he said, clicking on one file. It was a photo of a guy in red shirt and sweatpants sprawled over the bloody tiles. His torso was disconnected from his lower limbs, causing his internal organs to spill out. "How did you even find him?" Leo asked. "My guys broke into his phone. It was password protected," Major Coleman said. "The one you confiscated?" Cana said. "Correct," Major Coleman said. "Once we're in, my guys called home. His mom picked up. She agreed to cooperate after I told her that her son is in danger. Of course I kept the details vague." "You think the same group was responsible?" Caprice asked. "His house was turned over, but none of his appliances were missing. Even his wallet still has his money inside. And judging from the cause of death, robbery is not an angle we are pursuing." Major Coleman said. "It is unfortunate, but the good news. We managed to get to him first and confiscate his videos before the cult did. But why did they target him? Cana said. He didn't know anything. He just took a video. Maybe the cult didn't know that. They thought he had something more than just the video. Indigo said. All this time they have this invincible army, Leo said. Why stay quiet for a long time? Why attack now? Because they didn't have them before, Cato said. He put his empty cup on the table. At least, that's the explanation that makes most sense to me. So what changed? Harmony asked. How did they get this strong now? The answer came to me quickly. I lowered my head. My stomach felt like it was churning inside out. Because I opened the seal. I said in almost a whisper, I got everyone's eyes on me now. What do you think your friends will say when they found out? Asgarmotha's words came without warning. I looked down. You don't know that. Cana said in a soft voice. Do you think she'll remain your friend? That's right. Harmony followed. Let's not jump to conclusions. I appreciate what they were doing. But this made me realize the seriousness of the consequence of my actions, of the deal I've made with the primordial being. Forget about us. I put civilians in danger. Now a situation worse than the dark year looms over us. And have you forgotten why Eris died? The guilt forces my mind to focus on one thing, only I have to undo the damage I've done. I forced myself to look up. Major, do you know any good historians?